Do I know the hybrid changes in terms of what they've changed?
I think so.
Could really knock yourself out on that boom, couldn't you?
No, mate.
Want a biscuit?
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know who they are, I just think them, but
They have great biscuits, Aaron. Thank you very much. Good ginger biscuit there.
This guy's alright, he's a bit of a kid, but this guy, legend.
Hi, my name's Sam and I race for my dad.
Am I back on the new one? Is this like on the limit 55 or something? I was on the second one, I think, wasn't I?
I've got an inkling that you're doing a wider range of drivers rather than focusing on a few.
Isn't everyone in it? I like that.
I'm looking forward to this. Last time I was on air, did a bit of winning. If we could arrange for that to happen again, that would be perfect. We're all nodding? That's good.
No suit available, unfortunately, so you're doing everyone. Are you? Very good. Focusing in on the full grid as opposed to just the 3 drivers.
Is it all the drivers? It's the headline. This is going to be fun.
That means you're really busy now.
Oh, so if you lift it up and then go down? Yes. Or do you keep it up and then go down? I'm not too sure.
This is On the Limit season 5? 6? 5. Season 5.
Morning, Rob.
Morning. Let's see what's going on around here. Oh, we've got some people. Yeah, man.
Hello, Rob.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good, good.
Nice to see you.
What's talk me through this.
Off season's been busy. Yeah, it's been a lot of effort. It's been a long road.
Yeah.
But we're committed to it now because it's on camera.
What's going on then? This looks nice, doesn't it?
Yeah. I was trying to work out if the bonnet's different or not. It's been like that.
I think there's been a few upgrades over the winter, but I'm not sure if it's bodywork-esque as such.
Yeah. Now it's exciting
She
to see
looks
it all
right there,
come
doesn't she?
together.
And have you driven this yet?
I haven't driven this car yet, no.
No,
So,
okay.
how are you feeling? Are you excited to be back in British touring cars?
Do you know what? I'm going to be completely honest with you. This is probably the most excited I've been about a race season for a very long time. Since I can remember, to be honest with you. It's obviously a big change, but obviously my heart's always been in BTCC. It's where I started my career 20 years ago in 2004. It's changed a little bit, but not hugely. I'm really excited to be back. It's great to be able to come back and jump in the Toyota with Speedworks.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rob Huff and I race for Toyota Gazoo Racing UK. So my roadmap into motorsport was probably quite different to most people's now. I won 3 major scholarships, which resulted in me being a manufacturer driver for Seat in 2004 in the British Touring Car Championship. I've come back because I've always loved British touring cars. I've never kept it a secret that I'd love to come back given the right opportunity. 20 years away, I feel now is the right time with an amazing opportunity with Toyota Gazoo Racing UK. But yeah, so and obviously like for me, hybrid, the change this year, I don't know what to expect because I obviously only did Knock Hill and it was a short one-off weekend and so on. So, but I believe it's going to be a bigger difference, right?
Yeah, it's going to be 60 horsepower in that region. So I think it's going to add overtaking it and add to the racing. But also if you're, it's going to have an impact on tyre wear as well. You know, if you're using it at the wrong place, you could kill your tyres, if you don't have the lock off. So
wherever you go, whatever you do, there's lots of filming and cuts and takes and all sorts going on. It's interesting though. It's interesting getting the picture of how it's all going to be done. building myself the film in my brain before it gets going. Lots to learn, so looking forward to getting stuck in.
He has nothing to learn.
I'm Andrew Watson and I'm driving for Toyota Gazoo Racing UK. We've got a new environment, new car, new team, everything, so it's going to be brilliant. I'm really positive and excited about what we can achieve. Had a great year last year with everyone at Paramaxed, and I've learnt a lot, so I'm looking forward to driving forward from there.
We're pulling the wraps off, the covers, the big reveal. I've never done it, so very exciting moment in my career. I'm always worried, when you pull it off and it gets caught on something. We know how the aero flows now, by the way the cover comes off. It's important.
You want me to give it a yank?
Not a yank, just like a gradual.
It's like that Bentley advert, isn't it? The Bentley grill, the girl on the Bentley grill, and the bloke comes along with the Ford Transit. Have you seen that? She goes, "Oh, Bentley," and he goes, "Transit." No, you've not seen it? No. That's it.
If I was to describe the British Touring Car Championship, it would be, for me, the most entertaining racing on TV. Everyone has that chance to be up the front, and if you do a good job, it's really rewarding. It's chaos, but it's great fun.
They asked me about you, and I said, "I think you dressed well." I don't know why I said that.
Yes! Come on! Get the badge in!
Yeah. It was the other Andrew that I met earlier. Describing the BTCC to anyone who's never heard of it. Imagine giving 25 very friendly lunatics very similar powered cars and telling them to go and make a show.
Well, this might be a 10-minute shot.
I think it looks mega. Great name on the side of the car. No, I think it looks really good. Really, really pleased with it. Definitely going to stand out. That's brilliant. Goals for 2024 have got to be, consistently up the front. That's what I want to achieve. There's a lot of differences between these cars and what I've driven previously, in the sense of, okay, they're a front-wheel drive, they're a touring car, but these are 200 to 300 kilos heavier than what I've driven before. They've got a huge hybrid system in them, which makes a big difference, especially on strategy. So there's a lot to learn.
Goals have shifted now that we ticked that Jack Sears box. We got a couple of podiums under the belt, which is great. So looking for my first win this season, and to be challenging at the front regularly. We're with one of the top teams now with a great package. So yeah, more consistently up the front this year.
I've been to a lot of the tracks for 20 years. Some of the fastest tracks in the world with Thruxton and Alton Park.
It's an amazing platform. We're so privileged to be able to do this.
A lot to learn, but goals are to be consistent at the front and be there at the end of the championship.
Is your one ready to go, is it?
They're doing the last bits of the hybrid,
Yeah?
and then once that's done,
Yeah?
hit the track.
Yeah?
Is your one done?
I don't know. I think it's only quarter to 11 anyway, so there's still plenty of time left. Still got the whole afternoon. But the good thing is it's almost dry now. The track is drying quite quickly, because the problem at the minute is it's like half greasy. It's not wet or dry. It's just waste of time. We're at Brands Hatch, first test day of the year. For us, it's not really a test day, it's more of a shakedown day. The guys back in the workshop have been working incredibly hard on the cars. We're here as a new team name, but a lot of the guys have all been involved with this before with me in previous teams. New team, new challenge, new car, and it's really exciting. That's another job off the list. Another one done. We can hear all the shit we're talking now. Team just getting the car, literally 4 months ago. We've done well to get the cars here.
has operated before in the TCR UK Championship, which I won in 2022. Yeah, this is ultimately where we wanted to end up again, and yeah, here we are today. We're back in the BTCC, and we're fired up as ever, and we're really excited to be back.
It feels good. Me, man. We're in the limiter a long time down the straight. I think we've got sick. On the entrance into Druids, there's a tiny little bit of oversteer, but I think I've helped us. I think if we strengthened up the front, that would let us do something with that. Because at the minute it feels like it's a little bit taily and then we're doing this. You know, it's not like following itself around, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, so this is our 2024 spec Cupra BTCC car. Anyone who's seen these cars running before, you'll probably see quite a big difference in the frontal area of the car. We've redesigned the whole front cooling package on the car. So that's for the hybrid system, the intercooler for the radiator. Our main aim with our modifications to the front and the new front aero kit, it's hopefully to improve the car over a race distance, cope with the temperatures, and make sure everything works as it should over a race distance. Hoping that this is a big step up for us. Yeah, I think the hybrid system is a completely different approach. I think you can use it to overtake and you can also use it to defend. They're claiming that the system in this car is around 60 horsepower whenever you hit the button now, and that's double of what it was last year. So I think this extra boost from the hybrid, I think, is really going to make the racing a lot more exciting. I think it's going to make it a lot more unpredictable. We just need to get our heads around it pretty quickly because, it's fast approaching now.
For me, the testing today is just to get used to the car. As it's my first ever time in the car, I just want to get used to it. Of course, I've driven front wheel drive before, but I think it's going to be slightly different. Of course, we've got the hybrid that comes into play. We've got, instead of paddles, it's going to be a sequential shifter. So just try and get nice and comfortable before the first round. So how I got into racing was when my dad took me to Rye House for a little karting day out. And then it all just sort of went from there, really. Haven't really turned back or thought about leaving motorsport. It's just been it's like a drug that you just want to keep on going back to with motorsport. Yeah, it's amazing, and I love being a race car driver. First time out on track, turned as many laps as we can. I'm buzzing too. Can't wait to get out. The first time I stepped inside the Cupra Leon for my first test, it was pretty exhilarating. Yeah, I couldn't really quite gather what was going on. I think it was when I stepped out the car that I actually realised that I've just driven a British touring car. Yeah, but once I first put my foot down out on track as well, it felt proper. Happy? Yeah. Thank you very much. Unreal. It was just good fun to drive. Getting used to it. It's a different animal compared to the old car, but slowly but surely we're getting there.
Yeah, BTCC, to someone that's never heard of it. It's hectic, it's full on.
Just epic. Action-packed. You want one word.
It's crazy.
Crazy. Chaotic.
Adrenaline.
Dramatic. Dramatic.
Epic.
Chaos.
A non-stop thrilling action.
Addictive. Yeah, the BTCC is addictive.
BTCC is, I would say, motorsport's best kept secret.
From start to finish, you are never out on track cruising around by yourself.
I mean, BTCC obviously stands for British Touring Car Championship, but it should stand for the best touring car championship.
The racing is probably some of the closest racing you'll see in the world.
Compete across the UK. There's 10 rounds per year, 3 races per weekend, which leaves us in a 30-round championship.
There's 3 races over the course of a day. There tends to be 3 different winners over the course of the day.
Everybody is out there to win, and I am no different to that.
It's kill or be killed.
These are what people would recognise as road cars, but made into race cars.
There's lots of variables with different tyre compounds, different performance of hybrid boost, reverse grids.
You need to pull something out of the bag to pass the guy, which means it's either a great overtake or a crash.
Door rubbing, wing mirror bashing.
It's great for spectators.
They're all the best of the best, and to win in this championship requires sacrificing a hell of a lot of your life.
Honestly, I think this year is going to shape up to be one of the closest, one of the most competitive and difficult seasons that we've ever had.
You'll always see the championship go down to that last race at Brands Hatch, and 9 times out of 10 it goes down to the last lap, last corner.
Like, you need to be all in. Can't do this as a hobby.
So we're never giving up. It's tooth and nail all the way through.
And after 10 rounds, we see who comes out on top.
All in. There's been a few people off here, ain't there?
Are you recording the audio for this?
Sort of.
We f***ed ourselves last night.
Wait, I did it. It was just royal wing.
Hello, how are you?
You okay?
Very well, yeah.
What's your favourite bit about media day?
Not standing around. My favourite bit is actually when we go from here, we try and stay as a 4 and fold each other's wing mirrors in. Unfortunately, I'm not next to Ash because I like to fold his in. I have got Tom, so that's good. So I'll try and fold his in. They're always funny. You get more door marks and tyre marks during this bit than you do probably for the first race. What do you reckon, Ash? On purpose? A little bit on purpose.
I mean, it's the best time we can actually get to rub the wing mirror.
Exactly.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm good, you good?
Stand next to the car first. No, live on the roof of the car, and then we're going to get straight in.
Feels surprisingly quick, even though the year's sort of late start in being the sort of 27th, 28th of April. Yeah, you want to try organising a couple of race cars and all the hospitality and all that sort of stuff. It's hard work. Mikey Doble came to our attention basically. You know, his journey in motorsport hasn't been a particularly long one. The year before he joined us, he actually managed to win 2 championships in the same year on the same day at different circuits.
Yeah, I never know what to do with my arms, to be honest, when I'm on camera, whether it's like, if it's Aaron, he's kind of like out here, and I'm Mikey Doble, driving for Evans Halshaw Power Max Racing. Yeah, we are here for round 1 of the 2024 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship.
Mikey's definitely a quick driver. All he needed to do was find his feet in the British Touring Car Championship, which, you know, we were confident he would do that, but for us it's about really understanding that it is a team approach, that, you know, we can't do this without everybody that's in the team. And, you know, ultimately just speaking to him and his family and his backers, you know, you could clearly see that he would fit into the team, he would add value to us as a team. And then obviously at Silverstone, a very, very convincing pole position and the only car not to be a championship winning Ford on pole all year long, so I'll be amazed if he doesn't get outright podiums this year or even sniff for his first race win.
Michael, I've got to come down to demo the 600 Aura.
Yeah, no problem.
It's down in about 20 minutes.
Cool. Starts up, that's a start. Funny enough, I get asked this question all the time. No, I don't ride bikes myself. I don't even hold a road licence, which sounds extremely hypocritical considering our family business is a motorcycle shop and we sell over 2,000 bikes a year. But no, I don't ride a bike. I should get my licence done, just as a matter of principle. But for now, we're busy. Got work to do. My family started this business back in 1967, believe it or not, with my granddad, and it's just kind of grown from there. As you can see, we're a main Honda dealer. We sell the full Honda range, anything from CRF 50 all the way up to Honda Goldwing, as we've seen. A lot of the time spent when I'm not racing is in fact working, so this is quite real. Things don't come for free in anything, and motorsport is the epitome of that. So. Oh, that's my little shrine over there. I think I'm a little bit more tanned now, to be honest. I've just come back from holiday, but that was taken at the start of the year last year, so. Yeah, it's where the magic happens, not. Oh yeah, I can see that. Okay, cool, I'll let the customer know. Thanks very much, finance, bye. There's a finance company. Someone's just had some good news about their finance for their bike, so be a nice phone call to make, I suppose. My goals for this season is to contend and hopefully win both the independent driver's title and the Jack Sears Trophy. To win the Jack Sears Trophy would definitely be a huge box ticker for my touring car career. I've got to try and win it this year because I don't want to come out of the Jack Sears eligibility without actually winning it. So yeah, that's got to be my main focus for this season. When you look at some of the names that have won it over the years and they've gone on to do great things.
The Jack Sears Trophy, it's a really nice idea, this, because you know it gives new drivers in the Championship something to go after. Because to come into this series and get on the podium in your first 1 or 2 years, dream on. It can be done, but it's very hard. So if you're a new guy, you know, you need something to go after. You know, it gives you something to shout about. It's an accolade. It's a win, and that's helpful for sponsors when you're out in the market trying to find, you know, hundreds of thousands of pounds. See, if you think about Andrew Watson, last year he won the Jack Sears, and this year he's in a manufacturer team. These accolades and trophies and championship wins, they for sure they help.
Sam Osborne's obviously got a bit of experience in the championship now, and on his day he can be, you know, as quick as anyone really in that Napa car. So I think he's going to be definitely one of the toughest guys to beat in the Jack Sears this year.
2024, our goal's got to be the Jack Sears. We've got to do it this year. We've got all the kit, we've got everything we need to do it. We've just got to put all the luck together and go for it.
So basically we're in a group of 10, top 6 go through to Q2. So yeah, it's top 6 or bust really. In Sam's group, we've got Ingram, Camish, Doble, Morgan, Moffat, Watson, Pearson, Aaron Taylor-Smith and Halford. So as long as we can beat 4 of them, we're all right.
It means a lot. I mean, we want to prove we're out there not just to make numbers up. We want to be out there to actually show us face. I mean, as you know by now, I'm quite a laid-back driver, but as soon as I put my lid on, that's it. We're going out there and we want to win as much as anyone else. Whether it's Jack Sears, whether it's an overall win, we want to win.
So Q1, Group 1 is underway, so it's half the field, remember, and it's for 10 minutes, and we're looking at the fastest 6 drivers from this group to progress.
It's a gamble because either the weather is going to come or it isn't going to come, we don't know.
These are hellish conditions for the drivers because they're neither wet nor dry.
It is quite damp to be out on slicks, but certainly not wet enough for wet.
Mikey Doble then, the driver that broke that Napa Racing pole position dominance.
So we'll stick with the plan. We'll go once past the pits.
As over the timing line comes Mikey Doble, goes second, 1:24.073, 56 thousandths down on Adam Morgan. With 2 minutes to go, the road looks like it's getting a bit more user-friendly.
Camish has suddenly realised the track is getting quicker. He thought his time was good enough, but he's not going to get round in time to start a lap.
Also, into the mix, Mikey Doble will be fifth, so Camish is out.
First shock of the BTC season is that Dan Camish is out in the first qualifying group.
Sorry.
They are the 6 drivers that will progress: Ingram, Taylor Smith, Watson, Pearson, Doble and Osborne. Now, why is Rob Huff not being allowed down the pit lane? Let's go to Louise in the pit lane. Louise, what news?
From what I understand, it's a procedural issue. Rob's car wasn't in the pit lane at the start of the session. That's my understanding of what's happening here. Obviously, the team slightly confused by it as well because they'd sent him out.
Yeah, quite frustrating. We were still repairing the car or getting the car set up after free practice 2 with headlights and bumper, just making all the fitment as right as possible because we weren't out in where the car is sat now at the beginning of the very first qualifying. There's a rule that basically disqualifies you from qualifying. So yeah, first quality of the year did not go to plan, which obviously sucks.
Darrell De Leon up towards the timing line in the Cupra. That's going really nicely, which is great to see. And credit to the Duckham's Racing with Bartercard team. It's all been very, very late to get this car on the grid. It was only being wrapped in its livery last night.
Tell you what, it was really weird. I thought it was really boring at first, sat outside at track.
Yeah, to be fair, you're the only one thinking this is boring right now.
Quite intense, really, especially with it being mixed conditions. The track's always evolving, lap after lap after lap, and I've not been out there for the last 15 minutes or so.
And that's Colin Turkington to go fastest into the 8s now, 68.772.
You start to think, well, there's a lot of things that they're feeling, and I'm not, because I'm sat here in the pit lane waiting.
So Cook has just done a 10 dead. De Leon has done a 10.5, so it's definitely dry out. 29-degree race, we should have 4 laps, so we've got time.
Now we'll start to see who drops out of the top 6. This is where it gets really interesting. This is Mikey Doble coming out of the chicane, heading up towards the timing line, and he is up to 8th, but that's not enough.
Oh, red flag.
And that's why Sam Osborne is off the road. Oh yes, he spun across the track, hasn't he, coming out of the old hairpin across the circuit.
Yeah, it's not been a good session so far for Napa Racing, has it? They've now got a damaged car. They've got 2 cars out in the first part of qualifying.
You're a passenger at that point. A tiny bit of extra rotation came from the wet curb when we ran out of road, and I just couldn't recover it, unfortunately. But she's not too badly damaged. It's mostly cosmetic. Got a bit of work to do, and yeah, we'll be out tomorrow.
We were all looking forward to that session as well because it looked like it was going to be quite exciting, and I suppose it was, just at our cost.
Darrell De Leon 9th overall though. Fair play.
Absolutely. Really good. Really good.
Yes, brother! Well done, Darrell, lad.
I don't even know, to be honest. I'm just judging by everyone else's reaction. I'm really happy as well because, yeah, it's been a long off season and a lot of hard work's been going into it. So yeah, just really proud of myself and the team to be able to achieve a good qualifying result for our debut weekend. So yeah, I've been told I qualified 9th, so I think it's 9th. But yeah, my plan for tomorrow is just to have 3 good finishes. So we just have to see how it goes, really.
We had a last lap disallowed. Dan, that is 10 overall. That's not bad qualifying. That is still a good job. 7 10 for the team.
Did you say we got track limits on the last lap?
Yeah.
Where?
They don't tell you. Well, you just got time disallowed, so
Yeah.
they won't tell you.
I don't even remember driving off.
Good job, Ray. Good job.
I don't know. I'm a bit up about that. Yeah. It just felt like I could never quite get temperature in the rears, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I overslowed McLean's a little bit on that last lap. Got it in and I thought I could have rolled a bit more speed in, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway.
So every scenario that you could have imagined to happen on the first qualifying of this format, changeable conditions in Q1, then you had a red flag happening in Q2.
Getting the lap time disallowed like that is really frustrating, especially when you don't know where you've done it. I did my best lap there at the end and I got told over the radio immediately that it had been disallowed, and I'm scratching my head as to where that was. If I've gone off anywhere, it must be by a millimetre, literally. We've got Jack Sears, Runner and Pearson who's made it through to Q3, so we need to be going after him really and trying to win that trophy tomorrow. Yeah, I'm only looking to go forward. I think it's going to be wet. This car's done pretty well in the wet round here in the past, so yeah, I want to be capitalising on that going forward.
Well, I mean, I drove for PMR, and you're right, the car's old. It's an old Astra. But they're a good outfit. You know, they prepare the cars well. You know, they spend what resource they have on preparation. They're not really, doubly flash, but they do the absolute basics really well. You know, the cars are accurate. They've got a good team of mechanics. You know, when a setup goes on, it's bang, it's on. What's on the car is what's on the setup sheet. I know them all there really well. And you've got some good engineers who know what it takes, and strong engineers where a driver might go, oh no, I want this. And, you need an engineer who go, you're not having that. You're having this. They've been around the block. They know what's good. They know what works. They know what doesn't. No, they could spring a few surprises.
What's the general feeling about it, the qualifying?
I like the format.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I like the format. Just trying to play with it.
You'll get it, son.
Yeah.
Finally, Tim, it's nearly time to go racing.
Yes, all the talking, all the hard work over the winter and the extensive delay today due to the weather, we can finally go racing.
It'll be a dry setup soon by the time we end up going out there.
Probably might be, that's the problem, isn't it?
Just had an update on the start time for this, 12 o'clock. That's 13 minutes away, just under.
I've never seen you look this nervous before, ever. How long have you been doing it?
Too long, Still doesn't stop the nerves, does
Well, means you care.
Last couple of cars in place here at Donington for the opening round of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. 18 laps, Tom Ingram on pole, a wet and greasy road. Season 2024, after a long hold, is go, and a good start made by Turkington. A lot of wheel spin from the two front-wheel drive cars on the front row. Sutton goes backwards. Ingram is going to lead, or is he? Because to the outside line, Colin Turkington tries to level with him.
Yeah, the two BMWs make great starts as you'd expect, but Ingram managed to hold that first position into turn one.
driver in the background. That might be Osborne off the road, but certainly at high speed into the barriers goes one of the Fords. It is Sam Osborne up the road and out of the race.
One of ours.
Was there a touch?
There might well have been.
Yeah.
It looked like a Vauxhall behind him.
I don't know if it was me or you.
I didn't see. I only saw the aftermath.
Yeah, he just got tagged. He said he's okay.
Let's see if we can just spot anything that happens to Sam Osborne, the car 3 in front on the left. There's a little touch there as Sam Osborne gets sideways, and then there's a passenger as the car fires across the grass. But that looked like a big impact, second impact of the weekend for Sam Osborne.
Got collected going into Craners, turned me round, I was pointing into the field, so that was a bit scary. That wasn't definitely on my plan. By that point, I was just a passenger. I was on the grass. It all happened really quick, and yeah, just nothing really I could have done to save it once we're on the grass.
Drivers have been through a gamut of emotions today, haven't they? You know, from arriving at the track ready to go to sort of having to wait around, not sure when they'll go, when they won't, and then they've had 3/4 of a lap of racing so far, and then there are lots of laps behind the safety cars to sort of mull it over. I think they could be quite frantic when they actually finally get going again.
Just be aware to keep the gap down to the next car.
With Ash Sutton all over the back of Jake Hill, it's going to be Tom Ingram who will control the restart. He is the race leader, crawls out of Coppice Corner. You can't overtake until you get to the timing line, which comes out of the chicane.
Safety car in this lap, safety car in this lap. Close the gap, close the gap.
Now Tom Ingram accelerates down towards the chicane. The opening round of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship is about to get underway once more. Then the restart coming up. The green flag is ready. Everybody blasts towards the line. The run to Redgate is going to be absolutely crucial. And Adam Morgan on the inside line of the BMW tries to find a way through. He gets himself up past the Vauxhall of Mikey Doble. Now he's on the inside of the Cupra. Dan Camish is making good progress as well. Look in the Ford, he's on the outside line, and into the top 10 goes Dan Cam. There's a lot going on in this, and they're all being caught by Rob Huff. Look, he's got the inside line of the road, opens up for him. Squeezes Mikey Doble. Go on.
He is such a fighter, Rob Huff, and he has so much experience in so many cars. Oh, there's a touch there. All 3 of them get together. Do they keep going? Huff's got his foot buried to get through the gravel.
Rowbottom is at the back of the pack. It's Mikey Doble ahead. Rowbottom gets on the wet, hits Doble, who gets like a cue ball fired into Huff.
And there may be a visit to the steward's bus as a result of that.
There's no hiding from it now, is there, Dan? Because the damage is there to show what happened.
Yeah, and I think he will get the mechanical warning flag, because that bonnet is definitely not safe being held in by only 1 pin.
So he's going to have to pit, get some tape on the bodywork to anchor it down. Ash Sutton then trying to force a way through on the inside line, and he has done so. Ingram's got a big lead, but Sutton versus Hill for second place now as they come toe-to-toe, side by side, down towards the chicane.
Hill's not going to get it up, is he? No. Come on, Ash.
Yeah, the front-wheel drive car with the front-wheel drive engine braking, as well as the weight transfer, definitely gives it a bit of an advantage in the braking.
He has been very defensive into there.
And to win the opening round of the 2024 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, Tom Ingram wins at Donington, Ash Sutton second, Jake Hill third.
And that is a statement from him. He's shown Ash Sutton that he's serious this year.
Dan Rowbottom coming back into the pit lane and not taking the checkered flag on the track as a consequence. Sam Osborne we lost early on, so not a great race for Napa Racing UK.
Damage was quite heavy. I mean, that part of barrier, there is some tyres there, but there's not a lot of tyres, and behind it is concrete. People tend not to get to the barriers around here. The idea is you have a lot of runoff to collect the car and sort it out, but when it does go wrong, you know about it. I'm definitely going to rake tomorrow, but yeah, it's pretty much done. Everything at the front, both rods. One of them things, we'll dust ourselves off. Dads will do everything they can to get us back out.
I mean, it isn't a contact sport, but nevertheless, because the cars are so equal, there always is a bit of action. You know, there's a bit of contact. It's probably contentious for me to say this, and everyone will go, "That's rubbish, he's lying." But we generally don't go into a race wanting to make contact with people, but it happens. It happens. You know, the cars are all within a tenth of a second of each other.
Remember Pat for me? We finished P13, second in the Independence and second in Jack Sears.
So I sustained damage from the contact from behind, which then shoved me into a car in front, and then I had overheating issues towards the end. It was sitting
Right.
at sort of around 100, 102.
Okay.
So I was having to dip out, find clean air and that.
Yeah, yeah.
I were going to say it were looking reasonable, but if you look up in the sky right now, there's a giant, threatening, dark cloud above us. That's also metaphorically as well. But yeah, we'll get back out there and we'll actually show what we can actually do.
You've got to maintain that focus, that determination. It's 30 races. A lot can go wrong. You know, the most important thing, which I wasn't so good at this, is you just got to score points in every race. You almost got to be a bit more consistent rather than going for the wins, and I went for the wins because you got to kiss the girls. But actually, had I played the percentage game, which Colin Turkin is particularly good at, I would have won probably another 3 or 4 chat championships. It's tough.
He's only asked for a strip.
Take your side as well. Swap the egg in.
Hello. You want to wave?
No. It's no. We're just woken up. Go fast.
Don't crash.
Try and beat Tom Ingram is my game plan.
Yeah. Just to go forward.
Definitely finish points. Try and win. We've got one more lap of hybrid than Ingram, so we'll see how that goes.
We are almost set, ready to go racing. There is Robo coming out of the chicane. Tough first day for the man that was on pole position for the first race of this event 12 months ago. Everybody then in place with the exception of Sam Osborne, whose car is missing, not repaired after its big accident in race 1. Good start by Jake Hill, as you might anticipate. Gets ahead of Sutton. Turkington up on the inside, but he gets the door closed in his face. Hill round the outside of Ingram. Ingram keeps on coming, but Jake Hill has done it from third on the grid to lead into turn 1.
But they'll be attacking him round the rest of the lap, seeing if he's got his tyres up to temperature. They know he's vulnerable with the cold front tyres.
I don't know how to play this one, but I'll let you know as soon as Ingram or Hill is using hybrid. Problem is, I don't know whether you want to use it on the lap they're using so you don't get gapped, or whether we think you can get back to it, so we want to make sure they get stuck into each other, then you'll get back.
The lock-up was from Turkington.
That'll give him a lack of confidence for the rest of the lap of breaking into the chicane, and immediately past him comes Josh Cook.
Sutton really quick out of the old hairpin. Now plans a move against Ingram. Almost level with him on the inside for Schwartz curve. If he can't get the job done, he'll be on the outside for McLean's. Job almost done. Leans on Ingram. Back through goes the Hyundai, side by side into the corner, and it's Sutton that gets roughed up. Is that Ronan Pearson? Yeah, I think it is. He's gone off the road, finds a big puddle and a bigger puddle and another one, and hopefully can get himself off that friction-free grass. He's just about done it, but Ronan Pearson, who was in 6th place, tumbles down the order.
Water has been brought on the left-hand side of the back straight.
Taylor Smith up into the top 6 now. Camish is 7th, then it's Moffat, Morgan and Doble to round out the top 10. Nose to tail on the run up towards McLean. To the inside line goes Camish, he goes through. There was room given to him. Now Ingram, look at this, up the curve. Tries to get alongside Jake Hill, going towards Hollywood. He's got the quicker line, he's got the tighter line, and he's got the lead as well. Ingram goes through, fantastic.
That was a great move. And look, Sutton's going to slide down the inside as well.
Mega job. I'll let you know if Hill is deploying. He's not currently.
Hit a wounded man when he's down. Hill being overtaken by one left him vulnerable, of course, to Sutton.
4 to go. 4 to go. Ingram has used all of his hybrid.
Aaron Taylor-Smith getting very wide out of the chicane, and through goes Rowbottom.
Does indeed, goes into the top 10 therefore. The leaders are about to come onto the last lap as they come over the line then. It is Ingram to Sutton 7/10ths, and then Jake Hill another 7/10ths back. So Jake's BMW has dropped away a little bit, interestingly.
He definitely looks closer to Ingram than he was.
Well, what a fantastic result for Ingram. He's shown he's got the pace. He had the least amount of hybrid.
Checkered flag at the ready. It is 2 out of 2 for Tom Ingram. Wins race 2 of the season from Ash Sutton in second place. Jake Hill third.
Mega job, mate. That was well fought. It's a shame the hybrid didn't quite work out. The move on Ingram was mega.
11th, Aaron Taylor-Smith. 12th will be Andrew Watson. Mikey Doble, 13th.
Pressures came in a bit high than where I thought they would come in at. So I don't know if that could be accounting to maybe the lack of bite that we've got.
To go out and just have a race where you've just given it your all, which I have, I sort of wrung the neck out of the car in that one. I didn't feel like I had another place in me. P1 Jack Sears, P13 overall, so pretty good race, finished where I started. We did get up to 10th position at one point, but we just ran out of hybrid there and a bit of front tyre wear towards the end, which hurt us, but it's going to be a bit of a crazy race with a reverse grid. The Jack Sears rivals have sort of further back on the grid, so if I can sustain another first place Jack Sears, then we'll win the overall day and the trophy. Right now, I think it would mean a lot for my championship campaign, considering we probably aren't at one of our strongest tracks of the year. I think if we can get a Jack Sears win when we're perhaps on our B game in terms of just all-round speed that we've got today, I think that sets us up well for when we get to some tracks which might suit our car a little bit better. Start the season as you mean to go on is absolutely the plan.
Race 2 was really good. It's the longest stint I've done in the car, so really useful just to learn as much as possible, just to feel what the car's doing and all the rest of it. But the car was strong, I felt strong.
Half looking right now, oh great move down the inside into the old air bin.
Yeah, we got up from the back up to 9th, and then we might have had a word with our friend Tom, who very kindly pulled my number out of the reverse grid draw. So yeah, we're starting on pole for the final race. There's a few more little tweaks to the car just to try and put it again in the right direction. We'll give it a good go, see what happens.
I go back a long way with Rob. He's really very tasty. He's a great racing driver. One of the best. But he's going to find it tough, I really think. You know, these cars are a bit quirky, they're hard to drive, they're hard to get the right setup. And he's been out of the UK scene for a while. So he's got to kind of learn again who do you give an extra little bit of margin to, you know, all the psychology of racing against these guys. I mean, they're all different individuals and you can race in different ways. But for sure, once he gets the car set up to his liking, I'm sure he'll win some races. He's world class.
Come on, mate. Go get him. Enjoy it.
Right, mate. Good luck. Have fun.
Lights out, blast off, great start by Morgan. Can he clear the Toyotas? He's got past 1, he's almost got past 2, and Turkington comes up to have a go as well. And Morgan with an absolute peach of a start. A drama in the background, Darryl De Leon off the road at high speed, he's in the gravel.
Safety car, races the boards,
Chris Smiley comes under attack from Sam Osborne and Dan Rowbottom.
Taylor and Doble in front of 3 laps of hybrid left.
A big lock up by Morgan, he's going to go deep into the corner, but does he make the corner? He runs wide, he's off, and he's given the lead to Huff.
Yes! Come on!
There's Dan Rowbottom at the back of the queue as well, looking to gain some ground if he can. And now Rob Huff trying to build that lead, but Aidan Moffat likewise trying to use the hybrid to catch back up again.
No, I told you Moffat had some pace. He's got some serious pace this weekend, that boy.
And that is Sam Osborne, whose car is disassembling itself. Osborne is 15th, but that could be a black and orange mechanical warning flag given the damage on the side.
That's Sam's.
Oh, that's Sam's.
Yeah, the headlight's now gone.
And the left front wing.
Yeah.
And that's a really bold effort by Sutton. Through he goes, gets up to 4th at the expense of Turkington.
Go on, Ash.
Oh, we've got a move for first, and through goes Moffat on Huff for first place up at Coppice.
Huff back on the attack. Turkington has gone back ahead of Sutton as well for 4th place. As Huff tries to get up the inside, mega send up the inside into the old hairpin. Job done. Brilliant move. Huff leads again. Is this one of the best drives we've ever seen out of Aidan Moffat? Going toe-to-toe with Rob Huff like this. He is driving very, very well indeed. He's back into the race lead. But look, Morgan and Turkington and Hill, they're right with them again.
If he doesn't get through on this lap, he's going to find it very difficult. Oh, a little bit of rubbing in there. Whoa.
And here is Ingram having a go at Sutton for third place. Ash wasn't expecting that. That takes the pressure off Turkington because with damage, all of a sudden, Ash Sutton was sideways and having to defend, heading towards the right and the left and then up towards the line. It is going to be a 5th British Touring Car Championship win for Aidan Moffat, who comes across the line. Moffat wins at Donington, Turkington second, third Sutton. Yes! Really impressive drive by Aidan Moffat. It'll be a really happy team, that's for sure. Door open, out he gets. Great big cheer goes up. Aidan Moffat wins race 3 at Donington under huge pressure and a great early battle with Rob Huff.
So if you think back to last year, Napa cleaned up. Yeah, they won everything. It's going to be different this year. It's a tougher grid. You know, the other teams have developed their cars throughout the process of last year. Really clever staff have now integrated into their respective teams. I think in some areas, they've been overtaken. They're going to find it tough. And having cleaned up, it's quite a bitter pill to swallow that. And that in itself will put pressure on.
Just cover that one, so.
It works for you and it works against you. Sometimes I think.
Not been a bad weekend, to be honest, compared to the changeable conditions. And yeah, we've just progressed over the weekend, and the driver seems happy. Yeah, get jab series and independent. So, not bad really. Yeah. Thank you, team. Thank you.
If it's a bit much for the trophies, I'll move them out of the way. It's been an up and down weekend. You know, the car was faultless all day. The guys have done a stellar job to present the car. It's looking fabulous. It's reliable. Had it not have been wet for race 1, we probably would have maintained position in the top 10 and maybe been a little bit closer to getting a reverse grid draw, but today it wasn't to be.
Is the Jack Sears Trophy winner, Mikey Noble. Well done, Mikey. Congratulations.
You have to dig deep. You know, we didn't have the ultimate pace today to really challenge some of those manufacturer teams at the front for perhaps overall podiums, but you know, championships aren't won in one weekend. You know, we could have easily overdrove the car, maybe thrown it off in the gravel like some other people did. But yeah, I mean, there's still lots of positives personally for me to take away. To get a Jack Sears win today, I'm over the moon with that.
And the winner, what a race it was, Aidan Moffat.
It's a little bit of land across the road from our house that we bought about 10 years ago. And me being me, the way I am, I might have built a race circuit on it. Go and tear it up. What do you reckon, guys? You fancy a race?
Yeah, I reckon so.
show you up. A little race. Okay, right. 3, 2, 1, go. It's just nice to come down here and do a little bit of grassroots racing, really. I think that there definitely needs to be more places similar to this that offer some grassroots activity for kids to come down and have a little play in a very non-heated, non-competitive environment to get on a motorbike or a quad bike, or whether it's go-karting or whatever. Great race. What happened to you, Isaac?
I was watching it.
Yeah, well, you're the sensible one out of the three of us. Second place for me, unfortunately. And the winner of today's race was, in fact, Joseph.
You used to it now, winning?
Yeah.
That's good.
Cool. Enjoyed that. It's good fun.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, same time, same place. Without the up and coming, our sport won't last very long. So it's important to have places where kids can get into the sport in an inclusive environment and really test out their skills and see if it's something they're going to want to take up down the line.
My name's Colin Turkington, I race for WSR.
So we are here at Brands Hatch and it's very hot.
It feels like we've changed country from the tropics of Donington to the sunny beaches of Barbados.
I think personally Brands Hatch is one of my favourite circuits.
Until you walk the circuit, you don't realise quite how much drop off there is.
It's an intense place, it's only 1.2 miles. You always feel like the whole grid is on top of each other.
There's no flat bits, even the straights are hilly, bumpy and curvy. I'm Tom Chilton, I'm a professional racing driver here at Team Bristol Street Motors. We're currently at Brands Hatch for round 2 of the BTCC. So I started off in cars, not karting, when I was 13 years old. I then made it into the British Touring Cars 2 weeks after turning 17 years old, and actually here at Brands Hatch GP, finished 3rd in my first ever British Touring Car race, and then I've been here ever since, and that was back in 2002. Every driver except me in Turkington's changed in this championship.
This is my 20th season in BTCC. And my first year was 2002. Missed a few in the middle. Somehow I have went from being the rising star to the elder statesman, but I don't mind that. What keeps me coming back is it's definitely the racing. You know, from all the sort of different formats and configurations of car I've driven, the racing has always been the best.
I swear it is like the top 3 championship in the world for how hard it is. You know, I could go in anything else and it's relatively easy. You know, we don't have any power-assisted brakes or traction control or ABS, it's all driver. This is genuinely hard, and that's what makes you come back every time trying to get on the top step. It is really, really hard. So when you can be at the front, it is the most rewarding and best feeling in the world.
Compared to when I started, now the cars are a lot heavier, but they're also a lot faster.
We've now got more power out the engines, we've now got bigger tyres, we've got bigger brakes, we've now got 60 horsepower hybrid.
You get to places like this, Brands Hatch Indy, you really feel that. You know, you're attacking as much speed as you can into Paddock Hill, and it really feels fast.
Lots has changed over the years, but I genuinely believe this is the most exciting year yet on paper.
We really don't quite know what we're in for. This is the first weekend where we have the hybrid balance of performance in place. Because I left Donington in 4th position, I will have 7 seconds to use over the 1 lap in qualifying. It's only going to get tougher from here on in.
I guess the big change this year was the format for qualifying. So they split the grid in 2. You go out for 10 minutes and the top 6 go forward to the next stage. 8 have been thrown in the skip. And that's their day over. They all go again, another 10 minutes, and then it gets whittled down to the quick 6. And then they go again for a shootout, see who gets pole. It puts pressure on the drivers, which is a good thing, because if you get it wrong, you've got 10 minutes to get into the top 12. That's no mean feat. If you have a problem, it puts the team under pressure, so you can end up, with all the best intentions, be fastest in free practice 1, and then you have a little problem, that's it, gone.
So a reminder, 10 minutes, and some cars may well elect to come in and do a tyre cross. Right, Colin Turkington is about to go across the timing line and offer up the only proper lap thus far, really, 48.599. Nobody else has done a time. Colin Turkington's next lap a little bit slower, although there are personal improvements for the likes of Sutton and Camish and Sam Osborne.
He needs to build anyway because the brakes were fresh on, so he might take every other lap off a little bit just to get them fully in.
This is looking decent enough, isn't it, for Ronan Pearson? Let's see where it's going to put him. And a 48.7 does indeed put Ronan Pearson second, and 2 minutes and 40 on the clock. We're not done yet. To Ronan Pearson briefly fastest, Colin Turkington back to the top.
The next lap will be your last.
We're not getting improvements in the sectors. The checkered flag is out, so this is the final opportunity, and I think the tyres are peaked.
We're P5 and nobody's actually going quicker.
Taylor Smith needs to pump one in.
No improvement for Taylor Smith, so that protects Ash Sutton 6th in the times. Much mopping of brow.
Well done, Cole. Great job through to Q2. Well done, mate.
Okay, mate, our brakes and everything, because we have got another set of brakes we could change for the next session.
Now we have the green flag to let the second group out.
Okay, we'll go to 6 on the left-hand side only.
That balance is really good. He's happy with the balance. The only thing is a little bit of druid, but yeah, I'm going to leave that.
Jake Hill and Adam Morgan in the 2 BMWs set the first meaningful times.
Tom Ingram has gone third ahead of Dan Rowbottom as the times from the front-wheel drive crew now start to be put into the mix.
You're happy to leave the same brakes, yeah?
Well, they are. They're struggling though.
Still, it's only Q2.
Yeah.
So Adam Morgan is the fastest thus far, and Aidan Moffat is down in that first sector.
Yeah, he's not going to do it on this lap.
So Adam Morgan it is who is the fastest.
Not much difference.
You want to just show him, just to give him peace of mind?
Put our lap time on there, you would have come P2. So the only person over those 2 sessions that was quicker than us was Morgan.
So the car's ready to be pulled back out of that herringbone formation onto the fast lane. That happens now as the klaxon sounds in the pit lane. Well, right now, out there and doing times are the BMWs, of course. Hill, Morgan, Turkington is the order. Well, Jake Hill is second fastest to Colin Turkington, and the only front-wheel drive time we've had is that of Josh Cook, and it's a slowish one, a start-up lap of 55.6. With now half the session to go, attention will turn not so much to the top, but to the bottom to see who's going to get knocked out. And at the moment, we're still waiting on times from Rowbottom, Chilton, Pearson, Huff and Watson.
We are currently P4.
Ash Sutton goes second. Good time, 48.0. Very good time. Such a quick session though, only 3 minutes left on the clock.
It's very tight out there. A 48.02 would put you P2.
And the flag is out. Well, Josh Cook is currently the fastest, and that would put him into Q3 for the first time this year. Adam Morgan is second, and that would put him into Q3 for the first time this year.
Okay, mega well done, mate. That's P4, we finished there. Sutton has also made it through, but Ingram and Hill are both out.
When it doesn't go well in motorsport, it's tough, but I think it's very important to analyse why that happened and then appreciate those reasons and then work hard to stop that from happening again.
So we say just the front end that didn't have the grip?
Yeah, you said go second flying, so I worked it all out to go flat out second flying with Maxton hybrid up here and everything. I went to go break a Druids and it just wanted to lock up. There was like nothing there at all. I think I should have just done more slow laps before I pushed.
I think by the time you've gone into, 2 or 3 laps into the tyre, I think you're never going to get the best out of it, although you were putting better sectors together.
And this is the final part of qualifying then, so this will determine the first 3 rows. Effectively, the rest of the grid, barring any penalties, are decided, but this will sort out the positions for the top 6 on the grid.
Made a positive change, Dan?
I hope so. We've gone quicker at least.
So Colin Turkington then, and this ought to be a lap that puts him at the top of the times over his teammate Adam Morgan. This is Dan Camish, who needs to fight back. He's on the hybrid coming up to the line. He's run out of it now. He improved in the first sector, and as he comes to the line, he goes up to 3rd quickest. Turkington, Morgan, Camish the order.
3 minutes to go, currently P1.
We have got just over 2 minutes of the session to go, and Colin Turkington and Adam Morgan lock out at the moment, the front of the grid.
It's going to be one more lap, isn't there?
Yep.
Everyone's going to have one more lap.
And all of a sudden, not a single improvement. Look at that timing tower, it's all yellow, which suggests that the tyres have done their best.
Copy that. If you think that's all it's got, then save the tyres. Yep, save the tyres.
So I think that will be the position. So I think Turkington will have the pole.
For the 28th time in his career.
Well done, guys. Well done, boys. Good job, everyone. Well done, boys.
Hopes for the weekend. You know, you always aim for the podium. Going into a weekend, you can never be overconfident, or you never quite know where your relative pace is going to be that weekend, but you just got to keep scoring points. You know, it's a long old way until we come back to Brands Hatch in October. So I think my aims for the season now, aims for each race weekend shift a bit towards just trying to, or wanting to enjoy it. You know, I think, you know, we got to sort of savor these moments, and when things are flowing a bit easier, the results tend to come as well. So we'll aim for the podium and see where we get to.
Qualifying went a little bit like that, so chuffed a bit, to be honest. I think that's my 2nd best ever quali, so over the moon. You know, I was quietly confident coming into this weekend with our championship position and the amount of hybrid we're going to have, that we're going to be somewhere near the front, and to put it on P2, really good chance tomorrow, so can't wait to get going.
Just got out of qualifying, not the result I'd want, but improved on my pace quite a bit from free practice 2, so feel proper racy for tomorrow. And you know, in British Touring Car, you know, what you can make up a lot of grid positions in one race. So still excited for tomorrow, even though it wasn't the qualifying I'd have liked for. But it's so tight round here, being such a short circuit. And excited to be headed off to Crazy Karts, where I've got a chance to get big points.
Nick Halstead is a very sharp businessman. He understands the value of the off-track part of motor racing. He loves his motorsport. He's a great enthusiast. He won't mind me saying this. He's not the best racing driver in the world, but he knows that, and that's not his goal. His goal is to enjoy the motorsport, get stuck in, try and make a difference with teams that he goes to join, trying to make a difference for the championship, to bring the promotion along. And he loves it. He loves it. And that's great.
My name is Nick Halstead, and I'm the racing driver for Team Bristol Street Motors. So I didn't do karting, I did bikes. So when I was 11, almost professional level motocross and enduro racing, but didn't have the budget to do cars. So when I then did have the budget, which, you know, it's a little later in life, having my background of being a tech entrepreneur, got the bug again for motorsport, had the time and money to do it, and you know, eight years later, from doing Ginettas right at the beginning, now in 2nd year of British Touring Car. It's probably 18, 19 years ago, started a business to do with initially web technology, discovered Twitter really early. I've got the handle NIK because I was one of the very first people to start using Twitter, and realised it could be used for business. You could basically go on Twitter and post a tweet about a news story, and we'd count the news story, and we thought, well, wouldn't it be better if there was a button that people could vote on, saying this news story or whatever is shareable. And so we then became the retweet button, and it ended up on something like 500,000 websites had my button on it, and we were, billions and billions of page impressions, and then that got sold to Twitter. it's very hard in the tech world to get on the map. So that's, without question, made the rest of my career a lot easier. So Crazy Karts, it all started because I had a couple of the smaller Crazy Karts at home for my children, and we used to zoom around on those together, and I just literally had a mad idea. Could we persuade a couple of the circuits to let us run just a silly few laps? And it was driven by a desire of just getting the drivers in front of the camera. Today, social media is driven by personalities, and we see the cars, and everyone knows the drivers behind the cars, but we don't as much see them doing other things. And it was like, well, if we can create something, different bits of content, and Crazy Karts was the one that's really worked, was get them on a crazy kart. You actually get to see them, get to see the personalities, and just have a lot of fun. The people at Razor have been massively supportive, and then so it was like, right, how do we make this even bigger? So that was then take them on as a main sponsor. We are now at the level where it's on the official program, and again, that's just my general way I think that I approach things. If it can be expanded and improved, then that's what I'll do.
Assumed track position is Adam, Jake, and then Colin. All three cars coming in for four-wheel pit stop. Pit stop practice is something we do every sort of Sunday morning before an event. It's just getting the crews ready for any sort of eventuality. So if a car does come in with a problem, it's not a surprise to them. And yeah, they can deal with it calmly, and more importantly, make sure the pit stop is legal. We always hope we never have to do a pit stop in a race, but I'd like to think we're well prepared if we have to. You never know when you're going to need to do it, so it's always best to be prepared. So my name's Carl, and I'm team manager at West Surrey Racing. So I started my career in motorsport as a number 3 mechanic. I joined them for a week's work experience, asked if I could come back and volunteer and do 1 day a week, and then eventually got the role of assistant team manager, which turned into the team manager role that I'm doing now.
So I'm Justina Williams, I'm the team owner of Accelerate. So I've started my career as an apprentice industrial electrician, working on a nuclear power station. Ended up working in sales and customer service, and then went on to then had the opportunity to have my own race team, and decided, well, great opportunity, let's give it a go. So that's why we're here today.
So my responsibilities are quite varied. It can involve anything from general organisation. I still do some of the purchasing.
So it's a lot about making sure our team partners are happy, our drivers are happy, and their sponsors and their guests, and working with the whole of the team for engineering, what we're doing with engine development, what we're doing commercially.
We're looking at the damage after the weekend, ordering the new parts, looking after our suppliers, sponsors.
And it's really looking for the future and the focus for the team and what we want to achieve next. Budgets have increased over the years, so my job's now harder, having to try and find more money and gain more budget to make sure we can still develop our cars, still develop our engines, and be at top of the game.
Being able to go away with the team that you work so hard with and actually get a result or a win on a weekend, and being able to jump on the pit wall and celebrate that. I think all of us do it for that moment, if you like, and that's something it will always stick. That's something that we'll always be doing it for. We're all here because we love it. We're all here because we enjoy it, and I don't think you could do it unless it was something you enjoyed.
It is hot out on track, that is for sure, as we look forward then to the first of 3 touring car races here on the all-action Indy circuit and all BMW front row.
You're about 6 inches from the front edge of the box.
You did your job right. I'll leave you with that, mate.
The lights will go out in a moment to get the race underway. Who is going to make the best start out of the BMW drivers? Colin Turkington is away smartly, and already, look, the BMW's getting away as Sutton makes a move on the inside of Cavish and goes through for 3rd.
Sutton got past Cavish.
No problems for Turkington, he launched the car perfectly and he's done a great first lap.
Whereas now Adam Morgan is falling into the clutches, is he not, of Ash Sutton? So this is side by side for second. It's Adam Morgan on the inside, but Sutton's already got the job done.
Okay, Ash has got past Morgan now.
And the fastest lap, Dan Camish, currently in 4th place. And there he is on the inside of Morgan, so make that 3rd place.
With Cook trying to follow him through, they'll be side by side, but Morgan retains the inside and preferable line.
This is Jake Hill's view, and that is Tom Ingram ahead. So the Hill progress has got him up into 9th. Remember, he started 12th. They've got the Cook done it round the outside. Morgan comes across on Watson. Contact between the two. Morgan's gone wide, so Watson is through. Rowbottom is through on the inside line as well. Then you got Ingram, then you got Hill, who's fallen away a couple of lengths. Morgan, though, is falling back through the train, isn't he, as Watson again tries to squeeze up the inside, and off go 2 of them. Morgan is 1, and it was that Ronan Pearson in the oven. Adam's race has not quite come to grief at Druids. He's going to be able to rejoin.
Fortunately, it's a glancing blow, so no huge damage, but it's Pearson that then ends up in the grabber.
Camish has a problem as well. Dan Camish, who was 2nd, has slowed right down.
He's got a puncture on the left front.
Yeah, Camish is punching.
Now that is Tom Chilton getting ahead of Tom Ingram. Remember that Chilton has got much more hybrid available to him, so he sweeps past.
This pace looks really good to everyone else. Keep managing that left rear tyre.
So Colin Turkington leads round 4 of the championship by a whopping 5.7 seconds. He's just building that gap over Josh Cook. Adam Morgan, after his travails earlier on, is way back in 16th place now.
You can use hybrid until the end of the race now. Use it to help manage the left rear tyre, minimise curve use.
Race 1 won by Colin Turkington at Brands Hatch, and in dominant fashion as well. 2nd across the line is going to be Josh Cook, and for 3rd, the best of those on the medium tyre, and of course on the 2nd least amount of laps of hybrid, Ash Sutton. So that's an excellent performance. Colin Turkington just inch perfect.
I don't think the old Colin Turkington ever went away.
You know, you feel like the eyes of the world are sort of on you on race day, and you know, whenever you can pull off a result, it's a great feeling, because you're celebrating with the team, and sort of also with your family as well. You know, I'm quite fortunate I've been able to bring my kids up through my life. My career is touring cars, and they've been here from the beginning. So, you know, everybody on the grid wants to win. You know, sure, it would be great to win again, and that's why I'm here. You know, I want to win the championship again, but I don't want to win it just to say that I won it 5 times. You know, otherwise I would have stopped already. You know, it's winning it is just the culmination of all the effort and hard work and sacrifice. You know, that's where you get the pleasure.
Quality. Cheers, thank you. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, it was quite a nerve-wracking race with the left rear tyre, the soft tyre. Saw a few people, Camish have a puncture, so it was a pretty nerve-wracking race. But actually, Colin looked really comfortable out there. The pace was strong. We managed to get a nice gap and maintain it. So yeah, delighted. On to race 2.
The next award is the Manufacturer Constructors Award for round 4. The winners are BMW, and to represent them, Colin's engineer, Dan Millard. Well done. Congratulations to BMW. And on the top step of the podium for the first time in 2024, first win of the year, Colin Turkington, the top step of the podium.
I thought he drove exceptionally well.
That's like 2019 Colin, isn't it? Yeah. He's try and work together in those initial couple of laps, because I think we're going to be under a lot of pressure.
Definitely.
It's a lifestyle. That's what we always say. If you're moving into touring cars at this level, you're definitely making a life choice, and it will consume a lot of your life, but the rewards are also fantastic as well. We're all trying to win with the resources and the budget that we've got available to us. Everyone's doing everything they can to make sure we go out and win as many races as possible. Without that, you don't bring on new sponsors, you don't bring on new drivers, and eventually there'll come a point where people will stop investing in your team. So that's why it's important to win.
Just an update to the grid, Hill is now starting P4, coming up with Watson. Jason's starting P4 now, so if he gets a good start, he could well be behind us, and I imagine he's going to be quite aggressive punches, or something to bear in mind. Are you all done? All happy?
Happy. I am if you are.
Yeah.
We get set. It's round 5 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. It is 24 laps. Lights go red, lights out quickly, it is go. Good start by Hill, brilliant start by Turkington though, and the road opens up ahead of Jake Hill on the outside line as Josh Cook tried to move across and cover off Ash Sutton.
Jake's pushing someone. Yes, up the inside.
Yeah, Cookie.
Hill gets up the inside and goes through. Jake goes second and Josh got well and truly roughed up there. And while they've been squabbling on the opening lap, so Colin Turkington has got away.
Mate, these initial 2 laps are absolutely perfect.
Rowbottom has lost out to Ingram, who's gone round the outside of Clark Curve. Hyundai ahead of Ford.
Jake Hill has weathered that sort of first and second lap storm, hasn't he? Where the front wheel drive cars really attacked the rear wheel drive cars.
Jake should be alright now, shouldn't he? He's using hybrid to get away. Right, yeah.
Now, Hill versus Sutton. Just as we said that Jake had weathered the storm, Ash goes around the outside of Paddock. He's got the fastest lap of the race. Hill's late on the brakes up at Druids. They scramble into the corner. Sutton gets run out wide. Jake Hill is still ahead as they come down the hill, but Sutton and Cook are right back with him. Sutton's got the inside against the BMW this time for second place as they head up the hill, and surely this time Ash Sutton's going to go through. Jake Hill sort of turns in and finds the Ford alongside him, so contact between the two. Sutton goes second, and Hill and Cook overlap down the hill for third, but the BMW is ahead when it counts for the apex.
And now side by side, Hill and Cook round the corner. Ingram right behind.
So up the hill on the inside line goes Jake Hill, and there's contact from behind. That may have been Rowbottom.
Robo just punting it.
Pushed out there?
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think I've ever seen so many cars. Literally, you could throw a blanket over them and changing positions every lap.
Meanwhile, Colin Turkington, serene out front, is 4 seconds clear of Sutton.
Doing a mega job, mate. This pace is really good.
Oh, a lunge down the inside. A bit of a touch, bit of a lock up, and Ingram is through.
And right there behind them is Tom Chilton. We've got 12 laps to go, less than that now. Rob Huff is behind this queue in 6th place, but he's not yet caught up. That's Jake Hill in the gravel. Jake Hill has gone straight on at Druids into the gravel track, and that puts the tin hat on a difficult second race.
Oh, it's Jake as well.
He's feeling the steering. Wow, the steering's broken. Look at that.
The steering wheel, look.
Yeah.
Well, you don't know if that was the impact from hitting the wall.
He barely hit the wall though.
Did he?
Yeah. No. He said the steering wheel broke on the way in. So he just broke as much as he could.
Double whammy. Cole's lost his lead and we've lost manufacturer points.
We are racing again as Turkington and Sutton go over the line.
Adam's had a good recovery.
Here they come up towards the line, Morgan on the outside, and they've both got to be mindful that Chilton and Rowbottom are not that far adrift either. Over the line, Morgan is just about ahead as they break the beam. Yep, got the job done going into the corner.
Wow, Morgan's up to P4.
Yes.
Phenomenal drive.
This is Ingram send on the inside. Through he clatters, but he makes the corner.
He doesn't run wide. That was a good pass.
Mikey Doble now has a go on the Hyundai, and that is Ronan Pearson's car. So Ronan has done a good job, hasn't he? From the back of the grid to 9th. Sutton gets into the back of Ingram, helps him along, but look who is behind them. There is going to be a lap to run, and Morgan could just gain another place, couldn't he, if they all tangle ahead of him. We're looking at 2nd, 3rd, 4th as they come to clear ways. Sutton gives Ingram a little tap and dislodges the Hyundai, but Ingram doesn't run out wide and Morgan can't really get up with them. To the checkered flag and a second win of the day. Colin Turkington wins at Brands Hatch. 2nd across the line, he's going to be Ingram, and it's in a virtual dead heat for 3rd. Sutton takes 3rd by 25 thousandths of a second from Adam Morgan.
You have cracked the code.
Yeah.
Good lad, Dan. You're a whole game by.
Hey, that was absolutely brilliant.
The more they fight behind, all the better.
I know. Yeah, well done. Great drive by Adam. Really great drive by Adam.
It's made up for race 1 anyway. Yeah, I don't know, odd. 15th to 4th. It's obviously a mega, really happy. Just figuring out, such a difference in race 1 from the medium tyre to the soft tyre, but I think we can make some improvements for race 3, but overall, P4, very nearly P3. Happy. One more race.
So good.
Jack's had a rough weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah. When you run 3 or 4 cars, like you're always going to have one car doing really well, like another one unfortunately always gets caught up with something. Like
laws of statistics says that someone's going to get caught up in it, and if you've got 3 cars on the grid,
The issue we had at Brands Race 2, we were sat P10. We'd had a great start and got up to P2, but while we were catching and we were settling in, doing good lap times that were matching the leaders out the front, we then had a steering failure going to Druids. And all the conversation afterwards was if it was going to happen anywhere, Druids was the best place. There was very little damage to the car. Had it happened the corner before going into paddock, then it could have been, you know, a really, really big crash, which most importantly would have been, would Jake be okay? But the car would have unlikely to been out for race 3 had we had that crash. The first time you then speak to him was back in the pits, and then you sit there trying to figure out how you pick yourselves up again, because any kind of you know, issue where you retire from a race that wasn't your doing is always really tough to take, both, you know, as the driver and as the race engineer and the team in general.
So I'm not even turning anyone around, they're all just turning in on me. Like, Cook, just keep coming, and you're like... Robo's just nailed me so hard and just pushed me out of the way. The part of the problem is we're just too slow at the apex because it's just oversteering. Just have a look, you look at Colin, he's just been able to drive away. And, you know, alright, there might be a bit, but I refuse to admit that I'm that much worse than him. No, that's what I feel like.
Nothing always goes to plan. That is just motorsport. We could nearly write off a car on a Sunday and be expected to rebuild that as a team and have it ready for the next race weekend. That's when the team really comes together and it shows what we can achieve when we get presented with those situations. I never forget seeing the first major accident that we had as a team, thinking, how is this all going to go back together? Whereas now we've seen enough as a team, it happens, and you see the guys and girls, they're already moving around the garage, they're thinking about what parts do they need. We don't turn into robots, but there's a set procedure now, I think, that just begins to naturally take place whenever something like that happens.
When things go wrong, and sometimes it's out of your control, you can't control what happens on the circuit. And unfortunately in motorsport, that does happen quite a lot. So it is quite frustrating. I feel for the drivers, I feel for the team, because the effort that everyone puts in, I don't think people realise how many hours get put into making this all happen with such short turnarounds as well. Winning is so important because it just validates all the hard work, but also seeing the likes of Ronan come from racing with us in JCWs in the mini challenge when he was one of our development drivers moving into touring cars. That's a real highlight for me, and I feel very proud that the team have been able to achieve that, or the driver's been able to achieve that with our team. So it just says, look, we're doing it right, we're doing something well, we want to continue to win, and it helps our team partners, you know, they're getting seen on TV, and it helps our driver sponsors. And just the overall thing is keeping everyone happy. If we can win the Drivers' Championship again, fantastic, but also we'd love to win the teams.
I'm with Colin Turkington to make that reverse grid draw. See if we can get in here. Just go low. I went high. You gone high, but you can do anything today. Ronan Pearson will be on pole position for our reverse grid race, which is coming up at 5:15.
Last race of the day, mix of tyres in terms of the medium and the soft, jumble grid, and you've got a man on pole position that hasn't had a win before. That's Ronan Pearson, who's going to be a man to watch.
No retreat, no surrender. Go for it.
It's round 6 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. It's 24 laps, and it's go, and a good start made by Aaron Taylor-Smith, who is away like a stab rat to take the lead on the way up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Ronan Pearson goes for the race lead with a proper send up the inside, and he's done it. Fantastic move.
Wow, where did that come from? That's absolute peach of a manoeuvre.
That's right. There's Adam Morgan going through on the inside to put himself back ahead of Dan Rowbottom.
That was a robo.
And Rowbottom is on the soft, Sutton is on the soft, but Morgan is on the medium. So in theory, those Fords should be able to vault ahead. Ronan Pearson is getting away. 1.2 seconds to the good now. This is a really impressive drive early in the race. I'm not saying he's done and dusted, far from it. And a real cue developing behind Adam Morgan there on that harder tyre. Morgan, big lock-up, Sutton, a place gain. That now puts him up into 7th place, Ash Sutton. Ingram to the inside of Doble, through he goes on that soft tyre. Another place gain for the champion of 2 years ago, Tom Ingram. Gains a place, although in fairness, Mikey Doble fight back. Has Ingram got a problem? I thought the car was a bit smoky over the line. It is.
It's smoking like a...
And then look, is that a puncture?
That's Ingram, that's problems for Ingram.
As well.
And it is a puncture, it is indeed left front. And he's going to limp it to the pit lane. So Tom Ingram, flat tyre, left front. They'll be a bit nervous at Team Bristol Street Motors. Ingram, soft tyre, puncher, race leader. Pearson, soft tyre, and he's got 12 laps to go, 12 laps to nurse maybe. Here, Tom Chilton's podium finish is not guaranteed because Ash Sutton has caught him. Sutton up from 9th on the grid.
Yes, mate, he has, yeah. He's now got 6 laps left to get to 1 more.
Now look, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. A proper battle pack, and Chilton on the hybrid tries the attack. Goes to the inside line. Aaron Taylor-Smith closes the door. There's contact. Chilton barging his way up the inside as Taylor-Smith tries to close the door. Here comes Sutton up the inside as well. Hyundai goes through. Ford goes through, and ATS drops back to 4th. Right there, out of paddock is Ronan Pearson. He's got less than 3 laps to go. Ronan Pearson turning his way up towards clearways. This will be the end of lap 22. 2 to run after this. All eyes are on this man, Ronan Pearson, in only his 2nd season in the championship, and he now comes up towards not only the final corner, but a first win in the British Touring Car Championship for Ronan Pearson. A tremendous drive. Pearson wins at Brands Hatch. Tom Chilton will make it a Hyundai 1-2, but right now they're all celebrating this man's first win, and a great drive by Ronan Pearson. He deserved that.
Good news. Fantastic.
Incredible. I've had tears of joy for Ronan to go, as we said, from being a development driver with us, from the JCWs to touring cars, to now have his first win. Absolutely incredible. I can't tell you how I feel. And then Tom Chilton to get 2nd as well. Wow.
All the worries, we got there.
Well done, good effort.
Oh, thank you.
It's just like an achievement again that we've gone this far so soon, and like I say, young talent, a young driver, we've helped him get to that win, and there'll be plenty more where that comes from.
Oh my God. Race winners.
Fancy a glass of wine to celebrate. Maybe it should be champagne.
Just gone absolutely bang on it. Oh well, back to it now. Get those things off, see what they're like. Yeah.
On the 2nd step of the podium, with the first podium of 2024, Tom Chilton. Here he goes. Here comes Superboy, taking his first win in the BTCC, Ronan Pearson. A huge cheer for Ronan. Absolutely delighted the crowd are. Absolutely delighted Ronan is. And the winner's trophy goes the way of Ronan Pearson.
That was a good way to start, wasn't it? Yeah, Ronan stood up there with his trophy for his first ever win, and I remember that feeling 20 years ago. So 2004, 20 years ago was my first win, and Ronan was 2 years old and he came to watch me, and now he's my teammate and got his first win, so I'm really happy for him.
Honestly, I've got no words. I'm lucky I've got a voice left. It's just absolute jubilation. I feel like there's a pressure off my shoulders. A weight's been lifted at the same time as just sheer joy, and to get to this point has been so hard. And I can't obviously thank everybody involved enough for it. It just feels completely surreal. You know, the way that our day started off, it just shows you, just keep the mindset, keep the mentality, and you can deliver a result like that. It just feels so special.
Naturally, when you're running 3 cars, 4 cars, you're going to have good days, bad days, all mixed into one. But ultimately, we've come away with pole position, 2 wins. There was some hard racing today, so yeah, really happy overall. We've had a great weekend, and we'll work on what went wrong and make sure that's improved for the next one. But yeah, no, really looking forward to keep moving forward in the championship.
How am I going to celebrate this? We'll have to wait till tomorrow. I've got a flight home to catch, but there will be a drink at the airport, but then I've got to drive. So yeah, we'll wait until tomorrow. But obviously, it's a real shame. My stepmom and little baby brother, this is the first weekend they've not been to in such a long time. The main sponsor, Alamo, and this is what we've done. So maybe there's an omen in there.
are at the Snetterton 300 circuit this weekend, and I do have to say it is one of my favourite circuits.
Literally arrived at Snetterton. It's a nice sort of 20 degrees. It's not too warm. It's not raining yet.
It's got a mix of corners, got some undulations, got some
tight twisty corners.
There's plenty of areas for overtaking. The hybrid here is going to be very, very effective, along with the 3 different tyre choices we have this weekend as well. It's going to make the racing very, very interesting.
So my name's Scott Sumpton and I drive for Restart Racing in the British Touring Car Championship. For me, this is where it's at. The British Touring Cars is where it's at. TCR was an amazing 2 years for me, progressing and learning front-wheel drive style of racing and touring car racing. Moving into the big boy leagues, as some might say, you can't really build yourself up to it to hopping into the British touring cars.
My name's Darragh De Leon, I'm 18 years old and I race for Duckham's Racing with Unlimited Motorsport. The way I got into touring cars was halfway through last year. At the start of 2023, I won a scholarship called the British Endurance Championship, and that was in the touring car type programme. And then halfway through the year, once I got the opportunity to race in BTCC, that's when I appeared at Croft. I did half the year last year, learning the car, stuff like that, and then I managed to get a seat again for 2024, which I'm really happy about, and that's with Unlimited Racing. Got a lovely new sponsor, Duckham's Racing as well, lovely colours, it all looks good, and I'm just really happy to be here and back on the grid again.
So I'm Chris Smiley, I drive in the BTCC for Restart Racing. So I basically started racing karts whenever I was 7 years old, raced all over the UK, finished third in the BRDC Stars of Tomorrow in 2006, which is effectively the British Championship for karting. I won the Genetis Junior Scholarship in 2007. We always wanted to race in the BTCC, and it was sort of like 2013 when I won the test in the 888 MG, Jason Plato's car, we got a test. And ever from that day on, you know, we had our goal set that we wanted to race in the championship. So the biggest change is obviously the cars now are 80 kilos heavier than where they used to be. They're a lot more powerful now. The hybrid has fundamentally changed the car, how the car handles, the driving style of the car, and how you make it work. My hopes for this weekend, I would love to get inside the top 10, put myself in a position for race 3 reverse grid. A little bit of luck and you never know what can happen.
It's not actually rained anymore since FP2, so I don't know what the conditions are going to be like. I think it's going to be really greasy out, so the track's always going to be evolving, so I've just got to learn, and especially with the quick 6 qualifying, we've only got 10 minutes to try and put a lap in, and around such a long lap round here at Snetterton, we're only going to have maybe 2 or 3 push laps, so I'm going to need to try and adapt really quickly to what the track's doing, so especially on the out lap, try and find where the grip is, and then, yeah, 2-3 laps, just try and push it as hard as possible.
Okay, so we have 30 seconds, so you can start her up.
And the green flag is shown then, so we are in business, the clock starts, and the field making its way on a damp circuit down towards the first corner at Britches. 10 minutes is all they get for each of these segments, and we've had over a minute already, and they haven't even got round to start a flying lap in the BMW's case. So, with 7 minutes on the clock, now they are on to a flying lap. This takes me back to that earlier point about the number of laps available for some of the cars, depending on whether you're front-wheel drive or rear, where you are in the queue, because 10 minutes around here doesn't give you that much time for many laps.
He's got a good exit out to the back straight, which is good. He's got a real good exit.
But a 154 would be pole position of last year. They're not going to get near that in this, but we'll see how close they can get. The 2:11 for Jake Hill is compared with Colin Turkington's lap time of a 2:12.
Yeah, he's got time.
Yeah, 100%, mate. Yeah, you can. You've got 3.5 minutes left, so you've got enough time. Just back it off, cruise round.
And at the moment, Chilton is out, Thompson is out, Moffat is out, Sumpton is out, Halstead is out, and Thompson needs to be in. So those that will go through are Jake Hill, Bobby Thompson, Rob Huff, Colin Turkington, Andrew Watson, and the 6th of them is going to be Ronan Pearson. The second group of cars will be getting set very shortly. They, remember, are Dan Camish, Ash Sutton, Mikey Doble, Dan Rowbottom, Aaron Taylor-Smith, Adam Morgan, Chris Smiley, Josh Cook, Darragh De Leon, and Sam Osborne.
It's all right.
It was good.
It's tricky out there.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky.
Bloody tricky.
It's not like full wet, it's a bit slippy.
It was just like where it's adapted from
FP2. Yeah, exactly.
It's just changed. But again, I wasn't far from Moffat either.
No.
Half
That's good. Well done. Well done.
Thank you very much, David.
There's two really big challenges for the young guys who are coming in with no experience. A, they probably won't have done much winter testing, so the car's still very new. It won't feel like it's a nice comfy pair of shoes, it'll feel like you've got someone else's shoes on. Because of the experience or the lack of, they don't know what the car can do, what it's capable of. And also, they don't know what it can't do. And you need to know both parameters. And there'll be different parameters for each given corner, whether it's a high speed, a low speed, a medium speed. And those parameters will change during the course of a race run, quite considerably. And until you get a really good feel on what it can and can't do, on what's normal and what's not, it's very difficult to be on the limit. Really difficult to be on the limit.
Let's go.
Okay, Chris, good luck.
Right, this is going to be an interesting one now because the road might be a little bit drier. We know that 2 minutes 10.6 is the target to compare against.
He got told not to take his time. He got told to go flat out the box. Out the box, flat out.
You can see where the tyres are making marks through the wet on the track.
Yeah.
So it is still drizzling out there.
And we're already into the second half of this allotted time. That's Chris Smiley going by, and he will be forward.
Come on, Craig.
It's a decent lap. That's a decent lap.
Right now, those that are out are Aaron Taylor-Smith, Daryl De Leon, Adam Morgan, surprisingly.
Everyone's doing the same. Everyone's gone slower, which is good.
Sutton, Camish, Cook, Smiley, Robot and Morgan that are in, so Doble is out, teammate Taylor-Smith is out, De Leon is out. I'm tempted to say we've got the top six already here, haven't we? And if the road is getting wetter and the times aren't coming, it may be that people pit early.
First lap, flying lap, which is best lap. I mean, tyres weren't up to temp.
When they took the temperature now, they should be absolutely singing.
There's not going to be a massive amount of shuffling, I don't think. Some will get another lap out of this, but the flag is imminent, look, with 46 seconds on the clock now.
Morgan will get quicker than
Yeah.
That's all right, we've got a bit of room there.
Recognition for Chris Smiley, fourth fastest in the Restart Racing Cupra. So let's see, here comes a big deep breath, and here comes Adam Morgan to the line. Seventh at the start of the lap, but as he breaks the beam to end the session, he's up to fourth, so that knocks Taylor-Smith out of it. Daryl De Leon was going quickly in sector one, and the Cupra comes up to cross the timing line, and Daryl De Leon's lap is not an improvement either. So Taylor-Smith out, Doble out, De Leon out, Osborne out, and Sutton's top time of a 2:11.3, demonstrably slower than Jake Hill.
That's it, boys, yeah. Just. Good job. Yeah, you're through to Q2, so you are into the next session. So cool everything down and bring it back, please.
I mean, what was weird is we went out, he did a good lap, and then he didn't extract the tyre. So whether or not, I don't know. The tyre didn't get better. Normally they get better after the third, fourth lap. And he sort of did the best lap on his first flying lap.
It's just the same. It just feels the same since FP1 and FP2. Like no different.
Really?
No different. It's like the same as brands.
Just can't get out the corner.
It just can't. I can't get the power down.
Yeah.
I drove that as quick as I can.
Yeah.
Like I don't. Yeah.
Right, we're in business then. This is Q2. Again, 10 minutes, 12 drivers, and we want to take 6 forward. So now it is about being quick. You've got to get through. You've got to set a good time. So Matt Neal overseeing this car.
Well, I believe Matt Neal's helping them. I mean, he's got a wealth of experience about all aspects of how a team should be run, how the cars should be set up, what they should feel like. I would imagine he'll be an enormous help, actually.
46.5. I'm telling you, it's decent.
So, we got to spin it there. I think that's Adam Morgan. It is.
Yeah.
He's gone off. He's not having a good weekend of it. Just can't find the grippier parts of the track. He's spun at Riches. Fortunately, he can get restarted. That was in front of Bobby Thompson.
And at the moment, the 6 are Hill, Thompson, Camish, Sutton, Cook, Watson. So out would be Huff, Rowbottom, Turkington, Smiley, Morgan, Pearson.
Currently P10, Chris, with 3 minutes remaining. Cool everything down, and you can go for one last lap, okay?
With just under 3 minutes to go, the road has got slower again.
Yeah, what's happening is that the road isn't really wet enough for these wet tyres, so they're actually overheating.
Yeah, P10, if you box this time.
Chris Smiley 10th has had a lap time disallowed for track limit offences. Huff gone, Turkington gone, Rowbottom gone, Smiley, Morgan, Pearson gone.
Okay, Chris, good job, mate. P11, well done. Morgan just pipped us on the last lap there.
Yeah, that wasn't perfect, but yeah, wasn't fast.
Well done, mate.
Good.
Well done.
Yeah, that's better, yeah.
The only independent in there as well.
Is that right?
Yeah, he was the only independent, so good job.
Struggled to be honest. The car feels the same as it did at round 2 at Brands. We just struggled to get out the corner really. Getting back to full power, just can't do it. It's a very massive delay in it, so yeah, struggled, but the team are working very hard. I'm pushing as much as I can, and that's all we can do really, hoping for some decent results tomorrow, but we'll see how it goes.
There's two types of teams. You've got the manufacturers and then you've got the independents. Really the difference is, in theory, the manufacturer teams have a bit more budget because they're financially supported by the manufacturer. Whereas the independent teams, exactly what it says on the tin, they don't have any manufacturer support. So they don't have access to the same level of personnel, the same level of budget. If you've got a good car, some good staff, some good engineers, clever people, the right level of budget to keep on top of the car, to life components, to do it properly, there's no reason why an independent team can't win.
So I started working with Darryl. I was part of the process that selected him for the Team Mod Scholarship back in 2023. He obviously won a drive in the British Endurance Championship in 2023, which I was the team manager of, and we did go and win the championship in our first year with him. And then obviously partway through that year, there was an opportunity for him to come into touring car. So it's a massive learning year for him this year to do a full year at the age of 18. Look, he's a very, very talented kid. Anybody who understands motorsport will see him in a few years' time in a proper front-running car.
How's it going, boys?
Yeah, I think it's going good. I think it can always go better. But I think for us to come as a new team, Scott is a new driver into the series, and me returning back to a very new BTCC with the cars changing with the hybrid system. They're a bit heavier now.
Yeah, we're two meetings in now, aren't we? So 6 races under our belts. How are you both finding with the use of the hybrid? Because obviously there's a lot of information on the dash you've got to take in and absorb and react to, and then use strategically through the race. And how are you finding that?
Yeah, well, obviously we've got a plan in our mind where we're going to use it, and sometimes that if you maybe have a bad exit of a corner or something, you maybe just don't hit it exactly at the right point in time.
And now they've sort of included boost with it. It's improved this year, hasn't it? Yeah. So it can be used as a bit of a weapon for attack and defence.
It's both the same, because if you've a load of cars around you and you're sort of defending because you haven't got the pace, you can see that whenever you use it, you do give yourself a little bit of a gap. But you have to be careful that the car in behind isn't saving his up, so whenever you run out, they just steam straight past you.
So if you see the grid today, you're obviously a bit higher up. You've done well, had great qualifying. You got a good solid qualifying. Any flash points you can see for the day ahead?
Well, obviously with the rain, it gives opportunities, and it's easier to make mistakes in the rain. So there is potentially some of the cars in front that we could make places quite easily, and that stands the same for us. We just have to get a good start and sort of pick our way through. That you can survive the first few laps and get going. There will be places to make, and obviously there's a few fast cars in behind us that are probably out of position from where they normally qualify. So yeah, if we can hang on the fringes of the top 10, and who knows what can happen. You get yourself in the position for the reverse grid, you don't know what can happen.
It looks like the rain's cleared away, so yeah, we've gone for the soft option tyre to give us the best chance. I don't think many people will go for the soft in this race, maybe a couple around us, but I think most people will go for the medium, so hopefully we can use the best out of it and do some pushing and get forward.
So, in terms of tyres, Goodyear bring 3 compounds and a wet. So you've got a hard compound, what they call the prime compound, which is kind of like the medium one, and then you've got a soft compound. Obviously, the softer the tyre is, the more degradation you get, but it gets you a faster lap time. So the top 10 in race 1 have to run the hardest tyre that Goodyear have brought along to the track. Some days that might be the hard tyre, some days it might be the medium tyre. And that's a penalty. That's a big penalty.
Give him hell, Chief. Have a good run. See you when you get back.
The 5-second board is displayed, and we are ready then for the first touring car race of the day. It is round 7 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. It is go, and a great start by Jake Hill as expected, but Ash Sutton out-drags Adam Morgan.
Good start. It's a good start.
Look at the purple BMW with Bobby Thompson on the outside line, because the Bobster has made a really good getaway as well, and he goes third, going down towards Riches ahead of Morgan.
Good start, Chris.
So Jake Hill leads, and he is trying to get away as expected from the rest of them. Sutton second, Thompson is third, Morgan is fourth, Camish in fifth. Tom Ingram comes up to attack Chris Smiley. So the two of them running together. Chris Smiley in the Cupra.
Come on, Daryl. Yeah, get with him. He's behind Moffat. Moffat's going down the inside of Pearson.
Right, as we go on board with Turkington behind Cook, so we might see some. Oh, look, there's the first line. The first line straight in front of us on that cold rear hard tyre for Cookie, coming out of the Nelson corner, and through went Turkington.
And Smiley and Ingram, so Cook goes backwards, and now Rob Huff at the end of lap 1. Jake Hill will lead at the end of it. This is on board with Chiltern Contact. That was possibly what you saw. And look, he's on the outside line.
Oh, he's gone up him.
That's Ingram getting himself back ahead of Chris Smiley. So those two currently are arguing over 8th and 9th places. Smiley going really well in the top 10, which is great to see for that real underdog team.
Okay, mate, great job. Go with Ingram now.
Yeah, and he's had a great weekend, actually, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And really good to see Chris Smiley getting towards the sharp end of the touring car grid, and that is Moffat creeping back with left front damage and a puncture.
That's another one gone.
That's Moffat. That's that puncture from Chiltern.
And driving in the background, one spins one of the Napa Fords up the Escape Road. So there's been another sort out coming down towards the S's, and it was Scott Sumpton that went around. It was Sam Osborne, I suspect, off in avoidance.
Scott, I need you to get the car out on your own, mate. We can't afford for a safety car or anything like that, so can you get the car going?
Up front, though, Jake Hill has really got his foot down. He's a 1.7 second lead over Ash Sutton. But will we get a safety car if Sutton's car can't move on its own?
Very possibly. He's trying to get it going, and it's gone through that sort of 30-second cycle, power down, power up again.
Carl's going to have a look over the pit wall, but there's no grass or anything like that, so you can carry on.
Slightly slower, and Thompson took 6/10 out of him, and he's gone through on the inside line. Job done. So now the BMW, with more hybrid available, admittedly, is flying, and Ash Sutton loses a place.
Okay, mate, so you've got 6 laps of hybrid remaining. Huff has got 6 laps as well. There's 8 to go, 8 laps to go.
Darryl De Leon's had a spin coming out of Riches, and that was Sam Osborne almost getting caught up in it in avoidance. And this was how it all happened.
Got wide halfway through the corner, lost the rear, ended up spinning back onto the track and giving Sam Osborne a very anxious moment as he came round the corner.
And a mechanical warning flag for Chris Smiley. That's why the black and orange is being waved. The door is flapping by the look of it, or the window is flapping.
Chris, up the straight, just try and shut the door for me.
Chris Smiley pressing on for the moment, although that meatball flag is going to have to be waved at him again when he comes across the line.
He's just gone round and he's closed it. He's just told me it's shut, yes. It's not open. He's just weaved it and he's shut it.
He's going to have to have that looked at.
Sorry, if you can't swerve it and close the door, then you're going to have to box this lap. The locks! Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
There is Chris Smiley in, lots of sticky tape applied, door slam shut, he'll go back out. Huge frustration. Speedworks felt it for the same principle with the meatball flag bringing cars into the pit lane at Brands Hatch, and the Restart Racing team will be just as frustrated here.
That's the weekend now.
One more corner to go, and then that uphill rise towards the timing line, towards the checkered flag, and towards win number 13. It is going to be a BMW 1-2 Jake Hill wins race 1 of the day at Snetterton, and a great driving was as well. Bobby Thompson, a career best in 2nd place. Ash Sutton comes across the line 3rd ahead of Camish. In 5th place it is going to be Watson, and then for 6th over the line, Ingram.
Well, Snetterton was really the first glimmer of promise from Chris in particular. He qualified better than he had all season, and then he had a fantastic start, and then the door opened, and we were, and what looked like an Indy win was suddenly not. That was retirement. So.
Hello, you mate.
Yeah.
Good
it just opened. Nothing touched it.
But we ain't closed it on the grid.
Is that f***ing door lock?
Apparently that was like that from Brand.
I've put a new door on it, and I've watched them slamming it all day.
But that's a new door.
It's a new door, yeah.
The fucking internals are fucked. Inside, they're broken.
Well, shows us pace in the car. We'd have had the independent win then.
I was turning in and it just snapped out my hands. And then I
do it again?
Huh?
Did you do it again?
No, because I was braking early into that.
Oh, right, okay.
What a first race we've just had here at Snet. I mean, to get a win again is just absolutely awesome. You know, I haven't had one since the end of last year, so yeah, I mean, it's a bit mixed. It's the first dry running we've really done, and you know, the car was absolutely faultless, so over the moon.
Today started off on a really positive note with soft tyre on, but got away into 8th place, and yeah, about lap 5 or lap 6, the door opened going around Coram, so a bit frustrating. But no, in fact, it was very frustrating.
You know, like, you do everything possible. You lads work so hard. You plan to go out there, you go on the soft tyre, you know.
Yeah, we'll have a good time.
Yeah, like, independent win was yours, you know, all yours, and you deserve it all. And then the fucking door comes open. See, why is that not opening now? It's so tight in there. Yeah, that's shut.
Cool. Well, let's get it open again and put the phone back in.
Yeah, yeah, literally.
First race was really good, really quick. However, going into turn 1, it just snapped on me. It snapped on me. I managed to correct it, but once we were wide, we were on the marbles. There was no getting back into the corner. So I ended up, unfortunately, running wide on the grass, trying to save it, and we just lost a load of time. However, we finished P17, which is 2 positions off points. But the good thing is that we've got the pace back again. So all eyes on the next 2 races. It's just really heavily rained it down, but I'm just going to keep pushing and see what we can do.
There's a lot against these young guys coming in and even just having one good event throughout the course of the year. It's tough. But of course we do see, every now and then a young guy will come in and you go, ooh, that's a bit tasty. And it's generally those who have got natural talent, because then they've got more bandwidth to think about all the other bits and bobs you've got to do. So yeah, it's no mean feat coming in. And they'll shunt, they'll crash, they'll hit people, you pick up damage, and then, this starts spiral diving, because, this is another thing. Everything about motor racing is in here. We can all catch a car. It's what goes on in there, and what goes on in here, in your heart when you're racing.
Oh, look at this standing water in pit lane. It's ridiculous.
So can you ask Sam for me, right? Because I've declared the wet tyre. So now he wants me to declare a tyre if I box for slicks. But if I don't box for those slicks...
You have to declare an option tyre. You
still have to declare
Yeah. So can you ask Sam, if I declare a tyre now and we don't use it, do I have to use that for race 3, even though I've declared the wet?
The answer is yes.
You have to use that in race 3 then?
Because you declared it, and the rules are clear on that bit. You declared it,
Just
you didn't use it.
Just wanted
you
to
have
make
use it
sure.
in the next available
Because
race.
then the reg that says declare a tyre, which I've declared a wet, this is where it's now got a bit lost. So.
Do you get that? So we've got 5 minutes to declare what dry tyre we want to use for this race.
Okay, medium. We're not going to try and play. Let's just keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah.
Medium's the next best one. We're back down there, so that's all we can hope for. Then pray we get rain for race 3, which is a possibility.
Okay, Scott, so just bearing in mind that Chris has gone on the slick tyre, okay, mate? So just be mindful of that going into turn 1.
100% that's wets at the minute.
Just got to bide your time, all right? Bide your time.
Right, but the pit lane is going to get busy. And part of this now is not only going onto the slick tyre, but how quickly you can get the car turned around to be at the front of the queue of those leaving the pit lane.
Absolutely, but they have to put on the tyre that they nominated for this race. So for Ingram, that will be the hard tyre.
The lights in a moment will go red. We've had the 5-second board. Round 8 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship set to go. It is blast off and a good getaway by Hill. Good start by the Toyota on the inside of Andrew Watson then as they run up towards Riches for the first time. Bobby Thompson not quite so well out of the blocks this time.
Go on, Darryl. Go on.
So there's your leader, Jake Hill. Now remember, all of these, with the exception of Rob Huffer on the wet tyre, those that are just joining in for the pit lane are also now on slicks, and their progress is going to be fascinating.
It's worth using his hybrid while he's got a good tyre as well, isn't it?
There, look at the back, Huff and Smiley. Those two are the leading slick shod cars. We'll see whether they're going to be caught by those from the pit lane. Time penalties, Bobby Thompson and Jake Hill. They're being given a 10-second penalty. Have a look at the start. Look at those two BMWs at the front. They creep a little bit.
Right in the background, you can see Huff and Smiley, look, right in the background, coming out of the final corner, just as leader Jake Hill is turning into turn 1, so that's the gap.
I've got to say, though, it has suddenly clouded over. It's got cooler all of a sudden. It's got greyer overhead. Wouldn't be surprised if we didn't have another sprinkling of rain.
Okay, mate, this track is coming. You're only about a second and a half off these top boys. Rob in front, he's on the hard.
They're 2 seconds a lap slower, the fastest one still, and there's 10 seconds behind.
There is Rob Huff, who is still leading the slickshod class, as it were, chased by Chris Smiley, hard versus medium. Jake Hill's lap, the best so far, was a 2 minutes 10, and when Rob Huff comes across the line now, we know that his lap was a 2:18, so that's the difference.
8 seconds.
Track limit warning.
And then 10th is Daryl DeLeon, 11th is Scott Sumton. That's the wet race, and then this is the slick race, headed by Rob Huff, ahead of Chris Smiley, and in the background is Aaron Taylor-Smith, who is flying.
I'm not being funny, look at Aaron Taylor-Smith's last lap time, a 2:15.8. Chris has done a 2:19.5. Like, you've got to tell him the track is there, he's got to believe in it.
Aaron has still got to catch Smiley, but it is now raining once more. I did mention a lap or two ago that it had clouded over, so a sprinkling of rain comes, and that's going to throw the calculations up into the air, isn't it?
You literally can't write it. It's unreal, isn't it? What you got to do? What do you have to do?
Come on, keep raining.
And this is the Rob Huff incident at the S's, so that's because it started to get wet again, catching out on slicks.
Yeah, he did exactly the right thing there. He came off the brakes once he realised he'd lost it.
Aaron, 2:07. 6 seconds quicker than Chris.
So everyone that went on wets has been absolutely saved. Those that changed to slicks are doomed.
And not on the racetrack is Andrew Watson, and this is how it looked.
He just came in with a bit too much speed, lost the rear on the brakes.
Oh! Wow.
Osborne and Daryl DeLeon rounding out the top 10. 11th is Scott Sumton, and then it's Aaron Taylor-Smith ahead of Huff, Smiley, Ingram, and Turkington it will be next of those on the slicks. This, meantime, is Huff versus Smiley.
Oh, big slide. These guys doing so well on slicks. I can't tell you how difficult that is.
This has been an outstanding performance. Jake Hill wins again at Snetterton. A fantastic drive. Jake Hill dominates race 2 of the day. And Huff has fended off Chris Smiley. He's got to do it. He's off again. So for the second time in the race, Rob has a moment. He's back on the road. He's off the road. Smiley is going to get up the inside, is he? Is he? Yes, he's done it.
Yes!
And at the end of all of that, it is Jake Hill, Dan Camish and Josh Cook, the top 3, after a really lively race.
Yeah, well, had it not rained, you might have been looking at the winner.
Took his time, huh? Come on.
Yeah, absolutely knackered on the lap. The whole race was really difficult. We were just sort of trying to manage your tyres throughout the whole of the race. It was looking to dry up, and if it didn't rain halfway through the race, we would have been totaled. We would have been. I think the guys on the slicks would have come back at us. But hopefully we get picked out the hat. We chuck the soft tyres on if it doesn't rain and get an amazing result. That's what we need to do. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, that was good out. Well done, mate. Top job. Top job. Well done. Let's hope for a good pull now in the hat.
Yeah. Front tyres were just non-existent the whole race, so it was just a long race about managing the front two tyres. Literally every time I pick up the power, it just spins up, so it's just about getting offline and preserving the tyres. But that's top 10 finish, so that's my best ever result in touring car, and we'll keep pushing from now.
Reverse grid draw, you all know what happens in here. We've got the drivers who finish 6 through 12, and you're going to give us number
9.
Number 9. 9.
I would find it very difficult not to be in something like British touring cars because of the stress that it brings. I mean, it's almost addictive. British touring cars is a big boy game. It is raw racing, and you cannot underestimate how good these guys are. Everybody who turns up on a weekend is addicted to the stress, or they find a way of managing the stress because they're addicted to the win, but they know they're not going to get the win every weekend. But they still keep coming back. They still put themselves through it. Why else would you come back? Because you can't win every weekend.
It's not going to rain again, though. No, out the back's dry. We look on the video, on TV.
Soft. I can't wait. It's going to be good. We've got to set. If we go forward, we go forward. If we go back, we go back. We've got a P11. So I know. I can't wait. I really can't wait.
Have fun, mate. Get out of the car, big smiles, and we'll have a laugh.
Last race of the day. Weather is going to play a part again. This side of the track looks very, very wet. Look on the mini race. The other side of the track looks drying very quickly. I think my shout at the minute is give it 25 minutes. I think you'll probably be on slicks.
The moment when you get to the grid, you go out the pit lane, go around and you form on the grid. And there's millions of people around. That's a really stressful environment, I found. The only way I could kind of de-stress myself and just take a bit of the get me boxing gloves on in a minute, where I could regulate that was just get on the radio with the mechanics and the engineer and just have a giggle. Just get you out of that stressful situation. Things like that, you learn along the way because you've got to be in the right frame of mind at every single point during the weekend. And it's bloody hard.
Have a good one, buddy.
Go well, mate.
Lee. You've got Scott and Aaron around you on the soft and the hard. You've got Huffy behind you on the soft. And then behind them, you've got Turkington and Ingram both on the medium.
It's a 50-50 gamble, isn't it?
100%.
It's a 50-50 track. It's only going to dry. It's not going to get wetter. Look at it.
No.
So you go with the drying than the wetter.
Chris, Sector 3 is really, really wet. Just make sure you're not the one that's going off. Make sure you stay on that track, mate, okay?
The grid is formed. Round 9 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship is go. Bit of wheel spin from Sam Osborne, but he outtracks Aidan Moffat. Bobby Thompson tries to switch sides. Good getaway by Andrew Watson. A demon start, though, by Josh Cook.
And Jake Hill on wet, absolutely storming around the outside. He only just found room. Look at him sweeping around the outside on those wet.
Sam Osborne sideways. Big cloud of smoke. He's still sideways.
Oh, no!
Daryl DeLeon sideways, and I think he's tagged Chris Smiley in the background. Smiley's car goes off the road and damage, and big damage, and that could well neutralise the race.
Yeah, we saw it, mate, we saw it. The front left is really badly damaged, so I wouldn't advise moving it. It just damaged the car even more.
This is where it is wet. This is where the drivers on slicks have got to really work hard. Bobby Thompson there trying to recover. He was way back after his dramas earlier on in the race, and he's a little bit slow coming off the S's. That's half ahead of Ingram then. So Camish, Turkington, then the recovering Doble, and Scott Sumpton next in the queue. Scott was saying pre-race he desperately wanted it to be dry. Chris Smiley wanted it to be wet. Chris, we've lost his car parked by the side of the road, and the road is clear, therefore, once again. And we'll see who gets the fastest lap of the race if it changes on this lap. So far, it's to this man, Jake Hill.
Bodywork off, tape strips ready.
Does this tell us any more of the story? Darrell de Leon ahead, and a bit of debris on the road.
How bad is it?
Come on.
It's not. Nah, they'll be all right because it's off the bumper as well. They'll be all right with that.
In 7th place, it is Ingram. 8th is Ash Sutton. 9th, Darrell de Leon. And the fastest lap of the race now, Rob Huff.
Yeah, Sutton's gone past. He's just got to stay behind Ash.
Huff again on Cook, tries to go around the outside. Josh doesn't give him a lot of room. Huffy all over the grass.
He won't like that one bit, I don't think.
He's gained the place, but sensibly gives it back. But will it
Actually,
be
they've lost a lot of ground there on the wet part, haven't they?
Yeah, but big slide by Moffat, and it's all got crossed up, so Huff goes through.
Now we're into the dry section of the track. I don't think Hill will be able to survive another lap.
And this is for the race lead, and 20 years after his last British Touring Car Championship win, which came at Snetterton, Rob Huff leads and could be on for another victory.
This could be a first for Speedworks as well, an all podium for Speedworks if they can finish 1, 2, 3.
Rob Huff is going to take honours in race 3. Rob Huff wins at Snetterton. Second across the line is Aidan Moffat, and for third it is nose to tail, but Josh Cook does it.
P12, mate, that's all right. Like that. Well done, Chief. Good weekend, well done.
Actually a pretty good race, there's a lot happened. But yeah, our pace has dropped off at the end, which unfortunately hindered us from having a Jack Shears podium. But again, a lot of positives to take away. We're getting quicker and quicker every weekend, so just got to keep pushing now, and yeah, we'll see.
The last race was pretty tricky, to say the least. We played it really well. We was on the soft tyres for race 3 just then. And what a bloody race it was. I was sideways coming out of turn 1 on the first lap. I just feel like in myself I could have drove a little bit better, and I was pushing it as hard as I could out there. Just maybe race 3 wasn't meant to be. It was really difficult. Sector 3 was completely wet. So I was trying to keep it nice and contained through there, but maybe I was trying to keeping it nice and contained when I should have been pushing it around sector 1 and 2. But I learnt lots, and massive, like over the first 3 rounds of the year, it's just been a massive test of changing conditions. We're doing stuff that we wouldn't have done before. I do have to be really, really happy with the results that I have got today. Although maybe race 1 and race 3 didn't go to plan, we tried things, and some things work, some things don't. So we've just got to keep our heads high moving into Thruxton. And yeah, overall, really, really happy with how the day's gone. And I think somebody's gone to get me a beer, so I feel like a nice ice cold beer will just top off the day.
Yeah, hard tire, race 3, starting 13th. Got a really good start off the line. We made a few places. Yeah, coming out of Agostini, I'm not actually quite sure what happened. I still haven't seen back on camera yet what's happened. But yeah, there's basically a whole load of cars have got into each other, and with contact being made with another car, the cars effectively came across and hit my right hand side or left hand side. I'm not actually too sure what side it came from, the impact. Yeah, it's just disappointing, you know, and especially whenever it's something that's out of your control. You know, if you make a mistake and you go off the track, yeah, it's still disappointing, but it's your fault ultimately, you know. But with what happened up there, from my understanding, there was other cars involved, and one of them came across and hit me out of it. So yeah, that's life sometimes. But yeah, as I say, we're going to regroup, get ourselves back into the sort of form that we're in this weekend, and hopefully at Thruxton we continue on and keep striving towards getting into that top 10.
I mean, not bad in the end. Started off pretty badly. You know, yesterday the car felt fantastic. I think we bought a car here this weekend setup wise that I've been asking for all year, and the guys absolutely delivered on it. Yeah, I think it's safe to say we put it right in race 3, starting P14 on softs, and
Absolutely mega, and for it to be a win as well is very special, and to do it like that from 14th on the grid, to do it with my friends and family here is very, very special, and to do it in race 3 at Snetterton as we did 20 years ago is just mega, one to remember for sure.
Thruxton's fast, the fastest track on the calendar. It's scary for us drivers.
So Thruxton is mega. It's completely unique to any other track on the calendar. Viciously fast, scarily fast.
Our car went well here last year. It favours my driving style where we have to get full attack mode. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think we're going to see some lively racing. The hybrid, obviously we've seen how powerful it is this year. There's a few long straights here where you're going to utilise that.
I'm coming here with a lot of hybrid, so touch wood we can qualify somewhere near the front.
It's also a hard track because the points you have to overtake have got to be big commitment from that driver, and there's got to be a lot of respect between the two drivers. So it's going to be interesting, it's going to be busy.
You know, I want to go out and just attack from race 1, push and push and push, and I'd like to come away with 3 races inside the top 6 with at least 1 podium.
Full attack mode, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Fingers crossed we can get near the front in qualifying and see what the results bring in.
Hybrid around here, well, we'll see just how much of a difference it's going to make. We'll also see whether it's a rear-wheel drive or a front-wheel drive circuit. It's going to be really intriguing, that is for sure, and we are just minutes away from getting qualifying underway.
Yeah, 2024 has been a consistent year so far. In terms of championship pace, we're ticking all the boxes we want to do, but it's definitely going to get harder.
I'm feeling comfortable in the car, feeling happy. We've proved we've got the pace in qualifying. I'm coming here with a lot of hybrid, so touch wood we can qualify somewhere near the front. You know, I want to go out and just attack from race 1.
Cut forward to this circuit, it's scary. It gets everybody's attention, doesn't it, at the back there?
It wakes you up, that's for sure. You need to be on it, you know, the car is never still.
Just go balls out now.
Thruxton is just throw your cojones out the window and attack. It's the fastest circuit in the UK. It's very difficult. It's very, very quick. If you have an accident there, it's a big accident.
So we are just moments away from getting qualifying underway. Again, of course, we take the entry from their order at the end of FP2, put them into 2 groups. And as we have made the point all year, you don't have a lot of time in this, just 10 minutes. And there is Ash Sutton. He will have just 1 second a lap for qualifying. And up towards the line. So Adam Morgan's first salvo of the session is a 17.3. There should be more to come.
These tyres are really only at their peak for 1 lap. The pressure to deliver on this 1 lap is absolutely huge.
But even Ash had done an absolute best in the middle sector. This is Camish. So 1 Ford pits, the other Ford for the line, and Dan Camish will go fastest. He does indeed, and that is a 16.3.
Well, I wonder why Sutton came in the pits. He did the fastest middle sector, but came in the pits.
Yeah,
and there's only 2.5 minutes left.
What I'll end up doing is I'll read off what P6 is, because that's what we need to aim for. At the minute, you need to do a 16.9.
Ash Sutton and Scott Sumpton with 44 seconds to go, but Sutton is onto a flying lap now, and this has got to get him into the top 6.
This will be his only lap.
Now, where does Sutton end up? This is the real question, because 9th is nowhere near good enough. He breaks the beam, and he goes 5th. He's in, but Watson 6th means that half is out.
P5. Everybody has taken the checkered flag, so they're through.
The green flag is shown then, and we are in business for the second group.
A little bit of misjudgment from my front, if I'm honest, and realistically the track's gone slower, so I thought we had a bit of an issue with the car. Turns out we didn't. Just overall the grip level has changed from FP2 and the lap time's slower.
Well, there's 2 minutes 16 to go.
Oh, big drama. Aaron Taylor-Smith on the back part of the circuit. And that was a big old hit, and he's going to try and get the car moving, but he's done the rear suspension. Look, you can see on that left rear corner how the suspension is all broken. He's got it moving. Fair play, because that was a big scary moment at the scary part of the circuit. Look at that. Big lose. Around it bounces. And wait for the impact.
Oh,
bang.
That's the left-hander at Noble.
Everyone talks about Church. I actually find that not so bad. The combination of Noble, which is turn 4 or turn 6, and then into Goodwood turn 7, those two are probably the more sketchy corners, especially Noble. The bumps through the middle of the corner can really get the car moving around.
I didn't know we were watching drifting, but that's what's happening, and he's off again because the car just does not want to go where Aaron is pointing it.
We're all pretty resilient in what goes on, and everybody knows that you need to put the effort in to make a team successful and get the results. When you're not getting the results, dig deeper, work harder, find some solutions, and then hopefully progress back to where you think you should be.
The team are working on it. Look, blessed they are working on it without setting the car up on a flat patch.
Yeah.
It's going to be very difficult to get that car into any shape of, even if it runs, competitiveness.
Even if the car is falling apart, I'm never going to bow out. Like, that's the truth. Like the crew, like I don't trust myself to make them a cup of tea, but yet they put a car together that like holds my life together. Like it's pretty outrageous the level of trust that you have in them. The bunch that are on my car in particular are probably the best crew, well they are the best crew I've ever had in touring cars.
So Hill, Morgan and Turkington is the order of the 3 BMWs. Everybody else, of course, is a bit out of sequence, but Dan Rowbottom, absolute best in Sector 1. Having talked about things flapping, look at Sutton's side window, because the perspex has popped out.
Yeah, which is not good aerodynamically at this fast circuit. Never mind the fact that they won't allow loose bodywork, so he'll have to get that fixed.
Taylor Smith on his way down the pit lane. Well done, Power Max Racing, knowing Aaron, if it ain't good enough, he'll bench it. And this is Taylor Smith, who's having a go.
He is.
Good on you, Aaron. Good on you. It may not be pretty, it may not be perfect, but it's going to see what it can do. Turkington goes 10th. He improves, but not by much. The flag is out. This is Adam Morgan coming up Woodham Hill. Now, Adam is 8th and has improved in both of the first 2 sectors. So Aaron Taylor-Smith's heading for the line. Adam Morgan might get into the top 6 if this is a really good lap, and if he does, it will get rid of Sutton. Up to the line comes Adam Morgan. Let's see whether it's going to be good enough. He breaks the beam. 7, misses out just, and he misses out by 9 thousandths of a second.
Well, here he comes. Remember, he didn't have the opportunity to cross his tyres over.
No, he goes through, stage 12th, but it was worth a go, Aaron, and he deserves a lot of credit.
A gallant effort indeed by Aaron Taylor-Smith.
So Adam Morgan there missing out by 9 thousandths, and Ash Sutton has done it. Again, he's got into Q3, the only driver to get into Q3 in every round. He's not yet had a pole, he's not yet had a win.
The first couple of years, there was a feistier Ash Sutton behind the wheel. I think through 2020 and 2021, he changed enormously as a driver into someone who was much more calculated. I don't care if we win the championship without winning a single race, it's the championship that we're after, the big prize at the end of the season. For me, that's the one that everyone remembers.
So we're down to just one rear-wheel drive car, one BMW. It is that of Jake Hill. Well, there's Ash Sutton, who is on track. You get to this qualifying session for round 10. What odds would you have got at the start of the year for getting to this point without Ash having had a pole and not having had a win? Right, Jake Hill goes through and he's into the 15s now, a 1:15.668. That's the target now. Rowbottom in the meantime has done 2 purples, drags it out the other side, has used, a little bit of hybrid for the end of the lap to bring him out of the chicane, interestingly. We've not seen many people do that, but it does not work. Second only. Ingram, for his first flying lap, throws the car into the chicane, rides the curve as much as he possibly can. He's in the top 6 anyway. Where in the top 6 is going to be confirmed as he goes through as quickest of all, a 15.3. And it is 7 tenths covering the entire 6. So Ingram, Camish, Hill, Rowbottom, Sutton, Chilton, the order. And for Tom Ingram, it will be an 8th career pole. He will make. Good job. Tom Ingram will get into the queue, but he's been told pole position is yours, and you can see off the facial expression that that means a lot to him. Tom Ingram quickest by 2 tenths of a second.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
You can sweet.
We always felt that the grip level was going up and there was more rubber going down, so we didn't want to. We talked about softening the front, but felt that might be, like pitching. Did you have a track limit?
Occasionally, I think.
Time? Oh, okay, so that was the best you could do then?
Yeah. Not big.
16 seconds. Locked into this lap then. You're our last car on circuit. Everyone else has done the same. Camish was a 15.64. Hill was a 15.66. Robot was a 15.67. You were a 15.8. Sorry? Just most disappointing that he's on pole.
Yeah, the Napa cars, the Ford Focus for sure had an advantage like last year. And I think that Hyundai engine, the Swift winding unit is the best on the grid, whereas the Ford used to be.
2023 was probably an anomaly and not something we're going to be able to repeat. But there was definitely an element of pressure that we've just wiped up. We've won every championship we entered, basically. You've got to try and deliver that again, because anything short of that is then a failure. I put a lot of pressure on myself, and the team that we have around us all put a lot of pressure on themselves. We all want to win. We're here for one purpose.
And so, on the fastest circuit in the UK, race 1 of 3 is about to get underway. It is a nice, sunny, warm day here at Thruxton. And as we've had all season, Tim, it's a really good jumbled grid as well to kick off the race day.
I'm already nervous now.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to this. You know, I love watching touring cars on the absolute limit, and there's nowhere better to see it than Thruxton. You're going to see some great action shots and some great racing, and it's a long run to turn 1. So let's see what Jake Hill can do with that rear-wheel drive BMW.
You lost. I'll tell you what, should we just get these two to swap and then see who notices? Yeah? Get paid off.
Boost to get the gap. 2 minutes.
We are almost set. The last handful position themselves on the 1x1 staggered grid.
Okay, last car's coming into position now.
Square in your box.
5 seconds to go. Drivers look towards the lights. Let's see whether Jake Hill makes an absolute rocket ship start as we go racing. And a bad start by Ingram in comparison. A great start by Jake Hill, who rockets around the outside. And Ingram is going backwards, isn't he? The Napa Ford getting past him left and right. It is just Camish from Robottom from Sutton. They've got to avoid making contact with each other. But what a getaway by Jake Hill.
Poor old Tom Ingram got absolutely mugged by the 3 Napa racing cars who are all trying to go forwards but also stay out of hitting each other. It's Camish at the front of them.
Robo goes a little bit wide and Sutton tries to squirt up the inside, and then to the inside of him goes Ingram with 2 wheels on the grass. That's really, really brave going up towards Village. Tom Chilton on the inside of Robottom and they lean on each other. Cook goes ahead of Morgan. Green flag in the background means there's a yellow at the chicane. Somebody's had a drama. Safety car deployed.
Safety car.
It may well be that in the skirmish at the chicane, the furniture's been moved onto the track. The leaders went through okay. That was what happened. It was the furniture being pushed into the road.
How absolutely ridiculous to put a pile of tyres basically in front of the drivers.
This is just being placed back in position. I'm not sure how well it's going to be, so I'll just take some caution on the first lap.
It's not perfect for us, especially for Jake.
Safety car in this lap, safety car in this lap, please confirm.
So Jake Hill accelerates away. Camish tries to cover off Sutton, and Robottom is already on the attack. Look, Robottom is way up the curb, goes through and forced out wide is Chilton, so Josh Kirk is on the attack as well.
Oh, for f***'s sake, don't let him get down there. Oh. Jesus f***ing Christ. F***ing hell.
Ingram only has 1 lap left. He's using now.
Now Ingram on the tail of Sutton. He brakes as late as he possibly can. And as Sutton has to go defensive, that's enabling Camish to get away. And I would offer you that the lead gap has come down on this lap now that the Ford has got itself back up to proper race pace. And Sutton has used his 1 lap at hybrid, so he's vulnerable now for the rest of the race. So Ash Sutton is going to have to do this with sharp elbows and racecraft and a very wide car.
Ingram on the hybrid, he's trying to use the run, he's got the run, he's using it. He's going to go all the way around the outside if he can manage it. But Sutton's blocking him off. This is Ingram's 1 chance on the hybrid. He's trying to tuck it in all the way around the outside. He can't quite get there. Oh, that was so close.
Ingram has no hybrid remaining. Good job. 10 laps to go, 10 to go.
So there's a stalemate in a way for third, with Sutton and Ingram having used all of their hybrid. This is Morgan, still chasing after Chilton. They've got 4 laps use of it available each.
You look at the gap at the front.
It was half a second coming over the line, and Camish then, with all of his hybrid now used, is chasing after Hill, who still has a lap of hybrid available, which he might save for the last lap. And that's the race leader, and looking as though he could be on for a 15th career win here, because no matter what Dan Camish has tried to do, Jake has had an answer.
Jake has just used his last lap of hybrid 2, so the top 4 have no hybrid remaining.
Out of church they go. There will be one more lap to run at the end of this. Ingram certainly looks quick. We saw that in qualifying. Looks committed.
Final lap, no risks.
One lap to go then. It is Jake Hill on target seemingly. There he is for win number 15. Dan Camish for second, Ash Sutton for third. Continuing to bank points. An absolutely perfect start, a perfect race, a perfect drive, and it is going to be a race win. The 15th of Jake Hill's British touring car career. Jake Hill wins race 1 at Thruxton. Second is Dan Camish. Ash Sutton takes third. Tom Ingram fourth.
Mega drive, mate, mega job. Yeah, mate, that's a mega job. That's proper racing. I'm particularly pleased that Ingram f***ed his start up though.
Honestly, you could hear it. I stood outside watching it. It's like somebody's got wheel spin.
Yeah.
And you can't really see what's going on because everybody was in front of the TV, and then Ingram's like 5th.
I mean, I did throw a few around on the when children went up the inside of you at Complex. I'll admit on that one.
When who did?
When children got, you got past him. And
just like what?
Yeah, or after the restart, I can't remember when children outbreak you into the complex, I think.
That's on the first lap, I think.
Yeah.
It's the complex.
Yeah. I thought maybe we could have been a bit more right.
I was in my head, I was thinking, right, let him go on the outside.
I know.
Try and keep the inside.
Yeah.
But he just fully sensed it.
Well, he did. I mean, we know they're very good on the brakes, but yeah, that was the for me that was the crux. That was the where you felt that we could have probably outpaced him and got away really. Let's see. I know. Well, you never get a reference now, do you? So it's feel like we don't really know where our pace is. I mean, obviously. Jake just f***ed off and
he was a free air and when he gets the lead from the start.
Yeah. Well, he was before the safety car. He was the second half down the road.
Got it, mate.
I'll be honest with you, Jake looked quite punchy at Snet. Popped up on the old radar. Tom's always going to be a threat. He's always fast. He's a great touring car driver. And then there's the silent assassin of Colin Turkington. But yeah, those 4 are what I'm is what I'm really focusing on.
It's just so tough. The drivers are so good. The calibre that we have in this championship of people and of drivers. If you've got a good hybrid and a good car, you're going to be flying. But when you're fighting for a championship, you don't have the hybrid that you would want to have. That's when you and your engineer have to really make the most of what you've got to maximise it.
In third place, Ash Sutton. 8th podium of the year for Ash out of 10 races. And on the top step of the podium for the 3rd win of the year, Jake Hill. Jake's had the win, and he's got his little with him as well. Our winner, Jake Hill.
We love Thruxton. If you can win round Thruxton, it's a fantastic feeling. It's a great feeling.
Goals for 2024, obviously I'm chasing that 5th title. That's my personal goal. To go and win the 5th title is history making. It's something that will go down forever. So to beat Colin to that is key right now. But to do it again and in a front wheel drive car prove that it wasn't a one-off. New rule changes have come in this year, so to do it whilst all that is going on in the background would be phenomenal.
We are a third of the way through the season. Not only is there the battle to see who comes out on top, but there is also to see who comes out on top in the championship now, with Ash Sutton being caught demonstrably by Jake Hill after Jake's 3rd win of the season earlier on in the day.
All right, let me know when you can see me.
Jake's on pole position. Dan Camish with him at the front of the grid.
Square in your box.
5-second board displayed. Drivers now look towards the lights. It is go, and a great getaway by Jake Hill. Good start as well by Ash Sutton.
Good gap behind.
Side by side, the Fords up to the complex. Sutton dives up on the inside, goes second. Remember, this time Sutton has more laps of hybrid available to him. Ingram is there in 4th place. In 5th, it is Josh Cook.
Statement of intent from Sutton, wasn't it?
Sutton goes one side and the other. Couldn't get the inside line though. Jake Hill corners that off. Camish 3rd, but only just. Ingram tries to go around the outside. He's going to skip the chicane. Camish gets wide over the curve. Now, Ingram has gained an advantage by being off the track. What does he do now?
I think Ingram will probably have to back off and give that back to Camish.
Up to you, but we obviously believe that he took an advantage at the chicane. Up to you how you play it.
Hill goes through, still ahead of Sutton, who is absolutely determined to have a first win. And look, he is taking an inspired Tom Ingram with him. This is a proper battle for the lead.
Actually, his left front splitter looks low.
Splitter's come down. Where do we stand on splitter ride height if we have damage?
Jake Hill is going to have to work really hard with Sutton breathing down his neck up to the complex.
If they're sensible, they'll make sure he doesn't finish in the top 3. So he doesn't get rolled if he makes it that far.
The biggest thing is if it's like that.
That ain't going to last.
Ash has a problem with his front splitter. He's rubbing. He's starting to struggle. Get gone, get gone. Yeah.
Where are we sat here with this?
It's on the floor, isn't it?
It's on the floor.
Well, he's hit something. No one's hit him.
Jake got kicked out of Donington. That's dangerous. Who's got to keep going in, yeah? Everyone's seeing.
No, but do we need to finish P4?
But not yet.
There is some smoke.
No, he definitely got a problem. It looks like bodywork damage as well, didn't it? He can't slow up the straight as well.
Here comes Ingram to the outside.
The splitter's gone. Look, it's dragging on the ground.
This is for second place and Ingram has done it. So Tom Ingram goes second and Ash Sutton there with some front damage.
That's the splitter gone. Just need to be aware that bits might come off and go under your front wheels.
That aero damage is going to be really bad, and also there's the danger of him being black and orange flagged for loose bodywork.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, look at it flapping underneath. It's hanging down. Yeah, it's flapping.
From the team's point of view, let Camish go because otherwise they're going to be caught by Cook here. You can see Sutton is in the compromised car. He's falling back from the top 2 that Camish might have a chance of catching.
We need to drop back to let you have a place. I don't know if we're going to do it straight away, but we will do it.
But he's determined to get by, look, as he goes to the outside. Camish is on the outside and he's done it. And Sutton didn't put up huge resistance that time. Ingram is looking so quick now. He's right on the tail of that BMW. They run out of the right-hander of Village, nose to tail up towards Church, and Ingram's going to try to go all the way around the outside. Now, was that a yellow light I saw on that post? It was, so he slots back in. But he comes out of the corner the other side, side by side, and he's done it! Fantastic move. Ingram goes by and he's done it. He's in the lead of the race.
If Robo's coming at you, I don't want you to put up a fight, but don't let him through. We just need to not drop back behind Cook.
The BMW battle, Adam Morgan versus Colin Turkington.
You two want to have a chat about them working together? No. Or just leave it to Yeah. That's told you.
And Turkington to the inside line, use of the hybrid up towards Church, and he goes through.
The damage on the front of Sutton's car has sort of stabilised, hasn't it? Which is why I think he hasn't been black and orange flagged at all.
Here comes Rowbottom's challenge on the inside line, and he will go through, will he? Sutton tries to brake as late as he can. He's not going to just lie down and let Rowbottom go through. Dan has to work for it, but he does go by, and so that is 2 teammates now up and past Ash Sutton. Ingram to Hill, 11 tenths. There is Tom Ingram then, still well clear up front to the tune of 2.3 seconds, and there will be a smile on Alan Gale's face because for the first time this year we're going to have a different winner from race 1 to race 2. Checkered flag at the ready, and Tom Ingram it is going to be who will accelerate up towards the line for a 30th career win. He wins race 2 by 2.6 seconds from Jake Hill. Dan Camish 3rd, Dan Rowbottom 4th, Ash Sutton 5th, and Cook 6th ahead of Turkington. Morgan.
Yeah, the vibration was the splitter flapping. I mean, at high speed, it was touching down on the ground. P5 puts us in the reverse grid draw. Just got to go again for race 3.
It'd be really nice if Tom puts Colin on pole. Or Adam. P2 for Colin, Adam on pole.
Right, in the fishbowl here we have the numbers relating to drivers who finished 6 through 12.
Well, I'm sure 11 or 12 I'll be very popular in the truck when I get back.
You might need a bit of a rummage, but
let's have a look. Let's go with.
Do what you can.
I'm going to go with this one. This one feels quite a good one. Oh,
it's number 8. Adam Morgan.
Adam Morgan. There we go.
Pole position.
You're welcome, Adam.
I think Tom just put Adam on pole and Colin P2. Got it.
Did he really? And where did they finish 7 and 8 again?
Yeah.
All I need to do now is just follow him home.
Yeah, 100%, mate. Got good points. Yeah, exactly.
races. I felt like we were similar pace to him, other than when he was using the hybrid.
100%.
I felt the gap weren't changing much in those few laps, like before those last two. I felt like we were very similar.
Now, the interesting thing is he overtook going through, or unless he was in front. Now that's obviously really up to Napa to put forward.
I'm sure Ollie will throw some in.
I think so.
Because they try to get him done for.
And they certainly didn't give it back, which helped us to begin with, because we thought, oh, we'd much rather he keeps pushing, because then he puts pressure on Sutton.
So Ingram overtook Camish around the tyre stack at the chicane. But if we go and protest it, we end up having to. Jake's in the lead. Jake will then be further in the lead. It'll be another 3 points again.
Yeah, I get that.
So do you protest it or not? Well, if you think about it, you're now in front of, on the grid, all the cars behind you are similar speed. Everyone in front you're quicker than.
Yeah.
So it puts us in a good position to make something of race 3.
The car's fine, the car's got pace in it. Not worried about that at all. All that's really good. The car's nice at church.
You need a splitter for some aerodynamics.
Definitely noticed difference when I lost it.
Yeah, I could see it.
Front left was having a hard time, but start with reset, fun. It's one of those things. Touring car racing.
Yeah, exactly. Just crack on.
I don't know what the f*** I've just walked into, but we're just going to stand and have a dance off now. It's been like the highlights reel for On the Limit, everyone just bouncing around. Then we're a professional race team, like acting at the top of our game, you know. Make it look like it at least.
They love a shit fight, don't they? They love a f***ing good shit.
You'll be out there.
So that has taken 15 people to turn that little bit of damage round, believe it or not. I caused a lot of damage, that's what I did.
I don't know of anyone that works as hard as Ash does away from the circuit on his racing. He does a massive amount of sim time between the races. He'll be feeding stuff back, I'll be feeding setups into him, we'll be trying things. We'll essentially have done 4 or 5 free practice sessions before we rock up. I would say the secret sauce is hard work. It has to be hard work.
Every racing driver wants to win. You know, you want to go out there, you want to beat everybody on that track. The first one across that line. There isn't any feeling like it.
Can we get a third BMW win of the day? Let's ask Adam Morgan. He's the best placed BMW driver on the grid. Adam, what are the chances?
Well, hopefully pretty good, David. It's always nice to have 2 BMWs at the front. Me and Colin have had a good chat about what we need to do. So make hay while the sun shines and try and go.
Race 3 carnage inbound probably.
And there is Adam Morgan then on pole position. And so round 12 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. 5-second board shown. Drivers look towards the lights. Which BMW will blast away better? We'll find out as we go racing. There's a lot of wheel spin from Ash Sutton. Good getaway by Morgan, and he will lead Turkington and Cook up towards Allard. But a really good getaway by Camish on the outside line. He's ahead of Sutton. Hills on the inside line as well as they make the run up towards the complex for the first time. Sutton delayed himself with a bit of wheel spin, and Camish is on the attack. Look.
Ash Sutton got a bit too much wheel spin. Oh no, it's been a turn. I think that's Camish.
It's Rowbottom, isn't it, who's in the tyres? So Adam Morgan is leading with Josh Cook in 2nd place. The King of Thruxton might yet be able to take another win. Jake Hill and Tom Ingram go toe-to-toe. And Jake Hill on the inside, Ingram on the outside. The BMW will go ahead. Morgan, Cook, Camish at the end of the opening lap. Sutton that up into 4th place. And there, look, absolutely charging is the leading Vauxhall. That was Aaron Taylor-Smith getting past Ingram.
That's a Sutton past Camish.
It is indeed, so that puts him up into 3rd place.
Cook ahead has 5 laps of hybrid. Morgan will have 6.
Oh, big lock up from Cook on the brakes there. Race 3 is delivering plenty of action.
Aaron Taylor-Smith is going great guns, isn't he, in the Vauxhall? 3 wide. Taylor-Smith has got more hybrid, but on pure pace, the Hyundai and the BMW jump ahead. Sutton has not yet got himself onto the back of Cook, has he? And Adam Morgan here is under big pressure. Sutton is on the attack. Remember, this is round 12 of the championship. Ash Sutton, the reigning champion, has not yet won a race. He wants that to change. So it is 9/10 covering the leading 4. A lap or 2 ago, it was over a second covering the top 3. So net, it is bunching up. And Sutton now on the inside, curb and all. Forces open the door against Josh Cook. Through he comes, and Camish thinks, I'll have a go at this. Side by side here, Camish rubs up alongside Cook coming towards Church. This is brave, brave, brave.
Camish behind is deploying. Might want to match him.
It's Hill up the inside, he's got past Cook, and Jake Hill's going to get ahead of Tom Ingram as well, is he not? They're side by side, we've been here before, but Ingram makes the chicane this race.
Here we go, Sutton through on the lead.
Ash Sasson leads and Camish is about to go for second place, and look who's behind them, fourth. Turkington is right there as well. Here comes Camish then. Dan Rowbottom, after his travails on the opening lap, is in the pits with a puncture, so and it's on that corner that hit the barrier, and Chilton does have a problem, he's out of the race. Safety car on track.
Safety car, race until you see the board.
On the restart, Dan won't attack him, we just need to get gone together.
Dan has confirmed that on the restart he will not attack you, he will go with you.
Are we having a green flag this time? Yes we are, the boards are in, the green flag is shown, we're back racing then, over the line. So Ingram in fifth, wanting to take points off Jake Hill, but Ash Sasson then leads the way. Dan Camish in second place, Turkington not able to do much yet about Morgan. If anything, that gap was stretched. Sutton still leading. Of course, there is not only the race win points here, he's got the fastest lap, Kaching.
That is a fast lap, that's a lap record.
And now to the complex comes Morgan. This lap number 16, less than 4 laps to go now. And again, Morgan is going defensive. He's got a whole queue of cars building up behind him. The two Fords are escaping up the road, and Sutton's already clear by a second from Camish. Ingram wants to find a way past Turkington. He goes to the outside line here, coming up to the chicane. This is going to be a really brave effort by Ingram if he can do it. There's a bit of leaning between the two, but the Hyundai goes by. Great start from Ingram. So Morgan third, but for how much longer? This is the end of lap number 17. The BMW steps up onto the curb, and Adam Morgan still hanging on to that last podium spot, but Jake Hill is catching the pair of them.
Good run. This is a good run. This is where he got Turkington on the last lap. He's going to go for the same manoeuvre. It's a risky manoeuvre, but look, he's later on the brakes. He'll now try to turn it in.
And Morgan gets into the side of it. And again, Ingram has to skip the chicane. He will rejoin.
They had no choice. They both skipped the chicane. I believe that is a fair pass. Absolutely fair pass.
So it is the last lap then of round 12, and dare one whisper it, finally Ash Sutton is going to have a win.
Final lap.
A fantastic job by Alliance Racing, and he's delivered the perfect reply to them with a win.
Ash Sasson wins round 12 at Thruxton, and he wins it in style with Dan Camish coming home behind him in a Napa Racing 1-2.
That's good. Hold on, Wes, thank you, mate.
Brilliant, well done.
Well done, Jimbo.
Give me a cuddle, come on.
Well done.
The BTCC is unique and difficult in its own way. We're so different in some ways. The door-to-door action that we have, the way we go about our 3 races a day, the tyre combinations we've got in there, the reverse grids, and now the hybrid. To then try and chase and maximise points throughout a weekend, whilst all that is going on in the background, is what makes it unique.
And the winner, a 9th podium of the year, but a first win of the year, Ash Sutton. Here he comes, the 4-time champ. And a little kiss on the forehead for his son, Sonny Sutton, and come to Dad. His Sonny in one hand and the winner's trophy in the other. Ash Sutton takes the win in round 12. And now the national anthem for the winning driver.
Unlucky, mate, looked difficult there.
Yeah. We looked racy in the first one.
Well done, mate. Done well.
Thank you. Good job.
Good weekend, chance.
Not a bad day in the office.
No.
4 wins in 6, mate.
4 wins in 6, and if you'd have said we'd have got more points at Thruxton than we got at St.
You'll keep saying that, yeah.
It's just top job.
Cool. Mate, you haven't got a swell. Try a bit harder next time, mate.
At the end of the day, good result to take the weekend as a whole. We've come away with relatively little damage, which makes a nice change. Really good points for the team. So yeah, no, looking forward to Alton Park. We normally go well there, so I'd like to think that we'll get some good points. On to the next one.
I did give it everything. I did everything I could to hold on to the lead. We managed to get a gap. Thruxton on the whole has been a pretty good day. 2 8s and a 4th, good haul of points. We've showed good pace. And we've made some improvements with the car. We've tried a few things we haven't tried before, and it's definitely helped. So overall really good, and looking forward to moving on to Alton Park. The racing is incredible. It is just hard work, frustrating, but also when it's right, it's so rewarding.
It's been eventful, that's for sure. It is my first win of the year. It took a long time to get it, that's for sure, but we have gone about our racing slightly differently. We're chasing that consistency. I mean, we've had 9 podiums now and 1 win, so we've just spun our podium to win ratio round. I would say I'm looking forward to Walton Park, but 1 second of hybrid in qualifying there is going to hurt. It's very demanding on the hybrid front, but I mean, I love the track. If we can get the car anything like we did in race 3 there, then I'm happy. The car's mega and love Walton Park, so we'll have to go there and give it our all.
Walton Park as a circuit, it's probably one of the driver's favourite circuits. Fast, flowing, I love how close the barriers are, everything feels quick.
I love Walton Park. As a track, it's probably my top 2. Walton Park and Knockhill for me are the most fun.
If you are on the edge around here, you will be at the front.
I've been here in a GT car before and it was a little bit too narrow, a bit of a roller coaster. In a touring car, it's pretty perfect, I think.
You drive in and the track is almost like encased in the big, long, tall trees. Like it feels different.
Really looking forward to it. And look, we're here to put on a show and have fun at the end of the day. And this is a place that it's easy to have fun around.
To say I'm looking forward to Walton Park is a damn understatement. The stands will be jam-packed, the fans will be out in their thousands. And I think we can put on a really good show.
Spa-Francorchamps, the world-famous Formula One circuit, hidden in the hills of Belgium. A Spa 6-hour historic race meeting, everything from Formula One cars, GT cars, single-seaters, Formula 2, pre-war cars. Probably one of the best events on the calendar within motorsport. I'm here because I've been invited by Richard Mines, who I do a lot of historic motorsport with, to race his incredible GT40 in the 6 hours of Spa. We've qualified 8th on the grid, we think. We still don't have a starting grid yet, but we've qualified 8th. So obviously Spa 6 hour, completely different to modern day touring car racing. It's a 6-hour race to start with 3 drivers in the car. The car itself, completely different. Mid-engined, rear-wheel drive, 500 horsepower. Manual gearbox, have to use the clutch for every gear change. Completely different tyres, completely different brakes. It's like really raw motorsport from back in the 60s. So let's see how we go. It's a lovely, lovely car, isn't it? Just brilliant. Hey! All right, good luck, mate. So we're an hour and a half in, and unfortunately Richard's Either he had a problem on the first lap. I don't know if he was had some contact or whether he went off. But I mean, he dropped to about 70th place. We're back up to 16th, which is good. Lap times look very good. But yeah, with some work to do, but a long way to go. 4.5 hours to go yet. Yeah, we had a really strong finish, which was good. I never thought we'd get back to the top 10, so to get to the top 10 is really good. I'm really pleased with that. It's completely different to touring cars. You couldn't get more removed from touring cars. You know, the touring cars do 3 races in a day. It's fast, it's mad, it's crazy. With this, it's a battle over 6 hours of attrition, of fuel saving, of looking after the tyres, the brakes, the gearboxes, the lights, and trying as a driver to keep your emotions under control, because you want your teammates to do well, you want to finish strong. And of course you've got the mechanics. These guys have been prepping these cars for the last month, non-stop, to get these cars to the finish. So yeah, it's tough. It's completely different to touring cars, but just as much fun and just as rewarding.
So goals for the weekend: Q3, top 6, have a podium, and win a race where we can. Those are the goals.
My goals for the weekend is to be the very best of myself. And I know if I'm at my very best, we have a chance to win. But once I give it my all, I feel like I have a really good chance.
Yeah, so I'm Jack, I'm Andrew Watson's race engineer. On a race weekend, so I'm in charge of the overall car setup, tyre selection, tyre pressures, and sort of controlling the crew and making sure Andrew's feedback makes it onto the car. It's my first year with Andrew. But yeah, he's great, really good to work with, really easy going. Surprisingly quite calm. He has flashes of hot-headed. Luckily, his Irish accent takes over then, and I don't know what he's called me. But yeah, generally super chilled, super calm. I think the key to a good weekend here is qualifying. It's quite a hard track to overtake, so I think we need to throw everything that we've got at it on Saturday, make sure we've got a great grid spot, and then go from there.
So the team's now getting themselves ready for Q1. Green flag showed at the end of the pit lane, and so Q1 Group 1 is underway. Right, so the pit lane opens, and in glorious conditions. And on a day like this, Alton Park just looks fantastic. And Robotham goes quickest into the 24s, 1:24.6. He's only a tenth shy, except he loses the lap time for track limits. That's the other thing they've got to be careful of.
Yeah, and the problem is, big slide, just caught the end of it.
So this ought to put the Toyota Corolla at the top of the times. He's run out of hybrid as Huffy for this lap. The World Touring Car Champion breaks the beam, and at the end of that lap is still shown only as third. So the Northern Irish driver needs to improve on this lap, because he, Sam Osborne, Scott Sumpton and Ronan Pearson are out. Pearson's just improved to 8th. Watson goes through and is still 7th. That's on the bubble is Aaron Taylor-Smith, and Taylor-Smith has got 0.145 of a second over the opposition. Aaron Taylor-Smith, 6th fastest, coming out of Cascade. He was already there, and the last lap that he did was slightly slower. Pressure now is on Watson, Pearson, Osborne, Sumpton to try to find thousandths of a second that might just get them in. But Robotham, Sutton, Morgan Huff, Turkington, Taylor-Smith look set to go through. Checkered flag away. Andrew Watson's had another lap time taken off him for track limits, and so too has Rob Huff. Over the line, Sutton is quickest. He's gone fastest of all on the 1:24.486. Big frustration here though for Andrew Watson. at Toyota Gazoo Racing UK's home circuit. Comes down the pit lane, and the expression in the car rather says it all, doesn't it? Not a happy man at all.
So when things don't go well, I think it's best just not dwelling on it. You sort of take the learnings, put them into practice moving forwards, and move on to the next one. I think that's the great thing about touring cars, is because there's 3 races in a day, and the race weekends are very closely stacked. It's great for like a mental reset and to just move on to the next one. I think it's been difficult this year with the tyres. There's multiple tyre compounds at every event, different hybrid configurations depending on where you finished. The weather's been pretty tricky as well. It's been a lot of mixed conditions, wet, dry, wet. So I think, just trying to pull it all together at the right time.
Ash Sutton's lap puts him top, a 1:24.582 with only a second a lap of hybrid. Camish now quicker at 24.530, 52 thousandths quicker, and Rowbottom goes third. Camish had a lap taken off him, in fact. Sutton's had a lap taken off him. Ingram goes fastest, 1:24.1. So Ingram, Sutton, Camish, Chilton, Rowbottom, Morgan is the order.
Okay, so qualifying done here in Open Park, and I didn't think there was that much more time in the tank, so I think all 4 Toyotas have done a time within a 10th, so I think that's about what we got, but I unfortunately just missed out by a couple of hundredths, so we've made it out of Q1 every time this year, so it's tough, it's super tight, so I'm not totally distraught. It'd obviously be nice to get through to Q2 and 3, but I felt like I drove pretty well. Didn't maybe get the most out of it in the first lap, just cautious of track limits and stuff, but other than that, I did pretty much everything I wanted to do, so I hope I'll be watching this back and say, if only you knew. So, let's see what tomorrow brings.
Probably a very strong Saturday for me, to be perfectly honest. We always knew that the car and chassis suits this type of track. It's high speed, it kind of flows into my style. So free practice 1, we were quickest. Free practice 2, we were third. Probably the ambient goes up a little bit, and not to be too technical and make loads of excuses, because I'm sure I could have driven better. Once it gets hot, our 1 lap pace slightly drops away, but at the same time, to line up 8th in race 1, I feel like we actually have a really good chance.
My name is Martin Broadhurst. I'm the team manager and technical director for PowerMax Racing, and then on a race weekend I'm also Aaron's race engineer. We're at the halfway point of the season now. The first half has been a challenge, if I'm honest. We came off the back of last season thinking or expecting that we'd be slightly higher placed at the moment. The field's massively tight. All the drivers are capable of a result. Everybody has to dig deep and do what you can. My job comes with a lot of challenges and a lot of responsibility, so always dealing with people is a challenge in itself. Managing the cars and the drivers is always a challenge, because drivers are drivers. We do have a good relationship between all of us. That, like I say, there's plenty of layers in the team that people pick things up, and I think that Alton in general is a tricky circuit and challenging. It's bumpy, it's tight, narrow. The drivers can't be scared of the place. You need to take the bull by the horns and do what you can. Yeah, it's a tough place, but we're up for the fight this weekend.
Gorgeous Alton Park sunshine. We're about to start the day's racing with round 13 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. A fascinating grid and some interesting tyre strategies as well.
Nice and square in the box. Count a few markers.
The last few cars, Andrew Watson, for example, here lining up in position at the top of Deer Leap. The 5-second board then is shown. Round 13 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. 15 laps ahead of us is Go. Ash Sutton may have crept ever so slightly, but it's a good getaway, and Colin Turkington is stranded on the grid. He didn't get away well on the green flag lap, and the BMW has yet to move, so Colin Turkington is in real strife as Ingram leads Sutton, and Camish third, Chilton fourth as they drop down the Cascades for the first time.
Don't be silly, Aidan, don't be silly, Aidan.
He found some room to get through and braved around the outside at turn 1.
And that's Aidan Moffat leaning on Rob Hunt.
Rob's been very kind there.
It is Ingram up front, but Ash Sutton going after him and thinking about maybe a move on the inside. Feints to the inside, tries to unsettle Ingram. Good luck with that. Ingram will lead at the end of lap 1. It is Ingram versus Sutton. We've not had that many toe-to-toe battles between these two this year, but this could be one of them. It's been eagerly anticipated, and look at Sutton go!
He's absolutely on it. These two absolutely at the top of their game. Ruffling up as a very late send into the side of Ingram. There's a little bit of push and shove.
And he's got the line for Hislop's, that's the key to this. Ingram's got his nose in front, he tries to move across, they lean on each other again. Ingram gets fired sideways, another chicane he has to skip because of contact. It's like Thruxton all over again.
We were ahead and he hit us. They're the rules, they told us yesterday.
Second penalty for a false start. You're going to add it on at the end.
A time penalty for Andrew Watson of 5 seconds for a full start. Andrew Watson's Toyota.
There's been 2 warnings, but neither are for you or Ash.
The best of those on the hard tyre, Aaron Taylor-Smith in 8th place. So you were right, we've got the cars all at the front on soft, and then the hard race being led by Aaron Taylor-Smith.
Keep your head, let's go forward.
10 to go, mate. You are quicker than the guys ahead of you. Pace is good.
Over the brow, Ray Hill. He had a big send by Andrew Watson. Goes ahead of Mikey Doble. Backwards, really brave on the way towards Druids. Nice move, Andrew Watson. Through he goes up to now 12th on the road.
Great job, mate. Great job. We've got a 5-second penalty. We need to push now. We need to push and increase the gap to the cars behind.
Last lap.
He's built that gap and a really consummate drive. Tom Ingram takes career win 30 at Alton Park. He wins race 1 of the day. Sutton is second, and then with a huge question mark hanging over it, 4th over the line, Dan Rowbottom.
Yeah, good job. A8. Could be a promotion to P7. Robo should have stopped.
Awesome job, mate. Well done. That was tough. P15 is the line with the penalty included. Well done, mate.
I'm biased again, but I thought you were ahead and you made contact, which is the 2 criteria that we heard about last week. So I don't know, we both scored points, no one had a DNF, so...
Exactly.
Well done, mate. Good race as well, wasn't it? Yeah. Well done, boy. He could only get a bit back on us when he was using hybrid.
Yeah, that's it.
The rest of it, like...
I felt like we had really good pace, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, normally, cards are Achilles heel, so to be getting amongst it, I think it was alright.
Mike, you should be chuffed a bit to that.
Yeah,
you know, when he's running around 27th, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And fine. Yeah. Now he drops 27th.
Yeah.
And they like pushed on hard, then was back in there.
Yeah.
So if you can just utilise at the beginning and and then get into a river. You'll be
Race 1, obviously we struggled a little bit in qualifying yesterday, made some fairly significant changes overnight. Pace seemed good throughout the race, unfortunately just picked up a 5-second penalty for out of position on the start. Dropped us down to I think 15th, should have been 12th. Pace was strong throughout the race, really good at the end, half a second quicker than the guys ahead of us. Yeah, got rid of the hard tyre as well, now onto the soft for the next one.
The hardest part of what I do is balancing other people's emotions. That's the truth of it. Like when I look into the garage on race day morning or whatever it may be from my garage door and I see 100 odd people, you can't let their emotion, their nerves, their anticipation of what the day will be rein in on you. For this weekend, yeah, we have 200 odd guests coming. And this is where I would say the team around me make the big difference. So Lauren, my wife, who everyone will see around the paddock, is the unsung hero of me, of what I do. If she wasn't here, there's no way I could be doing this. And I kind of operate on the approach that everything is going to be fine until it's not fine. So there's no point stressing about it until it's not fine. And that's why Lauren makes sure everything does stay fine, where I can just live in this la-la land.
Come on, boy, let's see what we got here, eh?
The grid is formed then, and we are getting set for our second 15-lap race of the day.
Hot in the sun. Yeah. I just escaped
Usually
the shade.
Usually I'm trying to get a tan, but
Not now, yeah.
last car's just getting into position now.
The lights in a moment will go red, and then we'll see who's going to make the best launch as the lights go out. Good getaway by Ingram. Good start by Jake Hill to jump up alongside Adam Morgan on the way down towards Old Hall Corner. For the first time of asking, good getaway by Aaron Taylor-Smith. Looks squeezing up the inside, contact with Morgan. It gets crossed up. Cook got round the outside, and there's mayhem breaking out. Huff goes off the road. The casualty is Adam Morgan, who's facing the wrong way. Everybody else was able to swerve round him. Taylor-Smith, I fear, lost a big chunk of time in all of that, whereas Josh Cook went round the outside and survived it.
And just put an eye over pit wall, make sure we haven't picked up any front end damage.
Poor old Adam Morgan, just first corner bunching. Oh,
Cook's with them already because he got round the outside, so he's in that pack already. It is Ingram, it's Sutton, it's Camish, but look at Cook, he might lead at the end of the first lap. This is an absolute dynamite first lap from Josh Cook.
Remember, he had that slightly colder tyre on as well. He'd be mad to put up a fight against Cook. And Cook is through.
What a lap then, 8th on the grid.
And side by side we've got Sutton and Ingram as they come down the Cascades. Ingram's got the inside. This is just the sort of dicing that helps the guys at the back catch up.
So Rowbottom 7th is in jeopardy, just as those ahead are, as they come down now into Lodge Corner. Taylor-Smith right up with Hill, but he's not finding it easy to get through.
No, but Hill and Camish fighting is going to be an opportunity sooner or later, I should think, for Aaron Taylor-Smith.
10 to go, mate, 10 to go. Turn your lights off when you get a chance.
Aaron Taylor-Smith in 6th is the one to watch, though, as you look back now from Jake Hill's BMW, because he's the next of those on the soft. But again, come back to this perennial problem here that it's hard to overtake. He's on the quicker tyre, but he can't make progress. Place there, Smiley going through, and a big send up the inside from Andrew Watson, who clatters into Dan Rowbottom's Ford and opens the door for Colin Turkington, who now can make some progress because Watson delayed himself and Colin Turkington is through by the end of the lap.
He's now looking, down the inside. There's a move there on Jake Hill from Aaron Taylor-Smith. He hasn't completed the move yet until they get to Island. Hill's fighting back, half on the road, half on the grass.
But Aaron Taylor-Smith is going to be ahead. Can he get the line for the corner? No. Jake Hill back on the inside, but finally Aaron Taylor-Smith found a way of getting alongside, but he can't complete the move, so he's no better off. Now Sutton with the damage. Look, Ash Sutton has got a repeat of what Dan Rowbottom had in the first race. Now, consistency and all of that, he should get a black and orange.
He got to pit.
Yes. Black and orange is dangerous.
But Rowbottom didn't in the last race.
Well, the team will know exactly what has to happen. There, the black and orange flag is being shown to Ash Sutton. They've been in this position once with Dan Rowbottom. Now, which is worse, pitting and losing track position, or going to the end and copping a 30-second penalty?
Now, try and make a call bit straight away.
Now, is this Sutton about to come into the...
Ooh.
Oh, they're trying to knock it off. The teammates are trying to knock it off.
Didn't work, and Jake Hill's gone by as well.
5 to go, 5 to go.
In comes Sutton. It didn't work in terms of getting Camish to dislodge it, but he's in anyway. So there it is, you can see where the gap is, and the bodywork is ripped away. So the PowerMax Astras now are 5th and 6th.
First track limits warning, 2 laps to go.
This on board with Watson, with Dan Rowbottom in front. He's gone to the outside. Darryl De Leon up the inside, into the side of Watson. I think he's going to get that place. Good opportunist driving by Darryl De Leon, but Watson's fighting back on the outside.
Now towards the braking zone, De Leon on the inside, one of the stars of Donington at the beginning of the year, moves himself ahead of Andrew Watson then. But Rob Huff under attack from De Leon. Andrew Watson looking quicker than the pair maybe here. He goes to the outside line as they head down towards Lodge Corner, bearing in mind that Watson and Huff are on the soft as well. They've struggled to make progress. They haven't got anything like the pace that Cook seems to have.
Final warning, track limits, final warning, track limits. Last lap.
Ingram for 2nd, and now for 3rd. Jake Hill comes up to have a go at Dan Camish. Remember, Jake Hill's next podium will be his 50th, and this could be it.
He's in front and he's closed the door. A great manoeuvre. He's locked up. Has he managed to stop it? He has, but will he be quick out the corner? Has he got any hybrid left, or can Camish fight back?
The Toyota Corolla wins. Josh Cook wins race 2 at Alton Park, and he wins it by a mighty margin with Tom Ingram set for 2nd place. The gap between them at the end, 8 seconds. Jake Hill 3rd, brilliant last lap to move ahead of Camish. Taylor-Smith 5th, Mikey Doble 6th, Colin Turkington 7th from 20th on the grid. Mega drive. 8th, Chris Smiley, best of the year. 9th, Dan Rowbottom, and in the end down to 10th was Darryl De Leon.
P5 at the end, mate, P5. It's good to get a P5, but I think we were
hoping for a bit more from the start. Got caught up in a lap 1 incident, which was quite. We'll take that.
Oh, that's hot in there. I think, to be honest, with the delay on one, like I was on the outside of row bottom and he just steamed up. He hit me, but what they'll say is.
Is this the last lap?
No.
Oh, okay.
But what they'll say is there was a gap, but like he steams in, smashes me, and stops.
Obviously Josh was on the soft tyre, we were in the hard tyre. So Josh made progress in that first lap was really impressive. You know, he came through from I think 7th or 8th, maybe 9th on the grid. So it's really impressive, made short work of everybody. We got out front, but the race wasn't with him. Our race was with Ash and Camish and Hill behind. So for us it's a case of making sure we're in front of them at all points really. Ash had a good pace again early on, and then I think kind of just before the halfway point we kind of started to gap him. He had some kind of issue with bodywork, and then there was a bit of a gap to Camish, so we could just kind of manage the race after that. Performance on the hard tyre was good as well though, so we're pretty happy all in all. Good points. The first race was fantastic. We led from start to finish. We had a lot of pressure from Ash early on. He had a good pace in the first couple of laps, and then they caused him to come to us a little bit more, and we had good pace from kind of lap 3 or 4 onwards.
Josh, on you go.
6.
And you draw number 6.
You're welcome.
Mikey Doble and Tom Ingram and Jake Hill are waiting in the wing saying, good man, well done.
Yeah, so starting on pole for the last race of the day. See, I've started on pole once before, didn't quite go to plan. I can't predict what's going to happen, but I'm definitely going to make it very difficult for anyone to get by me, so looking forward to it.
I feel like the pace that we showed yesterday has translated into what we're seeing today. Now for race 3, we start in the front row, it's softs again, so I think we have a bit of a chance. I'm pretty happy, as you can imagine. Mikey and I, which is good, it's a nice PMR one too. Like, I feel like we can work together, we can hopefully gap the pack and then see what happens. Like, thing is, we're in the mix, that's all you ever want. And there's strength in numbers, and I think Mikey drove well in that race, so we should have a really good chance here.
We'll go out now, race underway. Not a great start by Aaron Taylor-Smith in comparison to Mikey Doble. A good getaway by Jake Hill, who goes to the outside line. Doble will lead, Taylor-Smith is second, and Jake Hill swoops around the outside, but he can't quite clear Dan Camish there, can he? As they come out of the corner, down towards Cascades for the first time, it's going to be a Vauxhall 1-2. And Aaron Taylor-Smith leads as Jake Hill squeezes up on the inside, and he goes third.
But a great start for the Evans Halshaw Power Max Racing team with both their cars 1 and 2.
There's a gap on the inside there. Look up the road, which is being seized upon by Tom Ingram to go back ahead of Josh Cook. He can't quite do it at Lodge. They clash mirrors, but that's going to give Ting the inside line down towards Oval Corner. So the Toyota on the outside, Hyundai on the inside, into the braking zone. Ingram goes back ahead.
What's happened to? Struggling with balance.
So Andrew Watson, I have a feeling, not for the first time today, has got a false start penalty. Didn't he get one in race 1?
Correct, 5-second penalty for a false start. Keep pushing, mate, keep pushing, the balance will come back.
Seeming to be the team player here, isn't he? Defending his second place and letting Doble clear up front. Replay here, Ronan Pearson in battle with Andrew Watson, and Watson ends up off the road. So just to add to his travails, he's got that penalty and now he's off the racetrack briefly as well.
Hill using hybrid this lap. Hill using hybrid this lap.
You haven't got a false start. Wrong car. You've got a false start.
Rob Huff has now been given a penalty for a false start. So Rob Huff, like his teammate Andrew Watson, now gets a false start penalty.
Can confirm you do not have a penalty. You do not have a penalty. That was a mistake by race control. 10 laps to go.
Meantime, Jake Hill still can't find a way past this Vauxhall Astra, and it is not for the want of trying. Aaron Taylor-Smith doing a good job of defending the Vauxhalls then from Evans Halshaw Power Max Racing, running 1 and 2. BMW 3, Jake Hill, and then it's 4th Dan Camish and 5th Tom Ingram. We're on lap 7 out of the 15 now.
Here, it doesn't seem to be racy at all. It's not coming back either. I thought it'd come back.
Don't worry, wait until you get the car back. Might be an issue.
We've got a pass. We've got Hill in front of Taylor-Smith round the outside. So is this a lap that Hill's using his hybrid? He is. No wonder he's got past.
And there's drama for Ash Sutton. This time it's the front of the car that's got the damage, and the inner of the wheel arch has wrapped itself around the tyre, and he's heading for the pit lane. Start lap 13 now into Old Hall Corner. 3 laps to go, and they'll be the longest 3 laps of Adam Weaver's life. Pressure, pressure, pressure being applied to Mikey Doble by Jake Hill. Look at that, almost pushing the Vauxhall out of Hislop's. And nobody at Power Max Racing dare breathe as over the line goes Mikey Doble. 2 laps to go. Remember, Mikey has never had a British Touring Car Championship win. He's trying to force a tiny, tiny, tiny error out of Mikey Doble, but he can't get up alongside him here. 1 more lap to dislodge Mikey Doble, and Mikey Doble's about to have the longest lap of Alton Park of his life.
Race wins do not come easy, and they will not come any harder than this one if Mikey Doble pulls it off. If he can defeat Hill on this lap, it will be a richly deserved victory. Hill's going for that outside move again. He's pulled this off before. He's going to brake late, but just ease off the brakes, Mikey.
And he's going to be able to run himself back into the lead and force Jake Hill wide over the curb. Jake's got traction off the corner though. Mikey Doble will have the inside line all the way down to Hislop's. He tries to move across on Jake Hill, who's got his nose in front again. Doble hoping the inside line is enough. They lean on each other coming into the corner. Jake Hill's going to go through. That was a great move, and Mikey Doble's first touring car victory is denied with the checker flag is at the ready. A brilliant race 3, won by Jake Hill. He wins at Alton Park. Mikey Doble takes second, his best ever finish, and a great result. Taylor Smith third, a 2-3 for Power Max Racing. That is a very, very good result.
Yes!
Cheers, mate.
You deserve that.
Yeah, so finished Alton Park here, and it was just a very, very average weekend. Struggled for pace out of the box. You know, we were sitting outside the top 10 all weekend, and we changed a lot on the car to try and find some answers, but they didn't come. So yeah, we've got some work to do across all the cars, and I think everyone's scratching their head a bit. So yeah, it was a tough weekend, but yeah, we take the learnings out of it, and I think it's a good time for everyone to have a break. Am I looking forward to Croft? Probably not tonight on Sunday night at Alton Park, but tomorrow morning I probably will be.
These are the weekends that, in the depths of the winter, when you're stressed out of your brain, working on bits to get out in the car, all the commercial side of it, everything we do off track, these are the weekends that keep you going. This is what all that hard work is for, and to see it pay off the way it has is incredible. I think we're sat 7th in the championship, back on the outright podium, 2 independent wins. It has been a dream come true this weekend. It's just such a rewarding feeling to actually be in the mix. We're racing against the best manufacturers, the best cars, teams, everything. So yeah, to have a weekend like this is truly special.
Yeah, so race 3, Alton Park, what a race. It's the result that we all deserve, I think, as a team. I had a gut feeling coming into this week that we was gonna have a podium, that we were in for a good result, because it's so long overdue. We've had some great results so far this year, and we've been consistent. We're now the only 2 drivers in the field to have scored points in every single race, and that's just credit to the season we've had so far. So yeah, race 3, obviously we set ourselves up lovely in race 2 with a P5 and a P6 for me. And yeah, to finish the day with Jack Sears Trophy honours, the independent win, and an overall 2nd place, couldn't be happier. The excitement wasn't really oozing from me inside the car, I must admit, until maybe the flag dropped. But yeah, I mean, the stress of seeing that laser beamer catching me up there and getting bigger and bigger in my mirrors every lap was stressful at the time. But I just had to keep telling myself that, look, I'll do everything I can to win. If he's quicker and he passes me, I don't want to take myself out of the race, and it's still going to be a mega result. So yeah, it was a lap short today, but hopefully next time we'll bring it back one better.
A bit of a mad weekend, if I'm honest, but a really good weekend. We've come out the back of it with a big amount of points. Some would refer to that as pointsy. Great word, that. So it's been strong. It's been really strong. The cars felt alive. The cars felt good on a soft The car's felt good on a hard tyre, it's felt good in quali sim, it's felt good in race sim. Everything we've done has been great this weekend. So yeah, I really couldn't ask for any more. It's been fantastic, and yeah, Team Bristol Street Motors have given me one hell of a car, and it's been a pleasure to drive. It really has. So we've got a little bit of downtime now before we go racing again at Croft in the summer break. So we've got Festival of Speed, I've got British Grand Prix, we've got all sorts of stuff going on. So next time we'll be out will be Croft, a circuit I do really enjoy. So we'll see you all there.
For me, you've got to have a good cup of tea to start the day. Otherwise, if you don't, if someone hands me a really milky brew, then it's just not going to be a good day. It's like a superstition. On a race weekend, I will make the cup of tea myself first thing in the morning. So obviously recently I've always been getting milky teas. I'm just stupid like that with superstitions. I barely let the milk see the tea, to be honest. There we go. Just a little drop. My name is Ronan Pearson, racing in the BTCC with Accelerate and Macklin Motors. Yeah, here we are in the comfort of my own house. It's really nice to be doing something like this actually at home. It reminds me a lot of being at Media Day. Casting my mind all the way back. I sound old saying that at the age of 22, but how I got into motorsport really was because of my dad. You know, he was always into everything that revolved around four wheels. I was going to BTCC events from the age of 2 in a buggy. The big dog, here he comes.
I'm at fault for all this.
Yeah, it's your fault for everything.
The reason.
Our boy, Hudson, sniffing around. You know, I was once a kid walking around the paddocks, going to the autograph sessions, annoying the drivers. Can I sit in your car? Can I get an autograph? Can you sign this? Can you sign that? And you know, God help my dad, because he would have had all the posters to carry, all the merchandise. 5 miles from Knockhill. Literally, you can see it on a nice day from upstairs. And all week, last week, I could hear all the TOCA testing going on, which was pretty damn cool. You could literally, the Porsche Carrera Cup were out testing, I could hear every gear change, especially exiting the hairpin. It's so crisp, and that definitely gets you in the mood, especially on race week. What is on the menu? We've got some nice high protein, large eggs and some salmon. Fuel me up for a gym session.
Well, how many do you want?
Me, at least 4.
Right.
So.
Put in about 8.
Did 3 years on the TOCA package in the mini challenge. So raced for 2 teams across my first 2 seasons, but in the 3rd year I joined Accelerate Motorsport, and obviously the natural progression was to hopefully step up to the BTCC with them one day. Obviously had a really good year with them. It was a team to be with on the JCW grid, and yeah, I got the opportunity to, through sheer hard work and determination as well, to step up into what at the time was the 4th Hyundai, because the seat was still vacant, and I wanted to be in that.
Tight on time at the moment. Aidan's lacking track time today. We've had a few niggly problems and we've lost track time with the rain. Came at a bad time for us. We're nearly there.
We're in the same section. Obviously, I'm going to crack on and do my bit. If you're struggling, I don't mind doing another lap.
Okay.
On mine, to tow it properly. But I need to do mine first.
Oh God, yeah. If we can follow him, we can get a tow. Will give us a little bit of time gain, and we'll be able to pick up the lost time we've had from not learning the track at the same rate Josh has. But he's got to get his lap time in. If he feels it's safe, then he can maybe help Aidan.
Croft is it's a great circuit to drive. It's a really enjoyable circuit. It's been one of my career highlights in 2021 was getting my first and only so far pole position in touring cars, going to a race 1 and a 2nd and a 6th. So it's been my best ever weekend in touring cars for me. So I like the track, funnily enough. That's how it works. You like the tracks you're fast at, you dislike the ones you're slow at.
One thing we keep having to remind ourselves even is how quickly 10 minutes rattles by.
And especially on a long circuit like this, you don't get many laps, so an out lap a flying lap and an in lap is going to take you 7-8 minutes.
In fact, the only one I think of note that came in was Ash Sutton, because there you've got Aidan Moffat and Josh Cook, who are both stayed out.
Target's now 21.6.
Right, Rowbottom, absolute best sector 1.
Lots of purples flashing up. We'll see what his time is. Only a little bit further to go, 2 more corners, but you can easily blow the lap at this last section. You can do the first section ever so fast, bit of understeer coming through that last corner, but it's very easy to blow the lap right at the end, especially when you know on your data that you're quicker. And he does do it at 21.0. Wow.
Right, that means Moffat is out. The session has got less than 2 minutes to go. Dan Rowbottom loses the lap. He's had it taken off him because he's had it removed for track limit. At the moment, he is out. So is Aidan Moffat, along with Nick Halstead and Darryl De Leon.
This will be your last lap. The checkered flag will be out at the end of this lap. You need to get to a 21.7 with P8 at the moment. Yeah, sorry, that's P9, unfortunately. It's 22.2, lack of track mileage. Yeah, we'll work on this.
And yet again, Aidan Moffat, who has really struggled this year. I think only once has he got himself out of the first group of qualifying. When I asked him at Alton Park what he thinks about the new qualifying format, he said, well, it's great, you know, because I don't do very much work. I haven't got out of Q1 other than once this year. His tongue was firmly in his cheek, you can imagine.
I mean, Josh said when he changed the car to that, he needed 3 or 4 laps to get used to it. He never had 3 or 4 laps. It's just, it all stems from no mileage, and if we won, that's the whole day. So, the car never felt bad. There were certainly things we could do with it. We were so on the back foot.
Yeah, okay.
So the car wasn't bad at all. I was just trying to learn what the car could do because it was so different.
Right, Colin Turkington is going to be the first driver to really offer up a proper lap time in this part of the session.
Nice late apex to get the power on that rear-wheel drive car. One of the reasons why this has been considered a rear-wheel drive track over the years.
Camish, lap time disallowed at track limits. So Dan Cam has lost his lap now. That puts Turkington back to the top from Watson, Pearson and Morgan. 6/10 up, Chilton goes top, Camish goes second.
That is a great time. That matches the time that Dan Rowbottom did that was disallowed.
So at the moment, those that are out are Morgan, Osborne, Pearson and Sumpton.
We're currently sitting in P9, mate. 2/10 would bring us up to P6. Sorry mate, that's P9 there. Not what we wanted. Not even a 10th off P6.
Roland struggled a bit in these qualifying sessions. He's been a race winner this year, the BRDC Rising Star, but frustratingly he gets dumped out of Croft qualifying.
I don't have any answers for it. For the qualifying session, this is what it is.
P9 in that session, I think, so yeah, pretty abysmal really. Not really got any answers. Obviously it's our worst qualifying this year. I think I'll be lining up 18th and 19th tomorrow, and that's pretty embarrassing in itself. So yeah, when we've had some of the highs that we have to now, it's a real low point, not going to lie.
Right, we'll go through the data mate, see what we can do. I'll have a chat with Spen about it as well.
Yeah.
So, we need to get a little bit more lively, don't we?
Your expectations change so quickly in touring cars when you're fighting at the front and you start your season there and know the pace that you've got. Your expectations and ambitions quickly change to having that feeling consistently. Yeah, I mean 2024 so far it's been mixed emotions. You know, starting the year off with a win after a few years off that top step was obviously an incredible feeling. But then on to Brands Hatch, we were going for second place in the last race, and had to retire from the race with a mechanical fault. Bounced back, got the 1, 2, 3 for the Toyota cars at Snetterton and finished the first half of the year going for second place in another mechanical fault. So of course to win and get a second in the first half of the year is fantastic, but we should have had another couple of podiums, and that potential haul of points could have maybe had us about 6th or 7th in the championship, whereas we're now quite a way off. So it's a hard one, you know. It has been a bit disappointing that we could have been so much further up the table and had an extra couple of trophies in the cabinet already.
Aidan Moffat's a really interesting driver, actually, because, well, do you know what? By memory, I think he was one of the youngest to ever compete in touring cars. He's been around a long time. He's got lots of experience. There is no doubt, on his day, he's quick. No doubt about that. He just doesn't have many on days. Now, is that because he struggles to get in the car to be where he wants it to be? I don't really know, but what I do know is if he's in the right frame of mind, he's in the right headspace with the car, and he's got the setup right, he can do well. You know, he's fast, and also, to be fair to him, he races pretty well. You know, you can race with Aidan really very close. He's not going to do anything daft, but he's a good lad. I like him.
Race day here at Croft. We've just had the autograph session where all the fans get to come down the pits and meet us lovely drivers in such great moods after bad qualifying. It might look like I'm into my fashion with these sunglasses, but I actually lost mine yesterday, so I had to steal my girlfriend's on the other pair, so if you could try and not judge me for that, that would also be great. It was disappointing qualifying yesterday. We had issues with the car and we lost kind of FP1 running, and Croft is so crucial to get all the track time that we were just always on the back foot, which the car was actually quite strong for qualifying, but we changed it so much from the second practice that I had to kind of find my feet a bit, and the new format means you only get one crack at it. Newcastle, I think we qualified in Newcastle somewhere back in 15th, I think, so put the hards on race 1, get them out of the way, and then try and build our day on that, try and fight back race 2.
Are my cans sitting about here or not?
I think the car's going to turn, it's going to rotate. We'll look after these tyres, we'll get to the end, and we'll work out what we need for the soft tyres and make it happen later.
Let's do this, mate, alright? Let's make this as good as we can, eh? Yeah. It's just me and you on the radio, alright?
Okay.
Yeah. Cheers.
And to get part 2 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship season underway, great getaway by Turkington.
Okay, copy. So Leon jumped the start.
Great reaction and jump off the line as expected from the BMW. Ingram has got through on Camish. Camish has had to straight line the chicane. Someone out very wide. Looked like one of the LKQ Toyotas.
Possibly Moffat, he was a bit further back. Cookie on the grid. Good little battle pack behind, as you can see. Adam Morgan, another one trying to make some progress.
Yeah, all 3 cars in front used hybrid that last lap. The car behind used hybrid as well. You're the only one saving up at the moment, so it's a good job at the moment.
It looks to me like Turkington and Ingram are working a little bit together at the moment, just to build as much of a gap as they can. They probably know that Sutton is coming, and it'll be interesting to see what Camish does when Sutton gets up behind him.
Yeah, Josh Cook goes through. Now Cook is another on the hard, so that is a battle on the same type of tyre. And Josh Cook, as we know, he's always a rapid driver. He always goes pretty well around here as well. He's on the limit coming out of the Jim Clark S's, runs a little bit wide, but he's cleared smiling already. He's off into the distance. There he is, locking up, wheel lifting.
The Leon used hybrid that last lap. I'll keep on notifying you from now on. Morgan behind has 6 laps here of 8.
Great little squabble going on here, look.
Get some of this train here maybe.
Moffat and Morgan run absolutely nose to tail there, going up towards Hawthorne.
Morgan is on hybrid.
The usual story, stop behind Moffat, isn't it? Nobody can get past him.
Now there's the battle between Aidan Moffat, Adam Morgan and Ronan Pearson. Aidan Moffat's another driver who's been warned about track limits. He's had a driving standards flag, and you can perhaps understand why, because he's having to work that car hard to fend off Adam Morgan. And there, another sideways Toyota. Way out wide goes Morgan. That was definitely exceeding the limit of the circuit.
Yeah, interestingly, we're not getting any track limit infringements picking up in the race. So funny that, he did in qualifying, but not in the race.
And that's Morgan under attack from Pearson now, rather than attacking Moffat. He's got another Scottish driver, Ronan Pearson, right up behind that BMW.
He's got him this time. Surely. Come on, Ronan.
Now Sutton on the back of Camish. 12 months ago, team orders were very much a thing at Napa Racing, but it might be a bit different this year. Let's see.
Yeah, we've seen it, mate. It's a disaster, but we've noticed that. He just rejoined straight in front of him, didn't he?
Big lose here from Aidan Moffat, but he hangs onto a monster slide. That allows Adam Morgan to go past. Race 1 of the day, won by Colin Turkington, and the points that go with it are going to be vital for the championship.
Difficult to guess what we need to do on there. I mean, the pace-wise, from what you do when you could get a lap in, wasn't too far off. So we will make some adjustments and go onto soft tyre, hopefully make some big improvements for the next race. I mean, it's a lot better than we were yesterday with the limited run that we had.
Yeah, mate, definitely ruined that for us. That's P16. You need to take that to the bus like this. Yeah. Just ruined by him driving in front. Yeah, we've seen it.
Pretty naff, pretty meh. Yeah, it was a shame because we were fighting for the points mid part of the race. The tyre was working okay. Still, yeah, we had a lot of front end push and stuff which limited me from doing certain things, placing the car in places I wanted to. But yeah, it was a rather wild Cupra rejoined the circuit right in front of me, and you have to take avoiding action at that point. And then the pack that I was with were away, and then he was a rolling roadblock, unfortunately. Pretty peeved, to be honest.
Too loose from the start, or where?
It wasn't loose, I didn't turn.
Oh, really?
I did no rotation. I turned into turn 1 understeer unless I bounced off the curb. I was having to throw it through the left, snap it through the right, to not go to track limits by driving off the track.
We need to make the rear end looser, so you don't have to do that.
Yeah, like a really good pace over the 16 laps, whatever it was. So, you know, it's always nice to have a bit more hybrid probably.
Struggled a lot with the car, so a lot of work to do for the next 2 races, unfortunately. Too much understeer.
How good a start can he make? It's a perfect getaway. Turkington blasts clear, then down towards Clermont. He's already pulled about 2 lengths over Ingram, who is second, half just ahead of Cook, and already happy up the inside. They're trying to squeeze past Jake Hill, and here he comes to the outside up towards Tower. Ingram levels with Turkington, goes ahead, contact, he's sideways. The door is open for Turkington to fight back, but Ingram has done it. And here, look on board with Sutton. That's round the outside, roll half of a BMW of Turkington in real strife. Yeah, he's got a hit.
Sutton goes for the move, but Turkington covers it off, and Sutton can't get off the brakes quickly enough.
Yeah, we're stuck in the traffic. Like, his pace is okay in clear air, we just can't get in clear air all the time.
Rob Huff up the inside, goes through.
Yeah, Ingram was not going to fight that, there was no point.
4th place now is Rowbottom, so he's got past Sutton already.
You're not going to deny a car on the best tyres in this race a good result that he could get for this.
Once again to the inside line there goes Josh Cook, so that gives him 2nd place, moves himself up past Ingram.
Looks like he's really struggling in a straight line. He's going through the corners nicely, but he just can't seem to pull away.
Yeah. something wrong maybe. Falling back. Serious vibration, front right. Okay mate, box it if you can't drive it.
That's Ronan Pearson into the pit lane, winner at Brands Hatch, but it's been a torrid time since.
You see anything, Woods? I think we should go back out for a lap and wait till okay mate, we just have to treat this like a shakedown. Okay mate, yeah, just get yourself round and box again please. I'm sorry. Just
something catastrophically wrong.
Here goes Chilton, biffs Hill sideways, and off goes Jake Hill, heads towards the tyres, makes contact, he will rejoin, but he is going to be seething about that.
We've done Morgan.
Adam Morgan in a dangerous place.
But he turns through the corner, just lost it.
No, I think that tyre went. I think that tyre went, which was why he spun round.
And only 3 to go now for Josh Cook to try to find a way past Rob Huff, who is not going to make it easy. Into the S's, that's really, really, really brave. Go on, Josh, up the inside, he's done it. Huff goes out right, no, they're side by side. Huff tries to get back onto the road. Cook on the inside has gone through. Fantastic racing. Career win 20 for Josh Cook as he comes across the line. He wins race 2 from Rob Huff, who is just ahead of Dan Rowbottom. Aidan Moffat in the top 10.
It was a good race, what we'd hoped for. We needed to break into the top 10. Getting caught up in the queues of soft tyres is always going to hurt us. But his pace was solid, so I'm quite happy with that. We did the exact same lap time as Josh did on the last lap. We won the race.
You know you wouldn't have heard the end of that. The only bad thing about a race 1 or 2 podium, you get less time with the car. Well done, mate.
Your sectors were decent when you had clear air, but I could tell it was just getting hot.
That was 105.
Yeah. You can't do anything in that, it's the thing, it's just wind itself down. And you can see that whole queue, anyone who was in the queue got caught up in it. 2 of the, like Josh and Huffy got ahead, got the clear air, was quicker, but actual lap for lap, I think that was all right.
It's a lot livelier, but that's the point, the thing about it. The pace didn't feel that bad. I don't think the pace was bad, was it?
No, pace was good, like I said, you did exactly the same lap time with Josh on the last lap. They were all pretty much the same. Once tyres fell off, some of your sectors, when you had a bit of clear air, were really good. But you can't get a lap in when you catch the guy in front. You're a lot quicker than Morgan, but you got there, got hot, and then you're in trouble. Yeah.
I think just so you know, I think we popped the rad. It's been a load of
I think reliability first, get the rad done, make sure the car's correct, and then sit down.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the wheel.
The wheel?
Yeah. The right rear, not the right front.
The rear?
Come with it.
Look down at that.
Would that cause it to feel like it's wandering around? Because obviously when I'm...
Talk to Tom, because he's done 5 today.
Yeah.
So, yeah, talk to Tom, see what his feedback is on if it's the same feeling as that.
Yeah.
Just so you can get a bit of confidence is that, but obviously we'll go through that whole thing to make sure it's...
Yeah.
But I assume that paint's off the back edge of the curve.
Must be. Should we go and play some golf somewhere? I am a golfer. If someone asks me what I play off, my normal answer is a tee, because there's no point asking me about my handicap. I did go on a golf holiday, played some really good golf, came back and it's like I've never played. Yeah. Weird, but maybe the trick to playing well is actually the alcohol intake.
I hope there's no golf pros watching this.
There we go. That was like we just got FP1 out of the way. Second shot was FP2. This is the qualifier.
Is this where it goes wrong then?
Mate Max is normally the person I go to the range with. We are, obviously with what he does, quite competitive, so whoever gets the longest drive, the better shot, is normally the happiest, and the other one's sulking. Oh, get this is not good. Oh! 165 mile an hour. Hey, big boy. You.
I'm normally terrible with a driver as well.
I find golf really good because you've got the social aspect, you've got it with mates, whether it's a driving range or the course. You could be on the course for nearly 4 hours, having a laugh and not thinking about anything else. Because again, for me, when racing is everything, a Friday night game of golf just chills you out that little bit, removes you from everything else, and yeah, it just clears your mind.
No, we've literally only been knowing each other for a year and a bit.
Yeah.
But we've hung out a lot because I don't have any other friends in Scotland. Sounds sad. No, it's just good because there's not many other young racing drivers that you can hang out with in Scotland. So.
Max is one of my closest buddies. We've shared a lot of good memories together, and he operates at a high level with his rally career too. So to have someone so determined and focused on their own career is also good for me, I would say. He probably keeps me sane a lot of the time. It's hard if you've not got that support mechanism where they don't really understand the sport enough. Oh, that was good. Nice. So between my family and mates, whether the chips are down or it's going really well, that support's there, and yeah, lucky to have that. Better start the whip, shall we? Whoop! I'm pretending that I know where we're going, but I don't. Look at this. Oh my God.
It's better be a decent view. I bet it's just going to be like mist everywhere.
Imagine. Better not start down when we come out of the trees.
A rally driver in his natural habitat.
Yeah, actually.
Playing with the rocks.
Not for me.
There's a little bit more to do than I'd hoped for, so it's a little bit close on time. But we'll get there, we'll be done. We've had to change the radiator and a few other bits on the front end of the car from a little bit of damage in that last race. Our goal was to try and get ourselves back into position after yesterday. A shame to be P10 than anywhere further up the grid. It just makes a long weekend of it.
We've got nothing to lose here, mate. We're going to do this, all right?
So you've started at 90, which is really hot, but in this one lap you're down to 70.
What's you got to look for? As long as the water temperature's okay, we're okay, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So, as soon as the last car, that of Ronan Pearson, who's sadly has had another tough day, the Team Bristol Street Motors Hyundai, we will get the green flag to say that all is good.
That's the 5 second mark.
Round 18 is go. Good getaway then from pole by Chilton. Is it good enough to carry him down to Clermont in the lead there? Yes, it is.
Great run by Ingram down the inside into turn one. He's ahead of both of the Fords of Camish and Sutton.
Okay, see if we can get some clear air and see how it goes. Once we get to 105, we retire.
Keep pushing, lad.
Sam Osborne involved in the battle. Smiley's got past him. Now Ronan Pearson goes through as well.
He just got Osborne at the complex as well.
Ingram squeezes through. They both go wide. The door is open. Here comes Camish. He gets past one. He gets past two. Through goes Ingram as well.
That was an absolute beauty of a pass from Dan Camish.
Oh, Moffat, stop.
Okay, mate, park it safe.
That's Aidan Moffat with damage at the front, and Aidan Moffat's limping to the pit lane.
Damage is done in race 2, having a hole in the radiator. There's not a lot we can do about that.
Side by side coming through the Jim Clark S's. There's only one winner going to be here. It's the guy on the inside, which is Sutton.
Rob Huff was off the road and back on again, but he comes back on the inside, hits Sutton, gets him sideways, and Rob self-censors and he lets Ash recover, slots back in behind. He very nearly got done in all of that by Aaron Taylor-Smith.
Yeah, I see it, yeah. We got 7 more laps to go here, mate. There you go, that's it.
Turkington won't do anything rash, or I don't think he will. Look, he's made Ingram defend, and then he makes a late lunge up the inside. He's got clearly up the inside. He hasn't gone over. Whoa, big dose of oversteer on the exit. Turkington's on the hybrid, and it's good enough to get through. Look, it's good enough. Or is it? He's right round the outside. They're both off the circuit. Turkington's trying to close the door. There's contact at high speed. Turkington's off. He's going to hit the wall. He tries to close the apex there, but as soon as he's on the grass, he knows he's only going to end up in one place.
What about this drive from Tom Chilton? He's led from the off, he's led from pole, but a really good drive.
Fantastic drive. Used his hybrid wisely to stretch the gap when he needed to. Hasn't put a foot wrong. We're going to see some wild celebrations. The whole family's here this weekend.
Colin Turkington, by the way, is still circulating in 17th place because you never know if there's a tangle and 2 drop out, there might be a point on the table. He's not put a wheel wrong. He comes out of the hairpin, checkered flag at the ready. Race 3 honours go to Tom Chilton here at Croft. He wins. Second across the line is Jack Camish. Tom Ingram takes 3rd and up to 10th from 20th on the grid. Ronan Pearson, fair play, good effort.
Good drive, mate. Well done. That's P10.
Turkington 14th on the line, he's back in the points, it was worth carrying on. And Tom Chilton out of the car, almost on top of the car as he celebrates. And you can see how much that means to him.
Well done, mate. Cracking drive. Mega drive.
Did that for myself, really.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, then we drove from P20 to P10, so half the grid in a race. Shows that when everything goes well, we can do that. Thank you to the car crew, because they've worked hard this weekend. We've had issues to fight. It's been an interesting week, pretty stressful, but mentally drained, to be honest. But obviously with the excitement of our home race at Knockhill, yeah, we'll be good.
I'm glad the weekend's over. I don't know what language I'm allowed to use to say how I feel, so yeah, this a terrible weekend from the start to the end, really. This one was a bit unfortunate. I think we picked up a small hole in the radiator in the second race, which there's no way of telling because all the temperatures were reading hot, but they were within the kind of safety limits, so it didn't throw anything up that was a major concern to force you to pit the car. So unfortunately, it's one of them you can't even learn from it. I think it was just bloody bad luck this time. So yeah, it's That's not on the team. This one is just really unfortunate, but that doesn't make it any more enjoyable.
That's a good question, isn't it? If you don't see the podium, why do you keep coming back for more? It's a really good question, that. It's very difficult to walk away. I mean, I walked away after 25 years, with a highly decorated career at the age of 56. It's very hard to walk away. Being brutally honest, we're lucky guys, to jump in those things and race with each other around great circuits in front of big crowds. There's only 20 guys in the world that get to drive these things at that level, with the level of competition, the big crowds, etc., etc. I think generally you've got to be a little bit off your rocker to do what we do. 9 times out of 10, it's bloody hard work. And there's only one winner. Or there is in my book anyway. Second place is first loser. But it's this never giving in. I'm going to try a bit harder this weekend. So and also, like I said, we're lucky guys.
Like I'm on Grand Theft Auto. Wait.
Steady on, traction control.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not far off the top actually. This was worth it.
First half of the year has been really tough. You know how much I needed that summer break, really. It's taken its toll. Every race driver does need a little bit of downtime. Like, you know, it's really hard for me to switch off sometimes, but stuff like this is great. You just don't think about your day job. The second half of the year is just about trying to get the enjoyment back and getting results for me.
Yeah, I think it's the same. Got a big family name behind me as well, so yeah, but I mean, same as you, same as any other driver, you want to win for yourself.
Yeah, I've not come this far and been through the journey I have to please other people. So you have to get out of it what you need as well.
Tough sport, but wouldn't change it.
No, it's all part of it.
The more time on camera, the better. I might take up acting after this. You know, I won't make it as an actor, but I can give it a go. We're in Bonnie, Scotland.
We are at a very windy Knockhill for round seven of the British Touring Car Championship.
It's August 8th today, and I've got a track top and a gilet on. It's blowing a hoolie outside. Yeah, but it is dry at the moment, which is a positive for Knockhill. Right, Knockhill as a circuit is probably the best circuit in the UK.
Knockhill's really enjoyable. I like coming here, I like the circuit.
It's frantic, you know, it's up, down, left, right, you never get a breather.
You know, it's so undulating, great views, very busy, a lot going on. You don't get a lot of chance for a break around here.
It's a shame they've ruined it a little bit with the curbs that they put in at the chicane. We could really use to fly across those.
You know, you look at last year, there were times where we're almost 4 wheels off the track. They're trying to stop that, make it a bit more, you have to drive around it.
I've had some amazing times here at Knockhill before. It's the place that I won my first race back in 2019. Fans are absolutely mega, Scottish people are great, absolutely love it.
It's just a fantastic event. It's just a shame it's so far north and as windy as it is, but if we could drag the racetrack, you know, 200 miles south, it'd be perfect.
I'm Jake Hill and I'm driving for Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport. I've been in the BTCC full time since 2016, but I did do a couple of one-off races. One when I was just 19 years of age, I think I was, yeah. 2013, got that touring car bug going really. Feels weird, it's like we're at a real touring car meeting. Just cooler, right? We are at Super Touring Power 2. This is the second year they've done it. We're at a glorious Brands Hatch. The sun is out, it's like 25 degrees, absolutely beautiful. And behind me is the car that I'm driving. Now this is Lauren Aiello's 99 championship winning car. Absolutely stunning bit of kit. It's a real pleasure to drive, and we've just finished qualifying and we're on pole. So I had a perfect weekend last year when I drove it, winning all 4 races, and we're off to a great start for this weekend. Definitely the most commonly asked question is, you know, how similar are they or what's the differences? And to be honest, they're just incomparable. They are so different. So these are about 950 kilos. A current touring car is about 1,350 kilos. So there's 400 kilos difference in weight. The technology that these cars had for 1999 is just insane. You know, they're a work of art. They're full of carbon fibre. They're super light. All the weight is in the correct places. But they had like 10 million quid to spend in 1999, and we don't have that today. So we can't make the cars what we'd love to make them as, and we are restricted by that, but it means we get more cars on the grid. The days of super touring had to come to an end because it was just too expensive. Hopes for today are to try and get 2 wins and to try and get one of the other Nissans on the podium. That would be fantastic. You know, I've got Richard Wheeler in the David Leslie car, the other 99 car. He owns all 3 of the Nissan Primeras, which is very, very cool, and it's thanks to Richard that I'm driving this weekend. We've also got Anthony Reid in his 98 winning car. There's a massive split of eras of cars. You know, you have everything from championship winning 99 car, arguably the very, very best car, all the way down to like 94 Vauxhall Cavaliers, so there's quite a big split in generation. So if we can get Anthony or Richard or both on the podium alongside me, it'd be fantastic. 2024 has been my best season to date for sure. I mean, it's been much more consistent, quite a few wins, car's been fantastic, we as a team have been better than ever. And yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I think that's the main thing is, you know, I'm absolutely loving this season, and hopefully we can, you know, try and take this all the way down to round 30. Podium sort of got a bit delayed because Richard, my teammate, unfortunately had a big shunt on the last lap with Steve Soper, which I'm gutted about because me and Steve were having a fantastic race, and then they've just sort of fell over each other really in that last lap. So gutted, really. I'm gutted about the ending, but you know, a good fun race for me and another win, yeah, which is great. Five wins in a row now in a Super Tourer. So yeah, I'm just sad for the team really and for Steve because overall it was a fantastic race. Yeah, this is Lauren Aiello. This is the man who won the championship in '99 in this very car, and he's come to see if it still fits.
From what I've heard, those cars looks better to drive.
Very heavy though. Yeah.
Powerful. The power is the same. Or?
Power. We're now turbocharged, and they're 400 horsepower.
Okay.
So they're only like 80 horsepower more than this. These are about 310-ish. Yeah. So it's not much more power, but it's the weight, you know. Yeah, but no, this is your car. This is your shell that you won the championship in. Good memories.
Yeah, it was tough.
It's still pretty tough now. Yeah, you know, this is my 8th season, and you know, I'm leading the championship now, but it's so tough. You know, those 5 people at the top are just so hard.
You know, it's always the same in
any championship. The top 5 or 6 are there.
Yeah. It can be like Euro Cup or whatever.
I know. Doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah. Always 3, 4, 5.
Really good people. Yeah. One big thing for me this year that's changed is I've become a father, which is, you know, the best thing ever. I absolutely love it, and it's a real honour. It's tiring at times, but you know, it's fantastic. And I think there is sometimes a bit of a risk of thinking, will it change the way I'm driving? Will it change the way I approach a race weekend or any of that? And I think it has made me more hungry in actual fact, because this will be my first championship ever, you know, not just in touring cars. Across anything I've ever raced, I've never won a championship, so I'd love to win my first championship in the presence of, you know, my baby boy, and having him there would be super special, you know, so it gives you something else to fight for. There was a long gap of being nothing but a father, and then when you jump in a touring car again, you do wonder, can I still do it? But after 2 laps and you're straight back on the pace, then it's all good.
So Jake is a very much a different driver, much more accomplished now, much more rounded, and he's going to be a real force this year. You know, he knows that BMW inside out now. He's got a good team around him. He's going to be a real force. You know, and he's an exciting driver. You know, he'll go for gaps. He wants to win.
Having a really good day so far. Had FP1 and FP2, been P1 in both. But FP2 was pretty representative, I think, of what we got. Just got to try not to get a track limits penalty and, you know, deliver for qualifying. The hope for this session is to put it P1. Really, realistically, if you look at the sessions from Alton and Croft, we should have probably been P1 in both. And we just haven't delivered, so time to maybe put that to bed. So my journey into motorsport started off with lots of karting, very successfully when I was younger, and then from there only managed a couple of years of car racing until we ran out of money. So I guess you could describe my career as a bit gappy. Got back into Clio Cup with the help of Cataclean in 2017. We've been partners ever since, and obviously now in the BTCC and have been for a while. So objective is to try and win this thing, but you know, it's easier said than done. Once we've won it, I don't have any plans, so we'll see what's next.
Is that rain going to come?
Hey?
Is the rain going to come?
Well, it's blowing around. It's in Dunfermline.
Yeah.
You know, we've had a really strong year in terms of pace, just haven't been able to deliver any results. I don't know why. Sometimes you have bad years. I try not to let it concern me anymore. I think, you know, if you hang on to stuff for too long and you start worrying and trying to figure out all the little problems, you don't really drive forward. So now I'm very much, well, it's happened, I can't change it, let's move on to the next. You know, and the strategy from Alton was, well, we'll scrap this year and we'll learn everything we need to learn to do a proper assault in 2025. So it very much is just a big test bed for us. You know, we had a good weekend at Alton Park. If it hadn't have been for a penalty in race 1, I think we'd have had a couple of podiums there. And then Croft, you know, it was another weekend of what ifs. We obviously fell foul of the track limit regulation in qualifying, which scrapped the weekend really, but we did manage to pull a podium out of it, so it wasn't all bad. But yeah, need some wins.
We're at 1 or 2?
2. We've got first, second, third, fifth, sixth championship in here.
So, qualifying is going to get underway here at Knock Hill very shortly. The cars then being pulled back onto the fast lane. The green flag is there, so Q1 is underway. And the teams in the pit lane in front of us getting ready to receive cars should they need to do a time cross.
Okay, Dan, box this lap, please, box this lap.
So nobody as yet has done a proper lap time. All the times that we have are from cars coming into the pit lane. Now, in terms of a time, Dan Rowbottom was in the 51s in free practice, 51.8 in the first, a 51.1 in the second. So that gives you an idea. We're looking for times in the low 51 second bracket. So Daryl De Leon does a 53.9, Aidan Moffat a 54.7, Dan Rowbottom goes second, 54.2.
Starting to rain out back.
Now the order is changing all the time. Aaron Taylor-Smith has had a lap taken off him, and right now, out of the 6, Camish, Huff, Watson, Taylor-Smith. That changes again as Taylor-Smith goes quickest. Rowbottom joins Doble, Osborne and Sumpton, the wrong side of the 6.
P7, current position, P7.
Now, Dan Rowbottom, as the rain comes, is still only 7th.
P7, this will be the final lap.
Flag out, and Rowbottom on this lap has just got himself a personal best in the first sector. And so Dan Rowbottom in the middle sector of the lap is going quicker. This has got to get Rowbottom into the magic 6 to progress into that quick 6 into Q2. He comes over the timing line and goes 4th fastest. It's enough to get him in, it seems.
Yeah, copy that. FNL. P4, mate. 1/10 off the quickest time. Okay, let's have a chat with it when you're in the pit lane, mate. Well done. It's a good effort. Could have done without that rain right then, couldn't we? Right, we're through, so... You know, I was like...
I know, same.
Group 2 is already on the way out.
It is indeed. Right, so this is going to determine the next 6 out of the 10 that go through. the BMWs then, who've all got themselves into this second group, we anticipate should stay out. Colin Turkington's gone top on a 51.7. That's there or thereabouts.
Ingram comes up to 7th, not yet in the top 10.
Hill goes 3rd, Pearson's down to 4th. There you've got heading up towards the line Tom Ingram, who is only 9th at the moment. He ought to be an improver on this lap. 8th.
So that's it. It's going to be Turkington, Sutton, Chilton, Morgan, Hill, and the final one from this 6th, Josh Cook.
And again, some hard luck stories. Tom Ingram inevitably is going to be amongst them. Qualifying continues, and it is now time to look forward to Q2. 12 drivers, 10 minutes. We're looking for the top 6. So there are the cars with the busy teams cycling them through. Remember, we've got 12 cars in this element of qualifying, and we'll whittle them down to 6. Jake Hill is the fastest, and Jake Hill is going to go even quicker because he's done 2 absolute bests across sectors 1 and 2, and as he goes across the line he does a 54.0. Looking at Rowbottom then, remember this was the driver that was fastest in FP1 and in FP2. Personal best up to the beam, goes up to 3rd with an absolute best in the last sector, so Rowbottom is 3rd.
P3.
Dan Rowbottom, like at Croft, has done it again. Time disallowed for track limits.
Current position P5, time deleted for track limits.
This is Jake Hill, who's down to 7th now. Turkington, Morgan, Cook, Watson, Taylor Smith, Rowbottom, the top 6.
P6, this will be your final lap.
So Jake Hill comes with a lock-up down on the last corner at the hairpin, but he's down in sectors 1 and 2, so I can't see this getting him in. So Turkington goes through, Morgan goes through, Cook and Watson in their Toyotas go through, Aaron Taylor-Smith and Dan Rowbottom goes through, but it's a bit tense for Dan, I suspect, at the end.
Right, we've got through by the skin of our teeth.
The ones we lose, Jake Hill, Dan Camish, Tom Chilton, Mikey Doble, Darryl DeLeon and Ash Sutton. So 10 minutes, 6 cars. This determines the order at the front.
Right, come on mate, let's get the business done here now. Wherever you can get this thing's going to make your Sunday a lot happier.
Dan Rowbottom quickest now. He's pulled the pin quite early on a 51.0 and he's 3 seconds clear of anybody else.
He didn't cross his tyres, so he left with some warm rears on and just put a new pair of fronts on, I assume.
No, I don't need to tell you this, but he needs to keep these red hot and get as much on them as he can.
Over the line goes then Adam Morgan, and then Colin Turkington behind him goes quicker. So it's Turkington, Morgan, Rowbottom now the order.
Do with Adam and Colin on the front row here, really, couldn't we?
3.5 minutes are on the clock. So it's Turkington, Taylor Smith, Morgan, Rowbottom, Cook, Watson.
Right, come on mate, let's have the hurry up there. P4.
The checkered flag is out. So provisionally the order is going to be Colin Turkington from Aaron Taylor Smith, from Adam Morgan, Rowbottom 4th, Josh Cook 5th, Andrew Watson 6th.
Okay mate, let's sort the car out and have a good race from the second row tomorrow mate.
We'll hopefully get Watson off the line. You've got Cook who you get on all right with, so
yeah,
you know, thinking about it that way.
Qualifying was, I would argue, the trickiest so far this year, simply because I think we all underestimated how powerful the hybrid would be. For every straight that you get at Knockhill, you're in the hybrid if you've got it available. We didn't, neither did Tom, neither did Ash. They qualified 12th and 15th, and I qualified 7th.
Qualifying's gone all right. You know, if you'd have said I was 8th before I started, I'd have been disappointed. But then if you told me that my main competitors, 2 of them's behind and only one of them's only 7th, I'd have said, well, that's not too bad then. So I don't think it's been a bad day.
Qualifying didn't quite go our way. A bit disappointed. I think we should have really been P1, but P4, can't complain of that. Until the very last lap, we were sitting P7 in Q1, and it was just like, how can we be P7? You know, we've been quickest all day. Just couldn't drag a lap time out the car. And then the very last lap, we managed to sneak in a P6 position, but I'd locked myself out of hybrid trying to get to it too soon at the hairpin, so it was just a really scrappy session, both for me, and the car wasn't quite right either. The conditions changed, it started to drizzle at the start, so that sort of made a few issues for us, but yeah, thank God for that. So in the standings in 2024, it's dreadful. Like, we're P10, which is awful. We are only about 9 points away from P6. I think it's quite tight. There's like a mid-band that's really tight, and then 5th's a little bit up the road. So, you know, I've never been in a championship before and not got to a point where we're winning regularly and we're you know, winning championships. Never ever. So it is disheartening, but you know, you can't hang on it. The results only really matter. I say only really matter. Everyone wants success, but the person that feels it most is me. So I just have to accept that we're not having the year that we wanted and just focus on 2025. And you know, we had a big change at Alton Park in terms of my crew internally, change engineer. I was working with Rob previously, and you know, Rob's a great engineer. He's a really good guy. We got on really, really well. But obviously, I have a lot of pressure, and I have a lot of people that have to perform for. You know, obviously, as a brand, Napa, we have to represent that in the most positive light. And for sure, as my own self, my own brand, if you like, I'm not interested in being able to make the numbers up. And then that's even before I started talking about Cataclean, that have supported me for so many years, spent a lot of money doing so. You know, my loyalty sits with those guys. You know, you cut me in half and it's probably like a stick of rock, it'll say Cataclean in the middle, you know. Yeah, I've got to pay those guys back, and we all felt collectively there was something missing. And obviously working with Ash and Tony into my second year now, I see that relationship. It's so, you know, they're so in tune, they know what they're trying to achieve, so I need to get to that point. And I'm pleased to say so far, you know, Paul and I are really hitting it off, and we've got a good relationship, and I think, you know, I do think by the end of the year we'll be quite close to where Tony and Ash are, so yeah, all to play for.
Okay, mate? Yeah, under control. Last overalls then on me.
Yeah, we're all good. Ready to go.
Proper Bobby dancers they are.
I know.
Let's see what happens.
So there's some surprises in here, mate. Sutton soft.
Wow.
Ingram medium. Camish soft. Tilton medium.
That's good.
But Cook, ATS and Watson are all on soft. So
As
Watson
well
isn't
as-
medium.
As well as, so I'm the first medium.
Yeah.
Robo's on medium as well, sorry.
Robo's medium as well.
Wow, really? That's interesting.
With the sun shining, this promises to deliver a really good race. We don't have to worry about inclement weather. We've got a really mixed up grid. We've got a real mix as well, Tim, of who's starting on which tyre.
Noticeable amongst those was Jake Hill, who's starting further back in 7th place. He's starting on the medium, which I think is a good decision.
Hill's got medium. Okay, so you've only really got the row behind you to worry about to start off with.
All right, Sausage. Remember, let's do our race.
Yeah,
Sutton's going to be racy, but equally he's got a lot of cars to get through as well. And we're still going to be racy as well, so I'll keep you abreast of everything.
Right then, pal. Go on, give it some stick. Drive it like you stole it.
Good luck, boys.
Have a good one.
So, race 1, 24 laps are ahead of us. The cars make their way to the grid.
Last car's in its position now, mate. Yeah, good luck, mate. Let's have it. Just remember what we're here for.
Round 19 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship is under 5 seconds away, with Colin Turkington on pole. Lights out, blast off. Mega getaway by Turkington as expected as the cars accelerate down towards Duffers Dip for the first time. Dan Rowbottom has already lost outlook because Josh Cook is up to 4th. There you can see the red, white and black Toyota just ahead of the Napa Racing Ford. Camish makes that place on the inside but runs way wide at Clark, and Watson's going to be back on his toes. Camish tries to cover him off and he will do so into the hairpin, but has he gone out too wide? Yes, yes, yes! Watson back up the inside. Jake Hill's up into 6th and Ingram is still struggling at only 16th, but he's about to get into the points on the inside going into Duffers Dip, or is he? They lean on each other. Moffat gets sideways, clatters into Ingram, who's on the grass, and that loses Ingram places rather than gaining. And he's picked up damage, look, on the left front corner, bit of tyre smoke.
Could be a puncture.
Oh no, disaster for championship leader. He's going to have no points out of this race. Damage to that left front. The Bristol Street Motors team commiserating with Tom Ingram.
There's a battle on here to be the leader of the unofficial medium tyre class.
Yeah, this is between Rowbottom and Hill. This is Hill to the inside, braking right to the apex, given lots of room by Rowbottom, who clearly wanted no part of that.
Good man. Good boy.
So Josh Cook up into 2nd spot, Adam Morgan 3rd, and Aaron Taylor-Smith 4th. Jake Hill is almost with them, so there's another place maybe to be gained by Jake before the very end.
Get after him if you can, but please, please keep it safe, mate. He's going to be pissed at losing P2.
So we've got here Dan Rowbottom just ahead of Ash Sutton. Now, are we heading into the part of the season where there might be a phone call to say, help your teammate? Dan Rowbottom is on the outside, Ash Sutton is on the inside, and Ash ought to be able to go through here, and he does. Checkered flag. Colin Turkington wins in the British Touring Car Championship. 4th, Aaron Taylor-Smith ahead of Jake Hill. Then Ash Sutton. Dan Rowbottom will come through for 7th ahead of Rob Huff, Dan Camish, and Mikey Doble to round out the top 10.
P7, very mature, sensible drive, mate. Well done.
What a drive, mate. What a drive. That almost feels like a win. That's a fantastic job, mate. Well done. Really, really pleased and proud of that.
Interesting watch. I didn't expect the tyres to fall off the cliff. No, I didn't expect them at all.
And there's a massive delta between the soft and the medium.
Yeah, but it's, I mean, the fastest laps now. But it's like, yeah, ours just fell off a cliff. That was the, yeah, it's strange. So, I don't know.
Chuffed to bits, absolutely chuffed to bits. I mean, P5 on the medium tyre, which I'm extraordinarily happy with. I managed to get past Robo, who was also on the medium. We just had really good pace, you know, the car was strong all the way through. So, yeah, overall, I'm just absolutely chuffed to bits. Mega.
And radio check, car 24, radio check. The first year I worked with Jake was 2019. We didn't actually work together as a driver race engineer combo. He was in the team that I was working with. But just from the off, we hit it off. We just, in the team debriefs, we just clicked and got on. And when the opportunity came the following year to work together, I think we both jumped at it. So the first year we actually worked together as a race engineer driver combo was 2020. And then we've been together ever since. We've been to 3 different teams. And yeah, we have a great relationship. And that relationship with the race engineer and the driver is one of the key things to make the car go faster. So if you have that connection with the driver, it makes the job easier for both of us. Having that good driver or getting to work with these front-running drivers is a privilege. With that comes the pressure that it comes with the results. So you do put a lot of pressure on yourself, but ultimately that's why we do this, is to then go and get the results. So.
You know, me and Craig are definitely, I think, starting to be seen as one of those formidable double acts, you know what I mean? Ash has got a great engineer, as has Tom, and you know, there's some other great engineers that are in the championship, but to really forge that relationship over a number of years and in different cars, you know, and it's the same for all 3 of those good engineers that are with Ash, Tom, myself, you know, they've all jumped between different cars and made it happen. So that's what I think when you know you've got a good engineer. What do you reckon? You see what happens?
Yeah, like if it was the first 3 races of the season, you'd be gunning for a win. And win's on, but you've got to be sensible with it as well. So
let's see what the pace is like, isn't it? If the pace is there, why not?
It's got to keep it sensible.
I know, but what I'm saying is if he's racing Colin and Adam, you would hope that they're going to give him some room.
He'll be right on that respect.
They're not going to turn in on him or do anything stupid. I'm not expecting him to get out of the way, but similarly not to fight.
Exactly, we've been through all that, so.
Round 20 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. The lights go out now, and a good getaway by Turkington, and a dreadful stop by Mikey Doble, who's got the door open and his car is stranded on the grid. But as they launch down towards turn 1, it's Turkington, Cook, Morgan, and Jake Hill at the inside of Aaron Taylor-Smith. He's 4th already, and Hill is about to make his move for 3rd place. And Morgan, I don't think, is going to put a huge amounts of resistance to somebody in the championship fight. And Dan Rowbottom, a penalty for a false start. Dan Rowbottom, 5-second penalty. This is Hill for 2nd place at the inside of Cook, and this is the soft tyre now coming into its own.
Remember to look after these tyres, mate. Still 20 laps left.
Hybrid being used by Jake Hill once again on this lap up to the start-finish line. Draws him alongside. He should be able to brake later as well on those tyres, and he's through.
Great job, mate. Robo is P3, also on soft spit. He has a 5-second penalty.
Down towards turn 1 they can. The Ford on the inside line. Rowbottom goes through. Jake Hill, soft tyre. Dan Rowbottom, soft tyre and a 5-second penalty. And then Colin Turkington over the timing line they come.
Just so you know, he has 1 lap more hybrid than you. You have 3, he has 4.
Ingram on the inside line in the Team Bristol Street Motors Hyundai. Is he going to be able to brake late enough? Yes, of course he is on the inside line. 1 more place gives him 12. That puts him in the possibility of winning on the reverse grid draw. That's the aim. Ingram's up alongside Watson as they come over the line. So Tom Ingram now should be up into 12th place. He is. That's where he needs to be. This is Camish. He's on the outside.
And he's through. And now Camish can get his head down and try and pull away from Aaron Taylor-Smith and hopefully close in on the on Morgan in front.
We're running out of laps.
Rowbottom is 3.4 seconds ahead of Turkington. He's edging closer to clearing the 5 seconds and keeping second spot. And Dan Rowbottom is 4.7 seconds ahead of Colin Turkington. Another 3/10 in 3 laps, and he's 5 seconds ahead, and he keeps the place.
Took another half a second out of him that time. We're running out of time.
In the background, what do we see first? They're side by side. This is Ingram to gain the pace. He's ahead. Really good pass. Ingram up to 10th as Jake Hill is going to win for the 6th time this season. Race 2 at Knock Hill, won by Jake Hill. Dan Rowbottom takes 2nd place, and 3rd for Colin Turkington.
Beautiful! Beautiful! Come on!
Beautiful!
Come on!
What a job, fantastic drive, mate, in the championship lead.
Craig's definitely turned me from, as he would often say, a rough diamond into, I guess, a bit more of a professional racing driver, which I only have him to thank for that. You know, I mean, he's been an instrumental part in it, and there's no one else I'd rather have engineering my racing cars.
Oh, come on!
What a job,
guys.
mate.
Well done.
Cracking drive.
Well done.
Well done, mate.
Absolutely well done. Well done. Love you.
Love you too, mate.
Yeah, so that was hard. Parked slightly over the box, so had a 5-second penalty. So it just meant that whoever was behind us needed to be 5 seconds ahead of. So it was just a case of pushing really, really, really hard. We deployed all the hybrid we had while the tyre was good, which then became a risk. If it had been a safety car, we'd have been. So definitely, we had a bit of luck on our side there, because if a safety car would have came, we'd have been like P15 or something stupid. So yeah, we deployed all the hybrid while the tyre was good, and then just managed to get up to the end and just kept pushing and pushing. I think 4 laps to go. We had about a second to find, and we found it by the end, so it was good.
Okay, in the bowl here, as everyone knows, we've got drivers who finish 6 through 12. Quick wiggle around the bottom, and out comes number
12.
12!
12.
This is my 3rd season for Napa. So yeah, just 2.5 years now. I started relatively young, but not as young as some. I was 12 by the time I got into it, so I'd missed a little bit of the early karting career. Been doing it ever since, over 20 years now. And I'm very proud to say that I still get to do it, and I will be doing it, hopefully, for a good few years to come. It's been a good year. Personally, I'm having a really strong year. I'm enjoying it. I feel like I'm getting back to my best. I feel like I'm getting on top of the car, and my team is really performing well. A lot of work's gone into that, but we're getting there now. We're consistently punching at the front, consistently scoring well, and I'm really proud of that. You know, it's been a long journey to get to that point. A lot of ups, a lot of downs. Are we as fast as we need to be? You could say maybe not. You know, I think by this point last year, the team had won a fair chunk of races. We've won 1 this year as a team. But me personally, I think I'm more competitive than I've been in 2 years, so I'm really happy. Yeah, we're just going to keep digging, keep picking up the points, go a bit under the radar where I can, and hopefully I'll pop up at the end and make it count. We could just do with winning a race or 2 to fire us back into that real top pack.
Good. What time will we? 10 minutes. How many? 10 minutes till 10. Yeah. Do you want to see who's on what?
He does not look happy. Ingram.
Well, he's P2, isn't he?
3.
That's right. I can't believe you picked 12.
What a shambles.
I know.
I don't think you should be allowed to do that.
You know you got less than 4 minutes, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, I do now.
You know, nowadays, even one bad score over the whole season can be the deciding factor, and it's crazy. Most of my season's been pretty successful. There's been a couple of rounds where it hasn't, 2 particular instances where it hasn't, and I'm still 40 points behind. So what are the other guys doing? You know, they're almost on unbeaten or certainly uninterrupted runs of podiums and just high success. Ultimately, everyone has a bad day eventually. You just got to be there to strike when it happens. Make sure you don't have one too at the same time so you can capitalise.
Do it. Have a good one, mate. Go get them.
Round 21 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship set to get underway. Rob Huff on pole position. Light to go red. Lights out, blast off. Who makes the best getaway? It's a good start by Huff, a good start by Taylor Smith. And Huff getting away already as Ingram whacks the tyre stack going up through the chicane. That opens up the road.
It was Ingram that just did that.
And look at the gap that Rob Huff has pulled already. Ingram's going to have to dig deep here and get on with the job very swiftly. Ingram dives up the inside and goes second. Great move, really brave. He's done it, he's gone by, and now sets off after Rob Huff.
This is Camish behind Cook. Oh, and he lost the rear. Big acceleration to bring the front round. Well, a great save, you heard it there, and the limiter on the throttle to pull the front back end round.
But look at this amazing battle going on now. Up into 4th place, Aidan Moffat, 5th Sutton, 6th-ish is Morgan because he's got Cook alongside him, and Cook goes off after contact. All the way across the grass. Can Josh save it? Yes, he can.
That's not exactly rejoining the track safely, is it?
Carl Scatter behind him. The BMWs get together. Then Hill gets into Cook and turns him sideways. And off the road goes Cook through the tyre stack.
Safety car, safety car.
And out of the car gets Josh Cook. Day done. That has been biffed a long way off the road, and it's being rolled back towards the apex of the corner, I think.
Jake feels he's being held up a little bit by Adam. Do we give him the opportunity to try and move forward, and if he doesn't give the place back? How would you feel about it?
We're ready to go racing. Safety car has peeled back in, and Rob Huff controls the restart. Now he pulls the pin, and he tries to gain that advantage over Ingram once again as they come over the line, and a BMW in trouble there.
What's wrong? Adam's gearbox.
We've got Aidan Moffat side by side with Jake Hill coming into the picture, and Jake Hill's gone through, so Jake Hill gains a place. That puts him up into 5th spot. Inside line Moffat and Camish, outside line Turkington, and Camish gets out of the BMW. Nice move.
Jake Hill's joined the party now. He's right behind Sutton.
Rob Huff is clear by now the biggest margin of the race, 1.2 seconds, and with 2 laps to go, I can't see anybody coming back at that. Checkered flag for Rob Huff. He wins at Knock Hill in race 3 of the day. Tom Ingram takes 2nd. 5th goes the way of Jake Hill. And Dan Rowbottom up to 6th. And Dan Camish hangs on to 8th ahead of Colin Turkington.
Take that, won't we? Great weekend, boys. All right.
So, Knock Hill race weekend finish for BTCC. We've had a fairly successful weekend. We were quickest in both FP practices. Qualified P4, didn't quite have the pace. We opted for the medium tyre, which is a slower tyre in race 1, which put us to P7. Came through to P2 in race 2, but we made it hard for ourselves with a 5-second penalty. But you know, ultimately P2 was all we had the pace for because we just didn't have the pace of the BMW. So that was good. And then we've just climbed from P11 to P6. So not much hybrid. Moving forward, it's always positive. So an okay weekend.
I think this is the first weekend all year where I can sort of say that was a tough one. We've had issues before, but been a while. You know, I don't think I've had a bad weekend since Brands, and that was a tyre failure, so that had nothing to do with me. Ultimately, we've done really well since then. This is the first time in a long time where we've had a bit of a tough day, and a tough day's 9th, 7th and 8th, so we're still scoring points in the top 10. Ultimately, there's a few people out there that are having a slightly better day. The BMWs are running riot at the moment. Ingram had a shocker and then finished a bit on a high, and the Toyotas are up and down like a yo-yo, so I have no idea. You tell me what's going to happen next, because I have no idea. We're just consistently picking up points. Maybe eventually it'll be our day to shine. So we'll see. We'll keep chipping and see what comes.
Race 3, great success. Started 12th, finished 5th. My God, was it a messy one. Yeah, I'm pretty lucky to come out of it unscathed, relatively. The car was a bit bent at the end, but yeah, overall, I'm really pleased with the result. And you know, we've clawed back the championship lead by a considerable amount. We're only a couple of points away now, so very pleased. Ultimately, the focus has shifted now. It's no longer try and win races and even try and be on the podium. It's very simple. Beat 2 people regularly, or at least be close enough to them that the lead doesn't get stretched out. That's what we need to do. It's just, you know, when it is the other person's turn, minimise it. You know, you're not going to be able to be at the front all the time. When you can, you've got to maximise it, and when you can't, you've got to just get everything you can. So it's never your turn, I know that, and you won't know until round 30 whether you've done enough, but it does feel different. And the car feels great, and we've got some good momentum, and me and the team are working together better than we ever have, so just keep it up, mate. I don't know what else to do. We're doing a good job, just keep going.
We are at Donington Park GP. The GP layout of this track is, in my opinion, quite a bit better. We had my first outright podium here last year, and I feel I can go into this weekend and win. It's the first time all year that I've felt that.
Here we are at Donington Park. It's our 8th weekend. We've got 2 independent wins under our belt. We're at a stage where we need to be challenging for independent wins. If we're not challenging for independent wins, something's gone wrong with the weekend.
You know, our pace over the last few weekends is what's giving me that confidence. We've a real chance, and all you can do is prepare to the best of your abilities, hope for what you can do.
You know, I've already told Adam we're coming for him. I like to see that kind of camaraderie among the independents, because it's so hard to break into that top 15.
But I am confident in going into it. I'm excited to see what we can achieve, and I'm excited to give the team what they deserve.
The top teams are much better funded than the independents, and for the smaller teams to actually achieve what they do achieve is quite remarkable.
Yeah, so this is actually one of a really nice day we have today. We're at Castlecombe Circuit today. We're out doing a little bit of testing with Pete Jones' son Nathan in the Mini. It's such a fun car to drive, especially at a track like this. It's just, this track is so fast, it's so flowing. So yeah, this is a really good day out, and it's a nice chill day out before we go to Donington Park next weekend. But yeah, today just enjoy yourselves and have a bit of fun. That's really the main aim of the day. All right, Nate.
Yeah.
You good?
I'm good.
Yeah, ready to go?
Yeah.
Just be careful of that quarry corner up there. Make sure you brake in a straight line.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to be ending up in there.
No, of course not.
We don't want to bring the car home in 2 bits.
No, we'd rather in 1 bit. We've only been here once supporting Chris.
Yeah. So basically, the first time Nathan was here was 2022. I think his eyes will open up a little bit around this track. It's quite fast. Sort of slowing down, and then you're speeding up before you made it to the apex.
Yeah.
If you could just sort of slow down in the straight part, and then drive through the corner instead of speeding up before you get to the corner, because that's sort of giving you a bit of push. Let the guys do the tire pressures here. Go ahead and do 7 or 8 laps is enough.
Yeah,
Oh, he's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118,
He just needs to carry a bit more speed in, you know, but that's just building up confidence. It's just one of those tracks where the more laps you do around it, the more confident you get. I think he could race all right. You know, I think he's confident in the car.
So it's a beautiful sunny day in Castle Combe today.
Yeah.
Which is not unlike it was the last time we were here.
Yeah, it's 2 years ago. That's the scary thing about it.
Yeah.
You know, 2 years goes so fast. You know, you probably wouldn't have thought 2 years ago, with us being here today, that with us running the TCR car in 22 and winning the championship, and we came from stone last to third on, you know, to finish third. That's what really cemented us the championship that day. You know.
We didn't lose it that day.
We certainly didn't lose it, but we could have.
Could quite easily.
We could have, but you know. 2 years later, did you ever expect that we'd be standing here, you know, wondering how we'd do next weekend in the BTCC at Donington?
If you said that to me 2 years ago, I'd probably laughed. Yep. So Donington's coming up. What do you think, Chris?
You know, I think with the work that we have done with the car over the winter and what we've done with it this year, you know, most weekends we have had pace to be in the middle of the top 10 somewhere. And you know, at Croft, we were genuinely disappointed with 7th place because we did have the pace to be in the top, you know, the top 6.
Yeah. Castle Combe's a great track. Why isn't the British Touring Cars here?
Yeah, well, you know, I've spoken about this earlier. I think it could cope with the touring car grid. I think if this was a round of the BTCC, it'd be absolutely phenomenal. You know, it's so fast. It's like a mini Thruxton almost.
Yeah. And what are your hopes for the rest of the season?
My hopes for the rest of the season, more independent wins would be nice. I really want to either win a race or get on the overall podium. You know, I think for all the hard work we've done this year, that would be nice.
It comes when it comes.
Yeah, it comes when it comes.
But I think, you know, we've certainly done the work.
We both have full-time jobs outside of this, and this is another full-time job on top of a full-time job.
Absolutely.
So qualifying coming up on a track surface that about an hour ago was dry, then we had quite a bit of heavy rain, and it is drying, but it's going to give the teams a little bit of a quandary.
There's quite a bit of water on the track there, isn't there? Look at all the standing water sitting down there. It's a pain that water down the left-hand side there.
The field divided into the two groups, ready for Q1. For this qualifying session, you've got 2 slick tyre compounds to choose from.
We know where he's going to be on the wet tyre amongst everyone else. Okay. Yep. So let's give him a shot. Let's just roll the dice with him, you know? Yeah. If he goes out now, he can generate the tyre temperature he needs. If he comes in and it dries up, we'll never do it. Yeah. So let's just do it.
Longer lap as well here. Of course, when we were at Donington at the start of the season, it was the just under 2 mile long lap. Here, 2.5 miles in 10 minutes. Not that many laps can be done. So 8 minutes to go, 2 minutes have elapsed, and nobody has even gone on to a flying lap. This again illustrates the point we're making. 10 minutes really doesn't give you much scope for many laps.
A key to the good qualifying at Donington. Well, it all depends. The weather here today is a bit tricky. It might dry, it's wet at the moment. Obviously on the GP circuit as well, anything can happen. It's such a big track, such a long lap. So yeah, we'll see how we get on.
10 cars in this group, but only 6 will progress. We've yet to get a lap time out of anybody, and we are already at less than 7 minutes to go. Ingram offers up the best lap time of a 1:42.709, and Chilton behind it is 6/10 slower. So there's plenty of time to come as the road dries, and will get drier, of course, all the way through qualifying. So Q3 will, in theory, be the fastest element of this. Mikey Doble through, Nick Halstead through, Aaron Taylor-Smith, another one to keep an eye on in this session. And we're down to 3.5 minutes to go. Only 4 of our 10 have set a time, because Aaron Taylor-Smith has just gone up to 5th fastest. And Mikey Doble there heading up towards us in the Evans Halshaw with Power Max Racing Vauxhall Astra, and he has done the absolute best within Sector 1. And you can see that Mikey Doble is on the headlights to try to warn Dan Camish of his progress, and he encounters Camish down at the hairpin, and that's going to take just a little bit of time out of Doble's lap.
Make a note of that, just in case you've been blocked.
So Mikey Doble, 1 more corner to go, but has finding traffic at the Melbourne hairpin really spoilt the lap for him. Mikey Doble yet to do a lap time, goes quickest of all, 1:42.456, 2/10 quicker quicker than Ingram.
But that's just a confidence thing, yeah? That's all that is.
Got 23 seconds on the clock, and right now, Camish, Moffat, Scott Sampton and Andrew Watson are those that are out. Mikey Doble in that flying Vauxhall, 2 absolute bests now. Taylor Smith goes second, and that pushes Camish down to 5th.
Here comes Sampson.
Yeah, who ended up being the independent winner at Knock Hill in race 3, and he crosses the line, ends up 9th, doesn't go through. That gives us Doble, Taylor Smith, it's a power maxed 1-2, Ingram 3rd, Osborne 4th, Camish 5th, Chilton 6th. They are the drivers that will progress, and we lose Halstead, Moffat again, Watson and Sumpton.
Good job P2, Mikey P1, bit to fine tune. Good job.
The problem is now, we've given the best opportunity to do exactly what Doble and Aaron did.
Yeah.
And I don't know what he's doing. It's not good enough. You have to capitalise on these opportunities, you know.
So yeah, the Cupra is a bit of a handful. Coming from the other touring car championship, there's so much going on inside the British touring car. Learning how to deploy the hybrid, when to deploy it. There's just so much going on.
Mikey Doble is the fastest and goes through to Q2 with Aaron Taylor Smith. We lose Nick Halstead, Aidan Moffat, Andrew Watson and Scott Sumpton. Ash Sutton tiptoes down through the Craner curves. It's drying, but it's certainly not dry. It's the front-wheel drive contingent we need to be looking at, and of course within that group is Dan Zelos, having his first outing in the British Touring Car Championship and the first time he's had to cope with qualifying. Cook goes fastest then now, 1:38.676, fastest lap of Group 2, with at the moment outside that top 6, Sutton, Huff, Smiley and De Leon.
Awful. He's got 1 lap after this.
Push on this lap, push this lap.
Rowbottom is out, not for long. Yes, he is out because now Smiley goes up to 6th. Next car through is Chris Smiley. He ends up 7th, doesn't go through. Jake Hill goes to the top of the times now, 1:35.278. Jake Hill, now the fastest.
Group 1, we had Scott. He didn't capitalise on the situation that we was in. He was only the 3rd car that was out on the slick tyre. Everyone else was on the wet. Obviously, you look at what Aaron and Mikey did next door. They did a great job, and Scott should have been right behind them, but he didn't. And that's just a learning. He's new to the championship. It's just understanding when to push on those situations. So yeah, he'll learn from this. It's one of those things. It's frustrating for the team, frustrating for him, but we'll understand going forward how we can improve to sort of be in that situation that they was, you know. Tomorrow, in not a very good position, but anything can happen. I know the weather is supposed to be dry tomorrow. It's BTCC. I've seen a lot of things change when you don't have a good Saturday, but you have a great Sunday, so we'll see what happens tomorrow.
You did it once past then, and only got 2 laps.
It's good, mega pace.
Good pace for you as well. Not bad, well.
Second off, you know.
Let's go, say the teams. Q2 is underway. So everybody venturing out onto the circuit from those 12.
They're going to have to push and find the limits, even though it's not ideal conditions.
It's going to be another fascinating 6 minutes, which is all we've got left now as the road continues to dry at Donington. Mikey Doble is 5th, and with an absolute best and a personal best, ought to be able to haul himself higher up that top 6, which will make him a little bit safer. Turkington 2nd, Cook 3rd, Mikey Doble 4th, Taylor Smith 5th, Morgan 6th, though we've lost Hill, Camish, Sutton, Chilton, Huff and Osborne at the moment, but not all of those have taken the flag. Here is Sutton, up towards the line, goes through, and he's 4th, and that pushes Jake Hill out.
Okay mate, that was a nerve-wracking couple of minutes, P6.
And the green flag is shown. We're back in business. Colin Turkington offers up the first flying lap, 1:34.2. Sutton goes quicker at 33.7. Doble is in the pits for Tarcross. Josh Cook and Aaron Taylor Smith are the other 2 that have gone on to an outlap. Over the line goes Josh Cook to go 2nd then. Turkington, Cook, Sutton is the order.
Where's this lap going to put Aaron Taylor's 4th? Excellent.
Ahead of Ingram and Doble, who've yet to do a time. 3 minutes of qualifying remain. Colin Turkington is the fastest for the moment. And there is Mikey Doble coming up through Coppice, that double apex right, and 2.5 minutes are on the clock. So the Vauxhall flicks out of the S's, goes down now towards the Melbourne hairpin.
You need to make the next lap count, you need to make the next lap count.
He's the only one not yet to have recorded a time, and he goes 3rd fastest then. Mikey Doble up to 3rd, ahead of Ingram and Sutton and Taylor Smith 6th. So Josh Cook has done it. Career pole number 4 and 71 thousandths of a second the margin.
P6 again, P6.
pushing out down the train a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. It was a bit sketchy from the rear, quite snappy. You know what I mean? I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
right, yeah.
oh, f***ing hell. Anytime, it was like the car was very susceptible to being touched by the damp on the rear.
Right.
As soon as I touched that, I'd lose it and then catch it.
Yeah.
So I had to be really sensitive. I felt like that's where a lot of the time was, because once I got a snap, it was like I'm onto the wet side of the track. And it's,
Yeah, I reckon that's that rear.
Yeah, probably. But still, like the 3 top 6 shootouts, I think are f***ing good, and we know what to do tomorrow with it. So I think it's a good place to be. Yeah.
So here at Donington Park, just completed qualifying, and we've just had a fantastic result. By far my best qualifying of the season, which was P10 up till now. We've just put it P3 on the grid for tomorrow's first race. The last few rounds, Aaron's had the slight edge on me in qualifying. But this one, it's nice to knock him down a peg or two. He's starting P6, I'm P3. So I'm the #1 Astra for tomorrow's first race, and let's hope it stays that way.
Hold on. That was hard.
Yeah.
And stressful.
Yeah, I think if we had the tyre at the end, it could have got a little bit more. But
It's a shame Jake's in P7 because he's just close enough to be a problem tomorrow. I think we're disappointed. We maybe feel like we could have eked out that little bit of extra performance. We're only 0.16 seconds off the pole and we're P4. To get to P2, we needed another 0.07 of a second, and it's those tiny margins that we're fighting. Maybe we didn't quite maximise it, but I think all round not a bad effort. So biggest threat is Ingram, who's 20 points ahead of us in the championship and is only one place behind us on the grid, which is a bit painful. And then Jake is another 3 places further behind in P7. So there's not a lot of room between the championship contenders at all. We're all in that mix in the middle. I think someone tomorrow has just got to try and get to the front in race 1 and see if he can win race 1 and win race 2.
Do I get like a clipperboard thing? I'm Dan Zelos. I'm 3-time Virtue Motors Mini Challenge champion, and this weekend I am debuting in the Team Bristol Street Motors Hyundai in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. You know, at the moment I've just got excitement to get out there and get on the grid, and obviously there's that feeling of nervousness. It's quite daunting. It is a massive step up, but I'm very fortunate that I've had 6 years in the Mini Challenge where I've been in a front-wheel drive car, a car with similar characteristics, similar body, and been doing very similar racing, you know, a little wing mirror bash here and there and things like that. So I feel like I'm as prepared as I could be to make the step, which is a massive benefit. And working alongside Accelerate Motorsport, being their reserve driver, being very close, good friends with Nick Helsted, Tom Ingram and Tom Shilton, it means that I'm as prepared as I can be, but I'm still fully aware that there's a massive mountain to climb, and there'll be a lot of lessons learned on the way, but I'm just excited to get stuck in and try and absorb everything I can.
So today, race day, it's a new day, you know. It looks like it's going to be trial day, which is good. Yesterday was tough for the team. It's not qualifying that we ever want, but look, it's BTCC, you know, anything can happen. Race 1, we just want to survive and finish. Round here, a lot does happen, so if we can stay out of trouble, get a good start, and Chris and Scott just progress, and we try and aim for that reverse grid, you know, that's our aim for today. So from the start, it's going to be tricky. I mean, we've got Rowbottom and Moffat behind us, which we know they're quick, they're going to come through, but if we can keep them behind and push on, try and save the tyres a little bit. Obviously hybrid comes into effect, we have all hybrid to use, so yeah, we'll see what happens in race 1. Ready? Get stuck in. Just get stuck in.
Yeah, I will do.
Believe in yourself, yeah? Get stuck in. Keep it clean. Make some moves. Push on, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, just believe in yourself. That's all you've got to do.
I will do.
Get a good start.
Yeah.
Hang on the back of them. Let all the craziness happen in front,
Yeah.
okay? Just drive past them. All right? You've got maximum hybrid. Use it, all right?
Will do. Good, thank you, Jamie.
Good luck, Wizzy.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Get stuck in.
Get stuck in. Do you feel that yesterday Doble had the better prep with doing once past?
A combination. I think we were probably a little stiff for wet to greasy to green.
Yeah, okay.
So they're a little softer.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I think that probably played.
Well, f*** off. We don't want you over here. Go on. I'm talking to my superstar now. You're not in this. Who are you? Who are you?
No one. Don't worry.
Who are you?
No, but I think Mikey drove good.
Yeah.
I think our car was a little too edgy. Like me.
Okay.
I thought we were going to get knocked out in Q1.
Yep.
That's how I was going to get knocked out in Q2.
Yep.
So I was like, at least we're here.
Yeah, sure.
So I think it'll be better today. Right.
Go do it, mate.
Yeah.
Thanks. You literally got to follow these two. Yeah. Just follow Moffat through. Okay. He'll get a good start. He always does. Okay. So just stay with him. Great job. See, I still can't help but care.
Yeah.
You might want to knock your door handle back in your passenger side. See, I just care too much. I know. Okay, it's 3 minutes.
So the last couple of cars through Goddard's up onto the grid. We are ready for round 22 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Lights change, a good getaway by Colin Turkington. It's a demon start, is it good enough? And the slow start from Dan Zelos, and Turkington leads on the run down towards Redgate, moves across, covers off any attack from Josh Cook on the inside line, and it's going to be BMW from Toyota, from Ford. Ash Sutton is up to third at the expense of Mikey Doble. Darryl DeLeon off in the background as well as they swoop through Coppice for the first time. Aaron Taylor-Smith under attack from Jake Hill.
Side by side coming into the chicane, that's Mikey Doble and Ingram trying to go around the outside. He could get forced across the gravel, he does.
They're still going side by side down to the Melbourne hairpin. Ingram on the inside, Mikey Doble on the outside line. Aaron Taylor-Smith is there behind them. This is Jake Hill's view, and the Astros almost getting themselves together there.
Oh no, Doble slid into the side of Ingram and turned him around. Disaster for Ingram.
He's got going again. Doble's got damage as well, but Tom Ingram drops way down the order.
Brakes too late. May have possibly got a little touch, but into the side of Ingram he clatters.
Cook versus Sutton for second. Hill versus everybody else for fourth. Look at that. There's a long queue of cars going through. Darryl DeLeon getting back ahead of Scott Sutton for penultimate place after his earlier off. Mikey Doble down in 16th after his delay with Ingram. That's Andrew Watson in the gravel. That's at the S's by the look of it, and I can't see that going anywhere. This may well be a safety car period. He gets it all sideways and hits the tar stack, launches the car up onto two wheels.
Look at that. That has just buried itself in the ground as they've pulled it.
Yeah.
Oh, I dread to think what that's done to the front of the car.
Safety car in this lap, close the gap.
Green flag is waved then. We are back racing at the end of lap 7. 17 lap race now because of the safety car period, and over the timing line they go. Turkington tries to rebuild that gap over Ash Sutton.
He's got a lovely gap, he's got to push on.
Turkington is getting away, and what about Ingram? But he's not really able to make the move. That's Aaron Taylor-Smith getting it wrong, and Rob Huff makes an attack on the run down towards the Melbourne hairpin. He's done it, and Taylor-Smith is badly delayed out of all of that. Look, because Morgan has gone past him, Ingram has got past him, Camish has got past him, Ingram gets past Camish into the bargain, so 2 places gained for Ingram on this lap alone. And Jake Hill is closing now on Josh Cook, isn't he, for that 3rd place. So it's game on here, and this, given Tom Ingram's travails, would put Jake into the lead of the championship by 1 point, but I'm not convinced things are going to stay like this. Ingram is still pushing. This recovery, helped a little maybe by the safety car, has been on pace alone, and Cook gets it all sideways and hits the tyres, delays him. Hill goes through for 3rd, and the lead gap has come right down as well. Round 22 of the championship at Donington, won by Colin Turkington. Ash Sutton is 2nd, and Jake Hill is going to be 3rd as he takes the checkered flag. Aaron Taylor-Smith and Sam Osborne is 10th. Aidan Moffat up to 11th. Dan Zelos, great debut to be 12th from Chris Smiley. Dan Rowbottom, and Mikey Doble takes the last point.
Checkered flag, P15.
Right,
no straight line speed.
Straight line speed.
So slow.
Everything else?
Just slow.
Just straight line.
Up the hill, just pull away from it.
Okay. Okay?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to f***ing hard and
Yes,
try
right.
as far as quick as I can. I'm not just sitting there poodling around. So again, pissed off. I'm not pissed off with that, but it could have been better.
Yeah, okay. It's tough around here, it's a long lap.
It is a long lap, but it seemed like the last 5 laps that they've got that gap, and then that gap didn't get any bigger.
Yeah.
So maybe that's me taking my time to get up to
building up to it.
distance.
Yeah, okay.
But it did feel quite understeery.
Yep.
after a safety car?
All right, let's go in with debrief. Yeah, it was all right. It wasn't too bad. We lost some time mid-race, but it's just one of those, really. Puts us in a better position for race 2, so we'll see what happens in the next one.
Just completed race 1 here, Donington, after fantastic qualifying yesterday. Extremely disappointed to have had a really poor opening lap there. Had a bit of a battle with Tom Ingram on the first lap. We were side by side through the chicane. He cut the corner. We continued side by side down into the hairpin. That went round to Goddard's, and unfortunately out-broke myself and made contact with Tom. Not what I wanted at all. Fortunately, I went off in the process, damaged the car, so it was killed after that. And then ended up being a tough battle just to stay in the points. So, real big shame for everyone after such a great day yesterday. But we got 2 races left, and we'll see what we can do.
Solid race 1. You know, I felt the goal is always pick up more silverware, so it's nice to be sat with a trophy. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want more from that race for myself. I felt like we had a chance to challenge for that top 5 where we were sat, maybe even a sniff of the podium. Just got caught out after the restart with the gravel on the track. We start 9th, good hybrid allocation, and I know the chassis is in a great spot. Our race pace, in my opinion, was a chunk better than what we've seen the last few rounds. So now we can make a few little changes here and yeah, keep on pushing.
Yet another curveball thrown at the teams then. So it has rained, they've gone for slicks. It's a damp and greasy surface to begin with. They're going to have to be a bit cautious on that one.
Hill, slicks, button, slicks. The only one playing Jeopardy at the minute is Tom.
For round 23 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, lights in a moment will go red. They do so now, and when the lights go out, it's a good start by Turkington, it's a good start by Hill as well, and a good start by Adam Morgan. So all the BMWs away swiftly. Not a great getaway by Josh Cook though, from Sutton, from Hill, from Ingram, and there's contact that puts Cook sideways, and Dan Camish is the one that comes off worse. He's all over the wet grass, and he is going to rejoin that flat last.
Oh, he's going around the outside. He said he would attack. He's gone past before they even get to McLean's. Great stuff. He must have been super quick through the old hairpin. Ingram will have good traction off the corner. He got his front tyres really warm. Look at that. He's able to cut inside Hill, but Hill's got the inside. They'll be side by side.
But Ingram is going to go through on the inside into Redgate, so the job is done. Chris Smiley turns through Redgate in the Restart Racing Cupra. So Rowbottom is up to 8th, Moffat 9th, Taylor Smith 10th, Smiley 11th, Osborne 12th as they head down the hill. And Dan Camish in 19th place, trying to recover, but so much time lost as he had to sort out that moment on the wet grass.
He has to stay with Aaron, yeah?
Sutton leading Turkington, and then in 3rd place, Ingram. Aaron Taylor Smith, another one chipping his way forward on the last lap. He was doing his level best to gain ground.
Ben, just give him loads of it, cheer him on.
Chris Smiley in 9th place. He's dropping away from the leaders, but that Restart Racing Cupra keeping a whole load of names behind. And we've got Aidan Moffat into the pit lane, in the sign language suggests. That's it, turn it off.
9 to go, mate, 9 to go.
Cars now run down towards the Melbourne hairpin, and look at Ingram's pace all of a sudden. Charges around the outside of Turkington to go second, having used the hybrid, and as he breaks for the hairpin, sorts out a slide, but Ingram up into 2nd place.
He's been caught up, he's being gobbled up by that pack.
Osborne to the outside, to the inside Taylor Smith, and Smiley loses 1, might lose 2, he might lose 3, because here also comes Tom Chilton. Smiley doesn't want to give up any more ground than he has to, but he can't defend from everybody everywhere all at once. Down they come to the S's, and Smiley ends up at the back of the pack. Chilton has to take to the gravel to avoid the tyres, and that'll give Smiley a place back on the run down to the Melbourne hairpin.
His pace is good, yeah?
And he's on the outside of Smiley.
He's in front of Tom Chilton. He's trying ever so hard to keep his powder dry, keep his nose clean. He doesn't want to damage that car, but he's right in the middle of the racing.
Chris, you're quicker than Aaron in Sector 1, Sector 2 and Sector 3 you are slower.
So Ford, Hyundai and BMW. Napa Racing UK from Team Bristol Street Motors, from Team BMW, and from the Championship this would put Tom Ingram back into the lead.
He's on it now, he's on it, trying to do the same manoeuvre. Sutton's already moved over to the inside. Sutton is not using hybrid this lap, and he is able to defend.
Now look at this, Ash Sutton is away and gone on this lap, and Ingram suddenly has to defend resolutely from Turkington. And so Tom Ingram then now drops way off the back of Sutton. He drops to third place behind Turkington, and Jake Hill is closing. Ingram has got a problem of some description. This now becomes damage limitation for Tom Ingram, doesn't it, as they come now into the left-hander of Goddard. So Ingram is in danger of losing 2 more places here before the end of the lap, because that is a hobbled car. And next up is Dan Rowbottom. There's the change to third. It's happened. Hill goes by. Cook is going to be through by the end of the lap, possibly. And Ingram has got big problems. We understand the engine temperature has shot up, and Tom Ingram is heading for the pit lane. So this is very bad news indeed for Tom Ingram for the championship. Limps down to the pit lane, and he slots the car straight into the garage. Race done, and the team will descend upon it to try to get that sorted out for race 3.
We said at the start of this race it could be a hero or zero moment, but for him to have a DNF now, have to start the next race at the very back if he can get out, is a potential, I'm only saying potential, but it's a potential championship deciding moment.
Ash Sutton wins race 2 at Donington. Colin Turkington chasing him home. Jake Hill for third position. And Andrew Watson and Chris Smiley, the 2 Northern Irish drivers, squabbling together. That Toyota up from the back of the grid ahead of the Cupra. And all of this is for 14th and 15th places. It's going to be Andrew Watson just ahead as they come to the line. Chris Smiley sadly dropping away as the race went on. Maybe that car picked up a problem because he had a train of cars behind him early on.
Okay, mate, P8. We'll be having a visits and scales.
Under braking, it would move. It's coming down into the chicane. Every time I hit the brakes, I'm like, oh, just expected a wheel to go.
Yeah, it was a tough race, to be honest. It was looking good. Chris got a good start, which was good, and so did Scott, to be fair. Obviously battling with Aaron, it's our main competition, it's the independent obviously, and Chris was leading that for a part of the start of the race, which was good, but I'm not too sure what's happened. He dropped off, so we need to understand why and speak to him in debrief in a minute, so yeah.
Not very well is the simple answer as how race 2 panned out for me. Suboptimal, rubbish, bit annoying, but not good is the simple answer, because we were running in great form. You know, we were running P2, sitting in behind Ash. We had a bit of hybrid in the bank. The car was feeling marvellous. Colin was behind, Jake was behind. We were sort of P2 and looking good, if I'm honest. I felt like it was a bit of a win on the cards. Would have been a bit risky with Ash, but I was thinking at that point I was kind of prepared to take the risk. And unfortunately, we got shot. Somebody shot us with a big stone, and it went straight through the radiator, out the other side. That was the end of the race. So we unfortunately had to pit early. Saving grace of pitting early is it means we can start on getting the engine in ASAP. So spare subframe is going on as we speak with the new engine in. Fingers crossed we should be ready for race 3.
It is 11. You got 11. It's never going to be easy winning this championship, is it?
Round 24 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship on the Donington Grand Prix circuit is go. And a good start is made then by Adam Morgan as predicted. A good start by Dan Camish to lead the way down towards Redgate for the first time. Aaron Taylor-Smith goes round the outside, runs it up the curb, and he's level with his teammate Mikey Doble as they drop down the hill for the first time. So you've got 2 Fords ahead of the 2 Vauxhalls that are absolutely overlapping, and Taylor-Smith just gets through for third place. Osborne looking a bit ragged as Camish tries to build a lead. Look in the background, headlights ablaze. Ingram on a mission. There he is up the curb on the inside of Darryl De Leon. He's hustling his way through. He's gained about 4 places already. And off the road goes one of the Fords. That's Sutton through the gravel. They've all survived it. There was a Hyundai off the racetrack as well. Chris Smiley has a 5-second penalty for a full start. There in the background, Josh Cook gets roughed up wide. Mikey Doble involved in all of that.
Ingram is in front of Hill.
He's done it already, hasn't he? So that means that he's into 8th place now.
Wow. What a drive. What a drive.
Another place to be gained there at the inside of Sam Osborne. Through he goes. That now gives him 7th spot. Here you have this inter-Nissan Vauxhall battle where Doble comes back at Taylor-Smith. Side by side they are up towards the right-hander of McLean. Doble's the one on the outside, Aaron Taylor-Smith on the inside, and Mikey Doble's got his nose in front, heading up towards Coppice. Great to watch, but Adam Weaver, the team owner, must be having kittens in the pit lane. Safety car has been deployed. There's lots of debris there, look, on the road coming out of the Melbourne hairpin. You can see why there's debris all over the road there.
Safety car, race towards, wait, race towards.
And Chris Smiley's car in the pit lane with trouble.
Leave it.
As we go racing again at Donington. Dan Camish leads over the line. It is Aaron Taylor-Smith behind him in second place. Mikey Doble third, Morgan fourth, Cook fifth, Ingram sixth. And he's not done yet. But Tom Ingram has the inside line for Coppis. We know he's good on the brakes, and he's up alongside Morgan, and he's got that job done. Tom Ingram goes 5th from 19th on the grid. So Josh Cook will be the next target. Rowbottom comes up to have a go. Morgan as well. Big drama in the background as off the road goes Aidan Moffat. Tom Ingram then up into 4th place now. More and more spots of rain, look. Another camera lens, different part of the racetrack. More spots of liquid upon it. Safety car deployed again. Safety car for the second time. We're not just talking spots on the camera lens. This is rain, and they're all on slick tyres.
They boxing for wets? No way.
So we have into the pit lane Tom Chilton and also Nick Halstead. So we're back racing once more.
Scott, you're racing now. Get stuck in, all right?
Dan Camish leads, but he's got Aaron Taylor-Smith right on his tail. 0.2 of a second between them, down towards Redgate. Dan Camish trying to hang on to the race lead, but Aaron Taylor-Smith throwing caution to the wind here. Ingram makes his move against Doble. This is for 3rd place, remember, from 19th on the grid. Through goes Ingram. Now the gap second to 3rd is just 0.6 of a second. 2 laps to go, and Ingram is almost there, ready to challenge Taylor-Smith. So here he comes, though, to try to make that move for 2nd place. Up towards the right-hander of McLean's, Aaron Taylor-Smith defends, brakes as late as he dares, but Ingram's already worked out his plan for Coppis. Taylor-Smith knows what that plan is going to be. He covers off the inside line. Ingram on the outside is going to have to be really brave to make that work, and he is really brave, but it kind of does work because Ingram's got his nose in front coming through the corner. He doesn't want to use the hybrid if he can avoid it. He wants to do this on pure pace and late braking, and he's up to 2nd place.
Hill and Cook absolutely glued together, fighting for every point.
And 9th different winner of the season. That man is Dan Camish. 2nd is Tom Ingram from 19th on the grid, the drive of the day. 3rd, Aaron Taylor-Smith. Josh Cook takes 4th. Jake Hill is 5th. Mikey Doble 6th. Sutton was ahead by 21 thousandths of a second as Huff's car faded away during the course of the race.
In the first lap, around the last hairpin, Moffat just drilled straight into the back of me and pushed me way off down there.
Okay.
And that lost me a load of places. Then I got back past Elton, down into the last hairpin.
You was out of position on the box.
Yeah, you had a 5-6 minute.
Over?
Yeah, you was miles over. Yeah, so the weekend, it's been tricky for us really. It's been a hard weekend. Obviously the GP circuit, new for Chris in this car this year, as well as Scott. Chris, unfortunately had contact. I'm not too sure who the contact was with, but yeah, obviously there's quite severe damage to the front of the car. We just made the decision just to park it for the rest of the race.
Race 1 and 2, not what I wanted them to be. The pace was there, but it just came too far into the race. Race 3 there, it's always known as a carnage race in the BTCC, so got stuck in, made some good moves on some big names as well that have been in the game for a long time. So yeah, to be able to race with them and put moves on them and race cleanly and fairly, it was amazing. Just got to take that on to Silverstone and then Brands finale at the end of the year.
You come into the weekend always full of optimism, and you never really know how it's going to go. That's the truth of it. Like I always think we can win, but even to be in that fight is so damn hard in this championship. You know, you look up and down this grid, it's the best drivers, best teams, best circuits, best engineers, best everything. So to even be in with a sniff of a win is something I'm so incredibly proud of. So to get 3 independent wins and another outright podium is outrageous.
I have just completed, hopefully my first of many British Touring Car events, and it has been absolutely unbelievable. It's been a dream come true for me, my family, and it's just, yeah, I haven't got words yet to describe it, but I appreciate everybody's helps from Team Bristol Street Motors and Macklin Motors. It's been unbelievable and it's just given me the hunger to come back and do more. Favourite part of the weekend, I think coming across the line at the end of race 3 in P11. We got 3 races, three good lots of points. The car's back in one piece pretty much. Toughest part of the weekend was dealing with the pace of it all. I'm used to 2-3 hours of breaks in between races in mini challenge, and you're on the go all the time. You know, not much time to sit down with your engineer when really I need to be listening to what he's telling me that I'm doing wrong. So the pace of it all was phenomenal, and obviously, you know, the door bashing and the wind mirror bashing and things like that. It's it's up another level. But you know, I feel like I've earned the right to be here. So we're here now, so we'll do what we can.
Silverstone is an important weekend. It's probably going to be one of the most important weekends of the year because we then have the last 6 races of the year. Silverstone's a circuit I love. It's going to be a hell of a weekend. There's going to be a lot riding on it. But I'm really looking forward to it.
you mind if I drink my tea? Is that okay? On the limit. Well, thanks for having me. I thought you'd fallen out with me because I never hear from you, you never text, you never call. Not a lot's happened, I'll be honest with you. We're still in the same house. It's kind of 98% completed. I says 98% completed because I can't really be asked to do the last 2%. I'd like to move again. I'd like to do another project, if I'm honest. I wouldn't mind doing another project, a bigger one. It involves more bricks and fun stuff like that. That's all right, we're in good shape. 2024 has been very good. The winter was great, we had a really good pre-season, and it's kind of carried over into the race season now. We've sort of been in a really good window with the car, so it's a really nice place to be.
From the start of the season, we didn't know what was happening at the start of the year. We're on the grid, we're racing, so I'm really happy with that.
This year has been, I think, a real highlight for how tough and close the championship is. You can't write anybody off.
To look back and reflect on how this year's gone so far in terms of we've got a few top 10s and also being the only team on the grid with one driver, that's been a struggle, but no, I'm quite happy with how this year's gone so far. Not only with the car, but I've developed as a driver myself massively. I think just having more seat time and getting confident to the way the car feels.
We're really enjoying it, car's feeling good, you know, we're all working really well together. It's been an enjoyable year so far.
How are you? All good? You ready for the tour? We're here in Kent at the Unlimited workshop. It's a new workshop, we moved in halfway through this year, and yeah, I'd love to show you around. So the cars are here, all here. We've got 4 cars. We've got the first car, Seat. The next car is the second car they'll be running for next year. It's currently just a shell right now, but again, they got winter to build it up. Mine looked like that at the start of the year. The next car, we've got the Golf here. That is currently being raced in the BTCC Championship. And then the last but not least, we've got my 2024 Challenger. Every time I see the livery, it just amazes me. My car, it all came about quite last minute. We didn't do any of the test days at the start of the year. It was getting wrapped and liveried up on the Friday night of round 1, and then for Saturday morning it was ready to hit the track. So it all came about pretty quickly. It was just about getting it sorted really and hitting the track at round 1, and we did, and thankfully we were on pace. I'm happy with how it looks. I heard a lot of comments how it's the best livery on the grid, so I'm happy with that. So this shell over here, Unlimited for next year, for 2025, they're running 2 cars, one being my car, and this car. This is actually my shell from 2023. It's the Team Hard shell. This is actually what my car looked like at the start of the year. It's like when I say about all the hard work and effort that goes into touring car racing, my car looked like that. And then a few weeks later, it looked like the Duckham's iconic livery over there. So it's very important to expand because, like I mentioned to you, when a team runs 2 cars, they have data, setups, knowledge, they can go off. So it's good to see that the operation's working. It's good to see that they're expanding, and yeah, we'll have to see what comes in 2025. So as we're leaving the workshop, we'll head upstairs towards the offices. Through these doors, up the stairs we go. Got the Golf there, my touring car. We've got Bobby, the team owner, behind me. Give us a wave, Bobby. Without him, this team wouldn't be running, so massive thanks to Bobby. This picture here is from round 7 at Knock Hill. Just hit the curb, and the car pinged in the air, and don't know if I was going to roll it or not, to be honest. I definitely enjoyed that moment there, and I think the fans did too. So there was a sticker, it was a trend, it was that trend, but there's a sticker underneath the car. And when I was scrolling through photos, I actually saw the sticker under the car. So the boys on my car, they got me really good with that, with that one. So yeah, fair play to them. It was really unfortunate and frustrating to end the way it did, but looking back, it was my favourite weekend so far. I enjoyed it the most. That feeling standing on the podium, that's probably one of the best moments ever in my life. So unfortunate way to end, but Knock Hill's been my favourite so far. We're here at Silverstone. It's been kind to me recently. I've had race wins in the Radicals and the Porsche, and it's also my first point scoring in a touring car.
Silverstone always tends to be the intro to the finale, doesn't it? We go into the Silverstone weekend with a lot of unknowns, the weather being one of them. I looked at the forecast on Sunday and it said gather 2 of every animal and start building a boat. I don't really know what they mean by that, but it looks like it's going to be fairly wet. So that throws a few challenges in the mix.
The track, it's to be honest, is quite flat. There's not much undulation. It's a very high-speed circuit, so minimum speeds is quite important.
I think it's the hardest circuit that we come to. Because it's only 4 corners, it means it's really easy to drive, which means making the difference comes down to it being thousandth of a millimetre perfect. And I quite like that. I quite like the challenge that comes with.
It's mainly about keeping your minimum speeds up and finding a good tone for qualifying. It's important to stay in the slipstream. If you drop out of it, you're pushing your own air, so it massively affects your straight line speed, and that's what's important around this track.
It's going to be difficult to write anyone on or off in this weekend. You just don't know how it's going to go, but I like this place. It is a circuit I really enjoy. Now, the green flag is being shown. That means that the first group is ready to hit the track. Now, rain is forecast. Rain is getting closer, we are told. It will be here within 20 minutes.
Okay, mate, box your slap, please, box your slap. But if you can, let's try and get on with it.
The wet's a great equaliser. There may only be 4 corners, but it's certainly an opportunity for the driver to make more of a difference.
Right, so engine map 2, straight out from here. It is looking potentially like it's going to rain, so let's not mess about, let's just get on with it, alright?
At the moment, we haven't got too many lap times offered up. Colin Turkington and Jake Hill have done the proper ones, 57.7 for Colin Turkington, which is about 3/10 off what was being done in free practice. Jake Hill second.
I don't know if I can feel it, but I think I can feel spitting on my legs.
Jake Hill now goes to the top on a 57.6, so it's coming early in this session.
Come on, Daryl.
That car, Daryl De Leon's Cupra, is 8th. He's just had a lap time taken off him.
Information, Daryl, lap time disallowed, track limits, turn 1.
Tom Ingram breaks the beam and is 6th, though he's on the cusp. But if anybody else suddenly finds a fraction of a second, he's out.
We know he's 6th, we're around the cusp at that.
Daryl De Leon has now had 3 laps in a row lost to track limit offences.
Track limits, time disallowed, track limits, time disallowed. This is going to be your last lap.
If Chilton goes through, it would bump out Ingram. So on the radio, they might be saying to Tom Chilton, don't try and go any faster, that will preserve Ingram.
Okay, that's the checkered flag, we're still showing P6. Checkered flag, P9. Alright. Any different? Any different? No different. Not at all.
Not really.
Okay.
It's difficult. Went out, did the cross. The track felt alright, but yeah, we put a time down on the board and we didn't really seem to improve or get worse. Really, we sort of peaked at lap 1 and sort of kept banging in time similar to there. We couldn't improve and we didn't really drop off. It was just difficult because it wasn't enough to get through, and it's obviously frustrating as a driver when that happens. Yeah, hopefully we can assess, look at the data, look at the onboard and see where we can improve and how we can improve the car as well. So a little bit unfortunate and a little bit frustrating for me, but again, it's tough this championship, so we just got to keep pushing.
Everyone's crossed the line now, so the top 6 for the final session of qualifying. Turkington, Ingram, Doble, Cook, Aaron Taylor-Smith, and hats off to Dan Zelos.
And that rain now, look, is proper, serious, heavy rain. No argument about tyres going into the final part of qualifying. It is wet, wet, wet at Silverstone.
Yeah, we did the turns before, yeah.
Colin will offer up the benchmark lap with the first one to go through, and does a 62.9. So Aaron Taylor-Smith a 62.2. That's nearly 7/10 quicker than Turkington.
Yeah, that's a lot quicker.
And Mikey Doble's up to 2nd, and Josh Cook 3rd, pushing Turkington down to 4th, and now 5th.
P3 by 0.012.
Tom Ingram down to the stadium then. This is the car that is second fastest, the Hyundai. 92 thousandths down on Aaron Taylor-Smith.
Good job, mate, that's P2. So
So we need 1/10 the pole, so 1:02.2 is the time to beat.
We've seen cars that have been on wet, gone to wets, suddenly then fail the ride height. They do need to lift it up to allow for the wear on the circumference of the tyre.
Good job, mate. No one's improving really.
So the checkered flag is out. Well, Aaron Taylor-Smith is going to be the hero of the hour for a second career pole position, seemingly, because he, with Ingram coming down the pit lane, Aaron Taylor-Smith is on pole position.
He's done it for the Power Max team.
So Taylor Smith, P1 and Ingram P2.
Take that? Yeah, it's good.
That's not what we would have predicted.
Especially because Hill and Ash are both not in the mix. It's good.
Good place for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, that's what we got now.
If you haven't said it already, thank you everyone. Cheers, good job.
So Aaron Taylor-Smith being told what happens next. He understands the process. He will be rolled forward. Not looking great if you look to the left-hand side of the car. It may have gone under at the front, but I'm not convinced about the side, and that's where the concern is.
Unfortunately, there's no leeway on technical rules.
Well, the roller is a measurement device they use to put under the front of the car to measure the splitter. The problem is the height of the wet tyre is different to the dry tyre, and you generally run wet tyres, low tyre pressures. And to adjust the height of the deck, it's a bit of work. Often mistakes can be made. You know, it's high pressure situation. It's not just a quick fix. It's quite a job to adjust the right height of the car.
Did we pass it?
Don't know. I didn't see it.
I don't know. Ride out was alright. Is that good? Ride out was good. Yeah. A load of these have failed.
Have they?
It's a matter of fact. It's what they call a judge of fact. It's under, you're out. That's just the rules. But it's the same for everyone.
Pretty happy with that? Really happy with that, yeah. Championship rivals we're ahead of the championship rivals, so really happy with that. I wasn't expecting in the dry we were going to be 6th, 7th, 8th, something like that. So yeah, made up with that. Really good. It's going to be wet tomorrow as well. We're obviously fairly quick in the wet, so we should be in good shape, I think.
It was all right. Quali was all right. Quali went quite well. It was. We definitely wouldn't have been on the front row today if it had been dry. Not because the pace wasn't in the car, because the pace has absolutely been in the car, but just because we haven't got the hybrid to be able to do those lap times. So I'm really pleased with it. To line up on the front row, and Silverstone is always a good place to be. It's a really, really strong place to be. I focus that much on ourselves. I have no idea where Jake is. I have no idea where Ash is. I don't care because we'll just do the best job we can do and keep focusing on keep focusing on doing that. It's saying 32 millimetres of rain. I don't really know how much that is, but I can imagine it's about 32 mil if I'm honest. About 3.2 centimetres. So it's going to be a substantial sum of rain, which means that we need to stay out of trouble. We need to score points, and we need to make sure that we don't get chaos. We need a no chaos zone, please. We just want a very boring day, please.
We look forward to getting here every weekend, you know, to get the best results we can and do the best we can for our sponsors, our friends, and everybody that's around the team. Nobody turns up to do a bad job, and I think that's the greatest thing. I mean, if you work, I worked in supermarkets for a long time, and I can guarantee those people that turned up there every day to do a bad job. And that's what I love about motorsport. Nobody turns up to do a bad job. Everybody turns up to do their best.
So Bobby, it's amazing to see how the team's developed, and from the start of the year, how would you reflect?
I'm amazed we are where we are. I think when we rocked up to Donington in a half-wrapped gold and half-wrapped black Cupra, and then come out the garage with a delivery that we had and the support that we had, and then put it P9 on the grid, I think shocked a few people, and a lot of people didn't think we'd be where we are now. So yeah, I think really, as a maiden season, it's been a little bit of successful, really.
Yeah, I'd completely agree with you there, Bob. I mean, the fact that we're on the grid and challenging for results and against the manufacturer teams in our first year, I think we've done a mega job.
Yeah, 100%. And first of all, we was never going to get there. Then we got there, showed up, improved through the season. We've We've had some results taken away from us, unfortunately. So some brilliant driving, but to show that the car's got pace, it can tussle with a Napa car, WSR car, and so on. Just shows how much everyone has put into getting this team up and going and moving it forward. And I think if we can get some good results for the rest of the season, then work forward on going next year, then we've done everything we set out to do and probably gone a little bit further than we expected to. There's so many surprising factors to running, not just a race team, but a touring car team at the pinnacle of British motorsport. I mean, the finances, it's ridiculously expensive to run one of these cars. You plan to work with a budget and then you lose a couple of sponsors, which we did this year, just before round one. And you need to find ways. You have to try and sell little slots on the car to other sponsors, but they never had the budget, and at that time most people's budgets are used up. Drivers' money generally will get the car through the season. The other income is made to improve the car and make it better and pay for any unforeseen cost, which in motorsport, as you know, there always is. It's just been such a learning curve this year. I've learned so much, and that's why I think 2025 we can really push on and improve that. So everything about it has surprised me. Everything. It's a different world. When I was a sponsor last year, as you know, to then end up where we are now. Every way I've turned, I've been surprised by something.
Yeah.
And not always good surprises.
Yeah, I think like what you said, we didn't have any hospitality at the start of the year, and it's one of the things that we've developed and have got now for the rest of the year. It's just awesome to see the way the team's developing, and I'm honoured to be a part of the story. So.
Thank you, mate. It's been an honour to have you on board.
A bit nervous about this green flag situation. They're telling us it's 2 laps. I wonder if they told Mikey Doble that last year.
We've got a wet road that is drying. We've got a really interesting grid after all of qualifying yesterday. And we're getting to the pointy end of the season now as well. This is going to be good.
It certainly is. I mean, there's so much to look forward to in this race. But yeah, the track is drying out. Now this does change the complexion.
Two green flag laps.
2 green flag laps, and I think it's wet.
Okay.
Just remember, if it does start to dry, you'll have to cool these tyres down. And at the minute, it's not raining at all. So.
The grid is being cleared and race 1 is almost good to go. Round 25 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Tom Ingram has a very good strike rate at Silverstone. 6 times a winner here in a touring car. He's the man on pole position, as I say, career pole 10.
2 green flag laps now.
Yes.
Going round and then going round again and then stop.
Adverse weather, no, it'll be 2.
Adverse.
It should be 2. Phew. Everyone else has done 2 green flag laps.
So to the grid they all come, the green flag is showing at the back, and we're ready to go racing. It is round 25 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We're at Silverstone, the home of British motor racing. It's a wet road, the lights are red, and it is go with a good getaway by Ingram. And what can Colin Turkington do as there's a slow start by Dan Camish. Turkington actually gets rather mugged, does he? No, he's able to just fend off Josh Cook, but Jake Hill is a quick starting BMW pilot round the outside. Championship leader goes third, down towards Cox Corner. But Ingram is getting away on the opening lap as they come across the line. Turkington second, 1 second back. And Ash Sutton is up into 8th already from way back on the grid.
They are absolutely side by side. Scott Tumpton into the side of Darryl De Leon just very briefly, but they both get through.
Yeah, De Leon getting it all sideways, but hanging on to the Unlimited Motorsports entry.
Yep, all right, mate. We see it on the telly. Let's just keep going now.
Ash Sutton is on the back of Adam Morgan now. This is for 7th place. Morgan knows is back in front, but Ash Sutton should get the job done through Laffield. Taylor Smith 16th. He's finding it tougher to get through the pack, but then drama ahead is going to help him because that was Smiley and De Leon getting together.
Yeah, probably, mate. Probably.
Darryl De Leon into the pit lane now after that contact we saw from Smiley. Ingram's advantage now is up to 3 seconds. He's getting away from the BMs. But look at Hill, round the outside of Turkington without much of a fight. Jake Hill goes by. Possibly that is because of how much closer Ash Sutton is getting that they've had to make the call. Wide in, tight out, Sutton alongside. Now the hybrid, you see the blue light flash. Sutton's going to be ahead by the end of Wellington Straight. So there's the leader and the gap coming down. 1.3 seconds at the start of this lap.
You have 6 laps of hybrid remaining. Hill still has 2.
The gap at 0.6 of a second at the start of the lap now between Ingram and Hill is coming down even more. And now Jake is thinking about where to make a move. Jake to the inside, has a think about it. Oh, so nearly committed, but shows intent. Tom Ingram cuts across. Jake Hill has to change his line, runs out a little bit deep.
2 laps to go this time past. We do not have any track limits warnings.
Leaders come up towards the line. Hill has used all of the hybrid. Ingram has got enough for the last lap. Through they come. Checkered flag at the ready. Tom Ingram comes through. He wins for the 4th time this season ahead of Jake Hill and Dan Camish. Tom Ingram wins at Silverstone then.
That's what we needed.
Well done, mate. Well done. Well done. Come on!
Okay, mate. Check the flag. Listen, that was unfortunate, and we see it and whatever else. But it is what it is. Let's overlook that for a minute. How was the car?
Good job, mate. That was intense, wasn't it?
Brilliant drive.
Pretty intense, wasn't it? It was, yeah. So he pushed early and got a gap, and then either he used his tyres too early or they went slightly over pressure. Well, I know they went slightly over pressure, and then everyone just came back to him. He didn't have the pace to keep pushing on, so he did well to hold him off. And I think because we had the extra hybrid that we saved, we were kind of in control a little bit. But Jake was quick. He was really coming, and luckily Camish started attacking him, which kind of distracted him a little bit and maybe lost him a little bit of time, and we just managed to hold on to it. But I think we've got some changes to make for race 2, and we'll see if we can improve on that.
Of round 25, Tom Ingram!
It's important to win because it shows that what we're doing is to a standard. We're doing the best job we possibly can do, and that's kind of, I feel like I owe it to Tom to give him a car that allows him to win, because I believe he's the best driver out there. And if he's not winning, I don't feel like it's because of him. It's probably more likely to be the car that we're providing him. Yeah, this year it feels like we're in a good place, and we should be pushing for that championship, I think.
Steve, can you get some tissue, please, if you don't mind?
Success is very important. No one goes out there to finish last. We all go out there to get silverware. We all want to be in that #1 spot. We all want to be on pole. We all want to walk away with silverware. It's the whole reason we get up and go out there every other weekend. I'm so proud of what we've all achieved as a team. You know, we've got such a strong garage. You've done so well in a car that wasn't great at the beginning of the season. It's improved, and with it you've improved, and I'm so proud of what everyone's done, and I just hope 2025 carries on growing. We want to fill both seats. We want a driver in each car. You know how hard it's been this year with no other data to go from and being a lone driver. We want 2 bums in 2 cars so that the drivers can bounce off each other, the drivers can learn from each other and keep pushing up the results list to work towards fighting for an independent title. You know, if the driver is eligible for Jack Sears, getting a Jack Sears trophy and so on. So yeah, I'm excited for 25. 24's been hard, we all know that, yeah. But excited for 25 to get 2 cars out there, 2 competitive drivers, and carry on growing the team and improving our results.
Ready, mate?
Thanks, Brian.
No problems. Yeah, I think just gauge it on the outlap, mate. See what you think.
You said it's loads drier than race 1?
Yeah.
Can we get some slicks here just to panic other people?
Get ready to pull the tyre, yeah?
I think there's every possibility this is going to be carnage.
So tyre preservation is going to be crucial in all of this as the drivers then make their way now up to the grid.
Still loads of spray in there.
Round 26 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship from Silverstone is set to get underway. Lights go red, and as the lights go out, a strangely slow start by Jake Hill, bogged down a little bit. Ingram moves across to defend from Hill, who goes to the outside down towards Copse. Come on, Jake. Come on.
Yes, then. You know, he did like four places then. Christ's sake. We're just getting turned for fun.
So, the end of lap number 1, it is going to be Ingram who leads up towards the timing line.
Sutton's got a drive-through penalty.
Jake Hill is doing a good job, is he not, of staying with Tom Ingram. Having said this doesn't look like a BMW surface, he's not letting the Hyundai get away. And Jake Hill staying with Ingram. Sutton is there in 3rd place, still to serve that drive-through penalty. The leaders are nose to tail as they come across the line, and this time around, Sutton is in the pits, so the drive-through is being served.
We've had some luck this weekend so far, haven't we?
Jake Hill looks a little bit more angry now, doesn't he? Looks a bit more angry.
Come on, Jake. And Jake Hill having a look on the inside, and this is for the race leader. This is a proper chance for Jake to have a go. Tom Ingram stays on the outside of Brooklands, which will be the inside for Luffield, but Jake Hill has gone through. Come on! Well, the race leaders currently on lap number 10, and Colin Turkington is still closing. He's still lapping quicker than the two ahead of him.
Nearly a second quicker last lap.
Turkington on the inside, but who's got the grip coming off the corner? Answer is the BMW. Colin Turkington on the inside line is ahead as they come into Woodgate.
Go on, Colin. Come on, Colin.
Down towards the braking zone, mirrors flap as they rub. Turkington goes through.
Well, I'll tell you what, Turkington's doing his teammate Jake Hill a big favour here.
And Tom Ingram 3rd is being caught by Josh Cook, who closes right up under braking back time for Brooklands. Cook to the inside, this is for 3rd place, and he's going to go through. So good move that by Josh Cook, up into the top 3. Now can Tom Ingram hang on to 4th place before the end? Is he in danger of losing more ground? Sutton has got himself onto the back as Scott Sumpton for 16th place, and then the car ahead of him has a 5-second penalty.
The best Sutton can hope for in race 3 is a huge downpour before the race, a bit of carnage at the front, a safety car halfway through, and then it'll probably be on the podium.
Race 2 victory for Jake Hill at Silverstone. He crosses the line right up against the pit wall to celebrate with the team.
Come on! Yes! Come on! Let's have it!
What a day.
It's been horrendous, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's been up to now, it's not been a great weekend, has it?
Nope.
You can only make sure it goes round and round.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd gone from about lap 4. So you did the best sector time in every sector? Because the pace earlier was great. Yeah. Well, because the reverse grid, we should win the majority of those points back again.
Yeah. In theory, yeah.
More hybrid.
So the rain again, isn't it?
My day so far hasn't gone to plan. We've just struggled with pace, traction, straight line speed. It's one of them days really. We've haven't had the results that we wanted or looked for. We don't know if it's straight line speed or not coming off the corner because we're struggling to get back to full power. Yeah, it has been a difficult day today. I think motorsport is it's like that. There's a roller coaster of emotions and a roller coaster of a weekend you get. In that last race, it was just testing, to be honest. It was just driving around. We weren't really racing anyone, so we were just testing and trying to get the car in the window, like I said. We'll keep our chins up as a team, and we'll go again, go for the last race. raining?
I think it's tough because the constant strive for perfection that continues to get harder and harder and harder as each year passes. That's the thing that I think we love, that's the thing that keeps it going, but it's also the thing that's incredibly tough because along the way you never have an easy run at it, you'll always have some challenges. So striving and having that constant want to improve, every weekend I want more, every season you want a little bit more, it keeps you on your toes. It's that constant work that has to go into it to enable you to do it.
Like, what's happening now is going to get worse in the next 6 or 7 minutes. I know I said the intensity wasn't going to change, but it's definitely just changed.
This is going to be messy.
Yeah.
There's one thing about racing the wet, it's just ugly, and that's visibility. But the actual pleasure of driving on a circuit, which is constantly changing, it's never the same each lap.
I think if at any point during this race you're in that position where you feel like you can give information back to race control about situations that are unsafe, they will listen to you. So feel free to do that and we'll pass the message on.
Just a reminder, mate, we're map 3 for the start. Yeah, make sure we are backing them up. You do not want to be sitting there that long.
Lots of things can catch you out in the wet. But for the sharp end of the grid, everybody knows what they're doing.
So, it is a soggy Silverstone. It's round 27 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. It's Chris Smiley on pole position, and it is go. Smiley gets a good start. Not a great getaway by Josh Cook compared to the BMWs around him. Smiley has to go defensive as Camish gets up the inside and takes the lead. Ingram goes round him on the outside and gets up to second and finds a bit of grip.
Oh, Camish has locked, he's just locked up and gone straight down the inside. The cars are aquaplaning. Look, Smiley's gone straight off. Turkington was aquaplaning coming out of Copse. We're not far, I'm afraid, off a safety car situation here. These conditions are absolutely atrocious.
It's so bad.
There is Hill on the outside line, but on the inside, look, is Ash Sutton charging his way through.
Mega job, only Cook and Ingram ahead.
And off the road there goes Turkington at Copse Corner. Just aquaplanes, can't turn in.
These conditions are borderline undrivable. When cars are aquaplaning off, the clerk of the course has got to really make a decision here.
Okay, mate, copy. If we think it's too dangerous, then we need to be telling Toka.
And they're a big lose from the BMW of Colin Turkington into the gravel, so Colin Turkington is off the road.
Look, come on, they've got a red flag this.
Safety car, race until you see the board.
Yeah, it's like someone's going to get hurt, so they need to call this, I think.
Red flag, race stop. So we now await news.
Follow the safety car into pit lane. Okay, so all cars will go to pit exit at the end of this lap, so all cars to pit exit.
Problem is, it's raining at the same intensity. We're not moving any water out the way. It's not going to get any better, is it? So the current stance is, in 10 minutes, if it hasn't stopped raining, they won't consider a restart. In 10 minutes, if it has stopped raining, they will consider a restart. I'd imagine under safety car conditions.
Sam thinks the rain will clear at 6, but now it's too late, isn't it? With it only being 6.
Stood would only be 1 point back.
6 racing laps, what are they going to do?
This would only happen to Jake Hill. He's so lucky. We were coming for him.
Well, they'll say we're lucky, won't they?
You reckon?
It reached the not safe point on lap 1.
Yeah.
On the formation lap.
And we have a course car out on the circuit at the moment, so the race officials are doing a lap. Okay, it's at a slower speed, it's in a road car, not a race car, but they're going out and having a look at the puddles and doing a number of flying laps. I would say the rain has eased for what that is worth, but while they've been stationary for 10 minutes or so, those puddles have just filled up.
You know, how bad's that?
It was when we came out of, what's that one?
Woodcote, the kink, you mean? I was going to hold it for you while you took
No, that's right, I think about Woodcote. Pinned in 6th. You're having a tank slapper. I'm going, oh, Ash, that's not great. Then I'm having a tank slapper.
It's not
right. Watching Jake go,
Can't see another. I don't know if that'll be full points. It's only done 6 laps, so I don't know if that's going to be full points or half points or what's going to happen with it, but we'll see.
I want to get ready.
We're going racing.
So yes, we are just about ready to go, aren't we, with the klaxon sounding in the pit lane as the minutes tick down to notify the teams as to when we are going to get the safety car back underway. So although the red flag was out and the race is going to resume, just to make the point that it doesn't go back to a grid.
Go again. That is a lot better. Look,
Yeah.
you can actually see the tarmac, not a river coming down
true.
the main straight. That is a lot better.
There's no aquaplaning, so it's a big improvement on where we were.
Okay, mate, safety car's coming in at the end of this lap, and then we're going to go racing. So we need to find the good level and get it sorted. They're going ahead. So safety car in at the end of this lap.
The lights will be out this lap, we understand, and we're told that it will go to 15 laps as the maximum.
Safety car in this lap.
Racing.
They're going to go.
It is Ingram, Cook, Sutton, Huff, Hill, Camish the top six. Ingram quickens the pace, looking for the traction all the time, and you can't overtake, remember, until you get to the timing line coming out of Woodcote Corner. But we will go racing then once more for an indeterminate number of laps in round 27 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship.
Something that's going for a move on Cook.
He might yet be a race winner here. That was not in the Ingram game plan. Over the timing line has just gone Tom Ingram, and he is 7 tenths up on Sutton, who has done the fastest lap of the race. So they're getting quicker. The road is getting better.
11 to go. Sutton can deploy to the end now.
Ingram might be on borrowed time here. You've got two of the current stars of the championship going toe-to-toe in foul weather conditions, and for both of them, every point matters.
Ingram is deploying this lap. You have 1 lap more hybrid than he does.
Here for the race lead, Sutton oh so nearly jinked to the inside, but Ingram saw that one coming, and Ash Sutton is prepared to sit there for at least one more lap before he really tries.
Sutton has fastest lap, we need it for a point.
And into Cox Corner goes Ingram. The margin now up to 1.2 seconds, so he has doubled it over the space of a couple of laps.
Good job, that's fastest lap. 4 to go.
You both have hybrid to the end. I'll be quiet for the rest of the race.
Last lap, Ingram versus Sutton, 7 tenths of a second, 3 corners to go.
Last lap, mate, this is the last lap.
Sutton's trying to get just in range for a final lunge. He looks to the inside. He's not going to get there.
Just lunging, mate.
Ingram's got enough pace. Oh, he did hit him.
Big whack. Ingram survives it.
Yes! Get it, boy!
It's going to be Tom Ingram for the race win after the contact. Tom Ingram wins race 3 at Silverstone. Ash Sutton second. It is a crucial race in the championship because they both finish ahead of Jake Hill.
What the hell happened now?
Well done, Spencer.
That's a drive on the champion, mate. Well done.
Tom Ingram wins then, 2 out of 3 at Silverstone go the way of Tom Ingram, and Ash Sutton takes second place. And it's a very happy Ingram then, who survived everything that was thrown at him over the course of the resumption of the race.
Race 3, well, what do you want to know about race 3? Race 3 went marvellously well. We ended up winning it, which is great. However, the full story is it was sketchy, it rained a lot. Like, you probably see there behind, it's not white noise, that's the actual rain. It's biblical out there. Once we did get going, it was a case of just trying to manage the gap. I knew obviously Ash had plenty of hybrid behind us, and he was going to be coming in strong. It was almost a rinse and repeat of race 1, if I'm honest. I kind of had to let Ash close the gap until I had a bit of hybrid. I could deploy it, have a little squirt and just to try to get a gap, and then have another little bit towards the end and almost wait till I got towards the end of the race. So it it kind of worked perfectly. I couldn't really have asked it to go much better. Really pleased, very, very pleased. We're in the best shape we could possibly be going into Brands. Car's feeling phenomenal. We're having it.
Tom Ingram!
2 points. Deux points between Jake and I. I don't know what it is between Ash. However, I don't care. I don't care what the point is to Jake. I don't care what the point is to Ash. We're going to go to Brands and we're going to drive as fast as we can. And if it's enough, it's enough. There's no point worrying about what anyone else will do. So head down, we'll crack on, focus on ourselves, see what we got.
The day started really well for me here at Silverstone. We qualified P5 for race 1 and we ended up coming through to finish 2nd. So we had really strong pace, car felt amazing, and obviously that's a great result for the team. Championship now has tightened up. It was 9 points coming into the weekend and now it's just a 2-point lead for myself. So Tom has done a good job this weekend and he's closed me down. We've both had really strong weekends, but he's just tipped us. So yeah, it is what it is. We've got to come back fighting for brands, and obviously I'm going to throw the world at it to make sure we can try and get this championship done. But nonetheless, super tight and a good day's racing. I am feeling fired up. I feel better than ever for it. I'm super excited for what could be, and we're in a perfect place. So we just got to keep our head down, keep it lit, and keep going.
So how much are we playing for then? Actually, I don't want to ask you that question.
A beer at the bar, mate.
Sounds good to me.
Beer at the bar.
Wow.
I was lucky.
That's nearly on the green. 28 handicap my arse. That's all right, you're -2 to that now compared to me.
That was what we call beginner's luck.
Right, that's it, gloves are off now. Let's go.
Oh, I've topped it, haven't I?
I think you're just as far away from the hole there as you were here.
Oh, I was just shy of it.
I might have gone into the sand, yeah.
No! I'll take my bucket and spade.
Come on, ball.
What
Run out.
a putt.
Run out. Get in
there!
My gosh! In the hole.
In the handicap scoring, I'm here for 1.
Looking good. Oh! A little bit too much pace, never mind.
So how are you getting on this year, mate, in the old championship?
Jack Sears Trophy. At the moment, we're leading it by 93 points. So
whoa!
Ronan was my nearest rival for the season. Sadly, obviously, we saw the news that he wasn't going to be continuing for the rest of the season. At the time, he was 69 points behind. So I think that I'd kind of done a lot of the work earlier on in the season, but obviously no one ever likes to see the competition drop out for whatever reason.
You're so close to the end of the year as well, but yeah.
Exactly.
Looks like you've done it, mate. So I'm
But
not going to jinx it. I'm not going to
after
jinx
coming
it.
so close last year and getting jellied at Brands Hatch, that kind of put the nail in the coffin for me. So it was nice to come back and have a second bite at it this year and win it once and for all,
Do you know the best thing about the Jack Sears Trophy? Is the trophy itself. It's the biggest trophy.
I know. Yeah, I'm actually thinking about going to the gym to work on being able to lift that above my head on the stage at the end of at Brands Hatch.
Yeah. No, mate, I really wish you all the best with it. You've done great this year.
Yeah, much appreciated. Should we hit some shots then?
Yeah.
There we go.
So obviously Brands next weekend. How are we feeling?
A little bit nervous.
You look nervous,
I
Jake.
am a little bit nervous.
What
I'll tell you
nervous
what.
for?
I think because I've wanted it my whole life.
Yeah. And is this the closest you've been?
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever been leading it, going into the last one.
And Brands is a good track for BMW?
Not too bad, yeah. It's the last couple of years struggled a bit in terms of outright pace.
Yeah.
Tom has always either been on pole or in the top 3, so we need to work on qualifying.
Okay.
So with regards to Ash, he probably, most definitely won't win. He might get one of us if we have a but I don't think he can win it.
And if it's wet?
Yeah. If it's
you should
wet,
be happy with that, no?
if it's wet, I'm happy because our car, as you know, this year it has worked pretty well in the wet. When it's torrential like it was in the last one, struggle a bit.
Yeah. Just don't put too much pressure on yourself.
Try not to, mate.
Just
try
relax.
not to. It's yeah.
Honestly, there's nothing you can do about anyone else.
No, I know that.
No matter what anyone else has got, or what anyone else does, you can't control that.
No. Just try to
realistically, you're the closest you've ever been. You're going in equal on points. I think most people in the paddock would like to see a new champion.
Yeah.
What will be, mate.
Yeah, I think we just got to do the job on Saturday.
There is no point in worrying about it.
I know.
There really isn't.
I know.
Because there's so many things that are out of your control. As long as you walk away from the weekend going, I did the best I could.
Yeah.
Then you can never look back and go, if only.
Do you know what? Actually, I had a really nice message from Andrew Jordan.
Yeah.
And he said, compared to when he won it and when he just missed out in 2019. Ultimately, your family is still around you. Yeah. All the people that matter are still the same. Yeah. Everything doesn't change from that side of it. So, win, lose or draw, just go and have fun for the last one.
Literally enjoy it. And I know what you're like. And I know you're going to worry no matter what anyone says.
Yeah.
But you've just got to try and control that.
Yeah.
And just look at it as it's the first race meeting of the year.
Yeah.
Go into it completely
clear
calm.
head,
You know what you need to do.
Yeah.
End of.
Just go and get on with it. No, that's good advice. Thanks, Huffy.
You'll be fine, mate.
Yeah, it's good, mate.
Do your best. That's all you can do.
Mate.
All right? Good luck, mate.
So we're coming into the last round neck and neck, both on 365 points. And I can't remember the last time this has happened, but I think it has like 15, 20 years ago. So it was a long, long time ago. It's a very, very rare occurrence. So it's literally like doing a one-round championship. That's how you have to look at it. Whoever outscores the other one during the weekend takes the title home. It's as simple as that.
So I won it in 2022. I came into the race weekend in third, a handful of points back, and had a whirlwind of a weekend. Qualified and pole, took 2 race wins. It was an amazing weekend looking back at it. Yeah, winning it once was a dream come true. I'm almost more hungry now to win it for a second time.
Jake seems to only have 2 sets of softs out, so I was just wondering if he's trying to get into the top 6 and then just park it.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there is one of those 2 title fighters. It is Jake Hill in the sunshine for October at Brands Hatch. Tim Harvey, we don't always come here with nice weather.
For the title rivals, it's one step at a time. Complete your free practice programme, concentrate on qualifying, worry about tomorrow. You can only do the best that you can do in each session.
Give yourself some breathing space down this straight, mate, and then set yourself up on the exit.
Yeah, so just confirm Hill's behind you on a quick lap.
On board with Hill once again, about to cross the line. And we've already had a time disallowed for Sam Osborne, I'm afraid. Hill goes second on a 30.2.
Yes. Come on!
This is Ash Sutton, who is an outsider for the championship. We've kind of written him off a little bit, but if the other 2 had striped in the first race and Ash came through to win, he might well be back in the game. So you rule him out at your peril as he comes down towards Sterling's.
What can Ingram do on his first real flyer?
Well, he's got to do something because he's out of that top 6 at the minute. A little bit nervous, the car there going through Sheen Curve, but Ingram will dance it through towards Sterling's. It's going to be touch and go this as he comes up towards the line. Tom Ingram will get another lap out of the session, and he's going to need it possibly because he's 4th, so he's in jeopardy.
Yeah, and meanwhile, title rival Hill has gone fastest on a 29.6.
You're P5, we need 2 tenths.
Tom Ingram is now the one in jeopardy. He is 6th, and he's still hustling on in the background as Rob Huff comes through, but he's going to have a charging Ingram behind him. Some cars bailing on this lap, and this is not what you need if you're on a quick lap.
But Ingram set the fastest sector of anybody.
Box, save the fuel, mate. Great job.
A 1:29.416. So Tom Ingram is 7,000ths of a second behind Aaron Taylor-Smith, and he's ahead of Jake Hill. But Ash Sutton goes fastest of all, 1:29.247, a 10th quicker.
Okay, that is top of the timing sheets by a tenth and a half.
Yes, that's Sutton, Taylor-Smith, then you, P3, Hill is P4, Cook is P5, Morgan P6.
All right, Sausage, even on that last lap that we aborted, we were green sector 1. We looked at the data and improved there, so just where you sat here,
process what you were doing there because it was getting better and better and better. So let's make sure we go back out and start at that point and don't reset back to our hybrid front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive line. So make sure we go back out as we finished in sector 1, mate. All right, boys and girls, we can drop the car and get ready to go. It's not like we've got any temperature in these tyres, so.
I think you'll find that pretty much everybody will slap a new set of tyres on because they really, really need this performance.
The more important thing was the green flag being waved, so headset back on, and now let's see, first of all, who gets the point for pole and whether that is going to be given to any of those drivers fighting for the championship, specifically Jake Hill and Tom Ingram.
They're going to have new tyres, new fronts probably, and we won't, so what can we do?
Is it preordained? 24 in 24. Number 24 BMW into Clark Curve. If he doesn't win it this year, he'll have to change his number for next season, won't he?
Yeah, the local boy, Jake Hill, who was just a boy in sandals and shorts watching racing here with his father Simon racing back in Formula 4 days. So he's lived and grown every year of his life around motorsport and Brands Hatch in particular.
Currently P1, others are going quicker, but it's a great time so far. Keep it up.
And we're nearly at that halfway point, but look who's going purple. It's not a BMW driver, it's Sutton.
Did you say that Sutton did not come in the pits, David?
Don't think he did.
If he didn't, then he must have taken on just a pair of new fronts.
Yeah, that lap's just been disallowed, mate. Matt's just had a look through the data. We're improving everywhere. It's just a case of trying to string it all together, mate. So we are improving, we're going quicker. 4 new tyres, let's see what you got.
So what can Ingram do? Well, he can go personal best. The estimate would be 3rd, but that would put him behind Jake Hill. And remember now, pole earns the point. It's not just starting position, it's a crucial point for the championship as well.
Jake Hill is actually leading the championship based on race wins, so that extra point, if he could take it, would put him in the championship lead.
Right, Ingram goes quickest, 1:29.629 by 0.2 of a second. Turkington quickest, so that's the answer from BMW. Colin Turkington at 1:29.333. He's nearly 0.3 up on Tom Ingram. Aaron Taylor-Smith across the timing line. He goes 4th.
As long as you don't take any longer than 15 seconds, we'll get one more lap. So call this lap and go again. We've just gone purple or green in the final 2 sectors, mate. So just call it a little bit and go.
If Jake can't get pole, better for BMW's purposes that it's Colin Turkington rather than anybody else. But Tom Ingram has done a personal best and an absolute best. There's a minute to go. He'll get this lap and one more.
This will be your last lap. We need a 2.
He comes up to the timing line and goes through, stays second fastest. That lap was a 29.369, so it was an improvement, but not as good as Colin Turkington's.
You'll only get one more lap. Current fastest is a 29.8.
Aaron Taylor-Smith has gained a place.
And behind him, Ash Sutton jumps up to 3rd with his flying lap.
And Colin Turkington on pole position. Now, how does BMW play this to get him to help Jake? Really, all he can do is try and win the race, I guess, and take those race-winning points away from Ingram. And look at all the greens that he's done. He's not done yet. There's been another push. He doesn't improve, but he came oh so close.
Oh! Good job, mate. P2. It looked like the P2.
I think on the tyres we're on, mate, that was fantastic. And Ingram is behind Turks on the front row. So we've got the wingman we needed, mate.
I thought we were on for pole there at the end. We missed out by 300ths. Oh, there's nothing in it. We're just waiting for that last sector. Awesome job, and we're going to have a good day tomorrow now.
We can have a plan for tomorrow. Be more exciting.
Just, I don't know who it was that come out the pit. Just literally, they popped up and I was like, oh.
Just caught your corner
and
with your eye.
I thought they were going to stop, but they still made the corner.
Yep.
So I was a bit in reserve, if that makes sense. And it just lost the rear on entry.
So you knew you'd done it?
Well, no, I thought I was like,
you thought you were clear.
line.
It's obviously a camera there, isn't it? So we can go and ask for the picture, but he's going to be really tight.
Good job.
Good job to you, mate. That was mega.
That was hard.
And even when you were like, ooh, you went perfect.
Yeah, well, I'm still trying, aren't I?
Well done, mate.
Yeah, we just finished quali here at Brands for the last round, and quite a tense one. I can honestly say I've never risked so much in qualifying to get the car where it needed to be. The amount of times I thought I was going to have a massive shunt, but you know, you have to do it, right? I'm fighting literally with everything I've got to get this thing over the line. So I'm pretty proud of quali. Car isn't quite where I wanted it to be in Q3, unfortunately, but we got you know, we got through. So it's just a case now of going through it, make sure it's right, and go and get the job done tomorrow.
Yeah, it's obviously a starting pole, and Jake, I think, is P6 with his main protagonist in between. So yeah, we'll just have to see how the race unfolds tomorrow, how lap 1 goes. You know, I'll try and get on the front foot, and if there's an opportunity to help Jake, then you know, that will be my job tomorrow. But it would also be quite nice to win a race. But yeah, I'll do what I have to for the team.
Well done, mate. Oh, that's quality.
Oh, you're amazing. Well done, mate.
Quali went all right. Quali went pretty well, in fact. So we line up P2 for tomorrow, which is marvellous. Really nice place to be. It's been an absolute pleasure driving this thing today. It's felt so good. So on a weekend that's obviously quite important, we're in the sharp end where we need to be, but big points for tomorrow. So let's wait and see how tomorrow pans out.
So to win the BTCC is no mean feat. It's 30 races. A lot can go wrong. Because of what it is, there's some fruitcakes out there, some absolute fruitcakes, some lunatics that are really aggressive and want it as badly as I do or the next man does. So it's very, very tough to win. You know, things go wrong. Things go wrong.
Finals day is always chaotic. There's chance of rain in the air, there's all sorts going on today. So
we're pretty confident, really. We were quick in quali, showing good pace. We've not got a lot of hybrid deployment laps, but neither is Jake, it's really who we're racing.
This is the best chance I've had, you know, whether it's my turn or not, who knows, but we just got to keep it up, you know. I think we're right there, and we're going to go to round 30 with an incredible chance to try and win this championship.
The plan is to attack early on, so Tom's going to push quite aggressively early on, do some attacking, see if we can get ahead and build a little bit of a gap. If people start getting rough with us, I guess that might change. You might just start looking at the points and kind of playing it safe. If we get a DNF, we're done. So ultimately it's playing it safe, getting the points, but if the win's there, we'll take it.
It's full attack mode today though. No holding back, no playing it safe, no collecting points. This is about outright, we've got to win every race.
Jake's feeling like Tom's feeling, nervous but focused. Tom's been there and done it before, Jake hasn't, but equally Jake's been in the mix before against Tom when Tom won his championship. We all know what we're doing, it's just a case of managing those nerves, and if you're nervous, it means you've got something to fight for. It's finally time, mate. This is what we wanted.
Bye.
If I don't see you again today.
Have a good day. Cheers, mate. Have a good day, mate.
Last car's into position now. Good luck, mate. We know what we're going to do.
It is round 28 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. It's finals day. It's 15 laps in prospect, and it's all eyes on Jake Hill and Tom Ingram to slug it out to determine who will be the 2024 champion. For the first time today, the lights go red, engine notes rise, let's go racing. Lights out, good start by Turkington. Tom Ingram tries to cover off Ash Sutton. Josh Cook tries to get from one side of the road to the other. Jake Hill's not made progress off the line, but Ingram gets shuffled backwards. He loses a place to Sutton. He's on the outside line of Cook as well. Turkington is away in the race lead, and Josh Cook gets all sideways up the inside. Ingram gets involved with Sutton. Sutton's in the gravel. Ingram is delayed. Cook gets collected by Morgan. There's mayhem up at Druids, and Ingram is the first casualty in terms of the championship battle. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
You go, boys! Oh, it's just taken Adam out though.
I think you're going to have to come backwards out of there if you can get out.
Sutton's in the gravel, Turkington leads, safety car deployed, that's Josh Cook's damage, and now as far as BMW are concerned, it's a really easy switch, isn't it, to get Jake Hill into the lead. This has fallen right into BMW's hands.
I think we do lap 2 personally.
Lap 2.
Tom Ingram is the 5th in the queue of those on the softer tyre, so there are places to be gained.
At least this gives us a chance to build the temperature and pressure in those fronts, mate, to just protect them for the opening laps.
And let's face it, Ingram's going to be 3rd or 4th. He'll get through all of those.
come up towards the line. So green flag is ready to be waved. You can't overtake until you've taken the green flag and gone over the timing line, which the leaders do now. Look, Ingram's already got himself lined up to make that move against Osborne, diving into Paddock Hill Bend. The battered Rowbottom car goes with him, so there's 1 place gained already. Now this is Ingram, 3 wide coming out of Hawthorne, but there's going to be an investigation about his start after the race. Moffat loses out to both De Leon and Ingram. Leader goes through, and it's Turkington ahead. He's done the fastest lap of the race now. So Colin Turkington it is up front. Second is Hill, and where is Ingram as he comes across the line? He's into 6th, and he has just done the fastest lap of the race. So that bonus point goes Ingram's way.
Yeah? Yeah, so switch this lap.
The lead switch, I think it's happening, isn't it? Turkington has backed off, coming onto the Grand Prix loop. Jake Hill is up alongside him, and there is Jake Hill being gifted the lead, and a bigger lead within the championship.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
It means a lot, mate.
No worries.
Ingram up past Camish now, so that puts him 5th. So Tom Ingram is still charging, but it's when he gets up behind Turkington that life's going to get tough. Headlights ablaze, coming up towards Sterling's.
Yeah, look at the distance between Ingram and leader Jake Hill. On the road, it's not that far.
No.
Wow, look how Ingram can turn that car really tightly, still on the power, get inside Aaron Taylor-Smith, and he's through. Yeah, if you look at lap times, Hill's last lap time was a 31.0, Ingram's was a 30.8. He's lapping faster than the 3 cars in front of him.
You're catching the leaders.
And a lot of the progress of Tom Ingram from here on in is going to hinge on Mikey Doble and how defensive he is and how long it takes Ingram to find a way past. But he's quick coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Is there going to be a lunge on the inside at Surtees? He thinks about it. There's a gap. Mikey Doble gives him the room.
Yeah, Doble saw that lunge coming and knew if he turned in there'd be contact because Ingram was fully committed to that manoeuvre, and he's up to 3rd place now.
Ingram up to P3. Ingram up to P3.
Right, there is Ingram then, who at the start of this lap was half a second behind Turkington, and now the pin has been pulled. Jake Hill is getting away, and Turkington needs to make that car as wide as possible for 6 and a bit laps. And Tom Ingram is running out of laps, running out of options. Tightens the line at Druids, thinks about the inside, Turkington defends. Tom Ingram to the outside. And he's going to have to give way there.
Yeah, and of course, as soon as you start defending, you slow yourself and your other driver back.
It also shows you what a good team player Colin Turkington is being here. This is all to help Jake Hill, who's getting away up front.
And both Turkington and Ingram are on the hybrid this lap. So Ingram is using his one and only hybrid lap on this lap. He really was, he just mistimed that, ran into the back of Turkington.
Saw the brake test. We need to move him, mate. We need to get through.
Jake Hill, the man who's won more races than anybody else in the championship this year, 7 of them, he still leads now by 1.4 seconds. The lead gap doubles, and Ingram has got much better pace coming out of Paddock, but Turkington affords him only the outside line, heading up towards Druids, and that's not really the ideal place because you just get run out wide. Jake Hill has not yet used his 1 lap of hybrid. Ingram has. So Tom has got to do this on pure pace. Jake Hill may not even need that hybrid now because he's been given this advantage by the helpful Colin Turkington.
2 to go. Turkington has no hybrid left.
Win number 8 of the season is heading Jake Hill's way. There he is. Colin Turkington 2nd and Tom Ingram 3rd. Damage limitation over these last few laps. He gave it a really good go, but to no avail to get past Colin Turkington. And so Jake Hill, after everything has played into his hands in this race, starts his final lap, and he will complete this lap as championship leader.
Final lap, Colin.
Final lap, old boy.
Checkered flag at the ready. It's going to be win number 8 of the season. Jake Hill takes the championship lead as he crosses the line from Colin Turkington and Tom Ingram. Mikey Doble 4th, and an 8th win of the year for Jake Hill. Great drive.
Get it, mate, get it. What a start of the day.
Well done, mate. That's P3 with the fastest lap. So 5 points behind.
One step closer, brother.
Thank you for that, mate. Really appreciate it, buddy.
We'll do it all again for you in a minute.
That's what teammates are for, I guess.
2 more. 2 more.
Come on! 2 more.
Let's go. Nearly there.
No! I'm so sorry.
I've got Ellie's coming up. She can fix him.
That's the other arm. Little man. Your daddy did it. Your daddy won. Your daddy won.
Yes, it's that not story.
Oh, Colin.
Yes, mate. Well done. I'd say, well, Colin worked hard for us, didn't he?
Did he? Yeah.
Didn't he work
Yeah,
hard?
because Colin had the pace early on, but we didn't. So Colin couldn't get gone because we were backing him up. 5 ahead, I think. Yeah. Ingram got fastest lap, unfortunately, but fair play. I mean, he drove well in that race to come back through. So really well.
It's a shame that we used the softs for 1.5 corners because now that's done, we can't use them again.
You know, drivers is pretty much dead, right?
Oh, that is done, yeah. So mathematically, it's impossible now. So
it's about
manufacturers, yeah. I thought this is actually the perfect scenario. Cook will just be really aggressive, so we just need to keep him behind us, but we've got the pace to get away from him. We just need Cookie to have a go at Ingram. And because of the overlap and everything, I was like, this is literally played out in my head how it played out last night a million times in my head of like, okay, this is the perfect race start, up until you get to that point. Yeah.
Race 1. Well, race 1 could have been game over, Romeo done. However, we managed to recover it. Issue at the start with Josh Cook, rear puncher, rear lock, whatever happened to him, which went into Ash. Ash then went into me. Ash was in the gravel, Josh was out, Adam was out. Carnage. We then dropped back to 9th, but annoyingly in doing so, it gave Colin and Jake the lead. Colin then let him past, and then we had to just be on the recovery drive from there. So we went from 9th to 3rd. Crazy amount of pace in the car, felt really good. Colin was just being like he would jump in front of a bullet, it would seem. So race 2 coming up, we're in a good place. Car's feeling magnificent, we'll have a bit of hybrid, all still to play for.
The next win of the year is Jake Hill.
Well, Jake and I first raced against each other in 2009 in Ginetta Juniors. We went for the 2010 Ginetta Junior Championship together. It was Jake and I coming into the final weekend to win it. Jake and I raced against each other in G50s and G55s. All the way through our careers, we raced against each other. So it's a really cool story now to be stood however many years down the line that we're both going for another title. But in doing so, Jake knows all my tricks. I know all of Jake's tricks. We've raced against each other for that long now that we kind of know each other's next move before the next person's even done it. But I think that's the beauty of it, is it comes down to gloves off, scrap for the win. It's going to be a special one.
Just beat Tom. It is literally that easy. Apparently, yeah. You've just got to beat Tom. I think race 3 is going to be the real teller. You know, I think race 1 and 2 is going to stay fairly calm. Race 3 with a reverse grid, and who knows what's going to happen there, that's when the points can turn pretty quickly.
All you got to do is drive around in circles quicker than Jake does. How hard can it be?
Sausage actually did a really good job. He came to the grid with the same pressures as race 1, so we can make the same pressure check. So if you're happy, Jake, we'll drop the car, please, chaps.
Yeah, he's got them hot. Blown the paint already.
Yeah. So the story continues on this dramatic final day. This time it is Jake Hill starting on pole, Tom Ingram third. There's also the subplot of watching Ash Sutton charging through from the back, but another fascinating race in prospect.
And a subplot of a bit of British weather as well. It's just spitting with rain. The top 10 have to start on the medium tyre, the harder of the two compounds.
Final car's into position now, mate. Good luck.
So, 2 races to go in the 2024 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Round 29 set to get underway. Jake Hill on pole position. Lights go red. When the lights go out, it's going to be blast off now, and a good getaway made by both of the BMWs and also by Dan Camish. He tries to get up onto terms with Tom Ingram at the BMWs, as you would anticipate. Get away nicely, and now Ingram has got to be on the attack through paddock and up towards Druids. It's Hill ahead of Turkington, and there's drama in the background. One sideways, Toyota through the gravel on the outside, Andrew Watson, and Ingram is taking the fight to Turkington straight away. So Jake Hill with Colin Turkington playing rear gunner, and Tom Ingram's got to do this all on his own. There are no other Hyundais up there with him, but he's right on the back of the BMW. He comes to the outside line. Colin Turkington hugs the inside. Ingram keeps on coming. Can he go all the way around the outside, going into Hawthorns? Yes, he can! He's up into second place already, and now it is game on. Remember, 5 points, the margin. Hill to Ingram coming into this race. Ingram is close as they come out of Clark Curve, lining up possibly to have a go on the inside into Paddock Hill bend. He's almost there, he's almost there. He's going to dive to the inside line, and Tom Ingram goes through. Ingram leads, starting lap 2 at Brands Hatch.
You know that thing's fast.
Now Ingram needs Dan Camish, 4th, to get on with the programme, so to speak, and try and get ahead of those BMWs and take points away from Jake Hill, because Ingram can do no more now.
8 laps to go.
Reigning champion Ash Sutton, remember he was coming off 19th on the grid, 19th up to 5th, inside 6 laps. That's pretty impressive.
We now have the fastest lap. The gap behind is 2 seconds.
Colin Turkington just keeping a watching brief behind Jake Hill, moving out on the straights to keep the air charge temperature nice and cool going into that Neil Brown tuned BMW engine. They look like they're formation flying. No threat to Ingram, who can pace himself to the end of the race, knowing he's got that fastest lap already in his pocket.
Ingram to Hill, 1.6 seconds. We've got 6 laps to go then.
Here's the points as they stand. Jake will lead by 1 point. Ash Sutton out of it in 3rd, so it'll be 1 point in it into the final race of the year as it stands.
Ask Jake if he wants Colin to have a push and try and apply pressure.
I don't want to risk anything, if I'm honest, for it.
Ingram through, Hill through, Turkington through, and the margin is down demonstrably, 11/10 of a second now. So the message will get through to Tom Ingram, who has got 2 laps of his hybrid left, and Jake Hill has 0 laps of hybrid left. So if Tom needs to use any to pull away, he can.
I think he's playing with us. I think he's got plenty of pace left in him.
We are on lap number 12, so just under 4 laps to go. And he's edging closer, closer, closer down towards Hawthorns, makes a move on the outside. Camish is going to make it difficult.
Sutton switches back to the inside before Westfield, and he's through. I'm not sure if this is a lap on which Sutton's using his hybrid, but no, Camish has fought back and now has the inside. It may be just that Sutton's using his hybrid on this lap and Camish isn't.
Dan, please race sensibly, no holding each other up, please. I've said to Dan, play sensible, no holding each other up. Can you give the same to Ash, please?
Over the timing line they come, and Ash Sutton thinks about the inside, but Dan Camish able to cover that off. Lights are flashing, win number 6 of the season for Tom Ingram, and he's now 1 point back in the championship battle. Jake Hill is 2nd, Colin Turkington 3rd.
Well done, mate. Top job. Yeah, fastest lap as well by about 6/10. So awesome.
Right, mate, we did what we needed to do there. We'll have a chat when we get back, see what we can do for race 3. We're a point in the lead in the championship. We're 1 to go, mate.
Oh, it was always going to be this way, wasn't it?
Yeah, problem is it's just the outright speed. He said the car's a lot better, just the speed is just not there. The speed on the straight line.
He's just got to finish 1 place in front of him. That's all that matters. It is, it's the speed though. It's crazy. Yeah.
Straight line speed. Straight line speed.
That was hard work, wasn't it? No, well done.
What up? Coming out race 2 here at Brands. Unfortunately, we lost out to the BMWs again, so that's a big dent in our manufacturer's title. Good race between Dan and Ash there. No particular team orders apart from the fact that they have to race fair and not get out of hand. That's exactly what they did. Ash was a bit quicker than Dan toward the end there. But yeah, ultimately, great race for Sam as well, and unfortunate for Robo.
Wow, amazing. What can we say? It's on. It's on.
Okay, let's bring in series coordinator Alan Gow to make the draw. Before you do, Alan, I mean, you were just as awestruck as everyone else by that first lap from Tom Ingram. Extraordinary stuff.
It was a great first lap, and he had no choice. He had to do it. But what an enthralling race, but what a fantastic finish to the season. 1 point between them going into the final race. I don't think in the history of the championship has ever been this close.
Alan, make the draw. And the hand goes in. And you have drawn...
Number 7.
Number 7. So your influence isn't quite as great as you thought. Number 7 puts Josh Cook on pole position.
Yeah, if I do win it, what will it mean to me? Everything. You know, this is literally everything that I've worked for the last 15, 16 years since I started racing, and it would just mean the world to me and my family. You know, all the sacrifices, everything that we've been through to get ourselves into this position, it'll all be worth it, and that weight will just be off my shoulders, and yeah, be a really nice feeling.
Well, the funny thing is, yeah, if I think back to me, I've won 97 races, more than anybody else in history. Got more poles, more fastest laps, more podiums than anyone in history. But you know what? Winning races is a strange thing because the excitement is in the moment. You know, when you cross the line, it's done. Next one, next one, next one. You don't really get to enjoy the moment because it's the doing it is the sexy bit. You know, spraying a bit of cheap plonk on the podium, it really doesn't mean anything. But the championship is different because there isn't another race the week after. That's it, it's at an end. And that really is quite an emotional, very special moment. Really very different to winning races, that's for sure. Yeah, it's cool. You know, whoever wins it, I will absolutely deserve to win it, without a doubt. Yes, it's the biggest day of a racing driver's life, his career.
I'm really sorry to Bine, guys. I'm sorry for the DNF. Is it still definitely wets out there? Like this extra water that's come? Was it because it looked like it was getting cuspy, and then it sort of this has come? Is it?
If you go slicks, it'll take ages. It'll take a long time.
And it's not really drying out there, it seems. No. It's just taking ages to dry.
And you can feel it on the rubber, just moving on the blocks.
Okay.
If it's just a normal race, it won't be too bad. Usually I get these decisions wrong, and then we just lose a race. But now we're going to lose a championship, so it's a bit more to it than normal.
One more race, mate. One more race.
Got it.
Good luck anyway, Sandra. It's been one hell of a season, however it plays out. So.
We've got to get to 4th if he's directly behind us.
Let's do it. It's been a pleasure, mate.
Oh, yeah, and you.
Proud of
you.
One last dance next year, Grumps.
Green flag is waved then, and so the final formation lap is underway. Remember, this is the grid based on the results of race 2 with that reverse grid draw. But as far as the championship is concerned, it is 1 point. This, the championship leader. Jake Hill has 404, Tom Ingram 403. It's just those two fighting for the crown. For 3rd place, it's Sutton versus Turkington versus Camish. So, Hill by a point. We'll find out what the score is in 15 laps' time.
Last car's just getting into position now.
15 laps stand between us and the 2024 champion, and knowing who that is going to be. The Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit has had some epic showdowns in the past. The 2024 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship final round is ready to go. Lights are red. We're racing for the final time this year. There's a lot of wheel spin off the grid. There's a good start by Turkington, who then can't get through the traffic. Jake Hill also charges up behind the front-wheel drive cars, and Ingram has not been able to find a way through, but he's on the inside of Hill. Look in the background. Ingram goes ahead of Hill. There's a sideways forward that he's just about corrected. Ingram finds himself blocked by Turkington now on the run up the hill.
It's all getting very leery ahead of Ingram as the Fords run out wide, but the Hyundai comes out of the corner ahead of the BMW of Jake Hill, and Ingram is trying not to get himself in jeopardy. He has to give up a place on the inside line there to Camish. Turkington is ahead of Ingram, which is not ideal, but Ingram is ahead of Hill, which is good news for him.
Eyes forward, we know we've got this, we know we've got this.
Place. This is Jake Hill's view, that's Ingram ahead. They come now down towards Hawthorne. Ingram looks to the inside, covers off that line from Jake Hill as well. He's got to go defensive right now. They run 6th and 7th. Ingram being ahead, and that would actually put them tied on points, and that would mean that Jake wins it on the tie break. So Ingram's got to get a wriggle on and try and put more cars between himself and Hill, and he knows that. Jake Hill right on the back of the Hyundai as they come then now out of the left-hander of Sterling's. Josh Cook, the race leader. Ingram having to go a little bit defensive on Hill, but he gets up the inside there alongside Camish as they come across the line, and Tom Ingram goes through.
And Camish dives across, gets punted across the front of Jake Hill. That puts a car between Ingram and Jake Hill, but he's fighting back on the approach to there's more contact there, and Camish nearly into the back of Ingram, but Jake Hill is through.
Push to pass.
Right, Ingram then now has one car between himself and Jake Hill, but he wants more. So it is Cook, Sutton, Taylor Smith is 3rd, Ingram is 4th, then it's Camish and Hill.
Camish and Hill to point behind.
Right now, Ingram, your champion by 2 points. Provisionally, there he is, going through a Graham Hill bend.
I think Jake's got Camish.
Yeah?
I think he has, I don't know. Yeah.
Now there, look, you've got Jake Hill back onto the tail of Tom Ingram, so he's found a way past Camish.
If the circuit drives and somebody Ingram bangs it in, then you're
Up front, it's Cook versus Sutton. Ash Sutton's done the fastest lap of the race. But look, Hill right onto the back of Ingram now.
Well, it used to be that mixed conditions were the nemesis of the BMW, but West Surrey Racing did a lot of work on that kind of a setup for these conditions a couple of years ago, and certainly the car looks very good at the moment.
You have 2 laps of hybrid, Ingram only has 1. Let's think about using it at some point, mate.
11 laps to go this time, so we're in P4, we've just got to stay ahead.
Ingram is still ahead of Jake Hill then as they come up over the timing line once more, and Jake Hill now getting a bit more interested in getting ahead of Ingram. He's sat there, he's assessing what's going on, and he makes his move on the outside line. The 2 championship fighters go toe-to-toe, but Jake Hill, I think, has got the pace right now, and he's going to be able to get the drive. Jake Hill fighting back in the championship, absolutely level there on the hybrid, and Ingram doesn't have a lot to use, don't forget. He's just got his nose in front, but the road should come to Jake Hill, and it does on the inside. Jake Hill goes through.
Come on! Okay, mate, copy.
I just my pants there, boys.
And right now, Jake Hill would be the champion by 3 points from Tom Ingram.
Okay, mate, we're just going to stay in it as long as we can.
But fair play to Jake, he's driven like a champion, it's down the inside, reigning champion until the end of this race, and then contact between Josh Cook and Aaron Taylor-Smith. That lets Hill through, puts another car between him and Ingram.
It's all panning out nicely now for Jake Hill, isn't it? Because as 2 delayed themselves, he finds 3rd, he goes to the outside where there's a little bit more traction, and he's going to try to win this championship by winning the race. All of a sudden, Jake Hill now is looking a lot more upbeat, a lot more feisty, and he's prepared to take on anybody.
Colin is all over Ingram and he's moving further back, mate. Keep it safe for f***'s sake, mate.
8 laps to go.
Tom's got a race for it, and here he comes up the inside coming out of Graham Hill Bend. He might just get the momentum now to have a go on the inside down towards Surtees. Tom Ingram has got to throw everything at this move because it's absolutely crucial. He's up the inside line, the Hyundai goes by, Turkington on the hill line, so to speak, on the outside. Ingram comes off the corner ahead, Taylor Smith though fights back. Ingram is not finding these conditions to his liking. Look, the Astra goes back ahead. Ingram's going to try and brave it out on the inside all the way down to Hawthorne's. He's on the inside line, but Aaron Taylor-Smith keeps the place. This is bad news for Ingram. Taylor-Smith out wide. Ingram has got to try and send it now on the inside down to Westfield, but he's just struggling for pace right now.
Yeah, and look, he's got Turkington right up behind him, and of this group, Turkington probably looks the fastest.
Ingram is back behind, but there's a big gap.
So there is the Hyundai. He is now in 4th place, Tom Ingram, and he has got to try to make up a pretty big gap now to Jake Hill of nearly 3 seconds.
The gap ahead is 3 seconds. He gained in the last sector, but overall, no, it's a loss.
But it's not affecting him because here, the mistake by Cookie, a bit of a wobble at Graham Hill Bend. Again, the road opens up for Jake. and this is for 13th, 14th, 15th places. The chance to go through in a big slide by Jake Hill there, coming towards Hawthorn.
The gap to Ingram is ever growing. Just make sure we look after these tyres and keep it safe out the back.
Jake Hill, in the meantime, 4 seconds back from Ash Sutton, so he's not closing for the race win, but equally he's got better pace than this man, Tom Ingram. Even if Ingram were quicker at the moment, he'd still have to clear Josh Cook.
Yeah, Tom's slow. Tom's really slow.
And this is the empty track view that Tom Ingram has, because all the people he wants to be racing with have scarpered, and Ting doing his level best to maintain that motivation, but he's also coming under attack. That's Camish, who's up alongside him and gains a place. Ingram drops back a spot, and although he's going to try to retaliate on the way to Stirling's, that perhaps underlines the problems that Ingram and the Hyundai are having in these half-and-half conditions.
Camish has just overtaken Ingram, and we have a 7-second gap to him.
So Jake Hill has about a lap and a half to go. It's going to be second place. It looks as though it's going to be his championship and at his home circuit as well. So maybe there's something about the fact that, you know, it's Brands Hatch for the showdown in the year that he's in it. And as somebody pointed out yesterday, 24, the number on the car in 24, maybe that was preordained as well.
Just got to keep it on now. Just keep it on. One more lap, Bobby.
Last lap.
Ash Sutton wins the final round of the championship, but into Clark Curve on his home circuit in front of a huge amount of support comes the 2024 Quick Fit British Touring Car Champion, Jake Hill.
Come on! Come on! Oh, come on!
It's a tough one. I think their car was better than ours in that last race, so it's tough to take really. But fair play to them. They deserved it. Did a good job. It's these weird greasy conditions, I think, that they seem to be pretty good in for a rear-wheel drive car. They're really good, and we've just suffered with it a few times this year, especially the second half of the year. So done a really good job there. Fair play. I think in the dry we had him, but then we got some rain and it wasn't meant to be. So fair play. Well done, Jake. Well done, Craig. Good job.
I just can't believe it, mate. I cannot believe it. Thank you, Dad, so much for never giving up. He never gave up on me once. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, MB. Thank you, BMW. Thank you, everyone.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm his dad.
Oh,
sorry.
Wow, that's my little boy out there. That's my boy.
The champion!
Cole. Thank you, mate, for all your help today, mate.
Mixture of unbelievably happy and proud, and it's been such a journey. If anyone's known the story, it's taken a long time and a lot of amazing people, and I'll be here all night to say thank you to everyone, but I'm so proud of Jake, so proud of the team, and I'm going to have a cup of tea now.
And the 2024 Quick Fit British Touring Car Champion is Jake Hill! Trophy champion, and that champion is Mikey Noble.
Yeah, unbelievable season from us here at Evans Halshaw Power Max Racing. We've just finished the season, just been crowned the Jack Sears Trophy Champion for 2024. Rounded the season off with a fantastic race there from P19 to P11, taking the Independence win and also obviously being crowned Jack Sears champion. So just a fantastic way to end the year. Absolutely loved every minute of the season. Thanks to everyone at the team. They've all done a fantastic job. And yeah, God, it's a shame we got to wait so long to go racing again.
We're champions! Woo! Oh mate, I've won the British Touring Car Championship 2024 and I'm number 24. I don't know if that's a coincidence, but I'm a little bit overwhelmed with emotions, to be honest with you. It's been an amazing day. Mixed emotions, highs, a little bit of lows, and then massive highs again. So yeah, it's a pretty special feeling and one that I'm going to cherish forever.
I mean, what was the feeling when you came across the line? You finally, heard on the radio from Craig.
Couldn't really see much because my eyes were full of tears, to be totally honest with you. When it's everything that you've worked for, it just it overwhelms you. I mean, we all have ambitions in life, and when you achieve them, that's what it's about. It's special, So, yeah, I don't know what to say, mate. I'm just absolutely overwhelmed. What was it like over Tom? Do you know, the funny thing was actually overtaking Tom is that's the exact same place that he overtook me on the move I did with him. He did with me in 2022 when he won it. So it was quite fitting that I went around the outside of him at Surtees, took the championship lead properly, and it finished that way. So yeah, I was really, really proud of that move and really proud of obviously this team and this result to get us the championship. Just want to say a huge, huge thank you to Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport. Those people have stuck with me for years now, especially Alex and Mark from MB. We started this journey really in 2019, and finally, we've got this baby. So a huge thank you to BMW, West Surrey, MB, and everyone that has helped me along the journey, because there's so many people to name. The odd 500 quid here, £1,000 here, it's all gone towards, making me who I am. So thank you. Taking this home.
Great biscuits, Aaron. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Sam and I race for my dad.